very good morning from inside the TCA Covered Arena at the Kentucky Horse Park. Welcome to our audience here at the Horse Park, as well as following on the live stream at tbmakeover.org. To kick off what will be a wonderful day showcasing the thoroughbred sport horse, we'd like at this time to ask everyone to kindly please rise and remove your caps for the performance of our national anthem. To sing the national anthem, we're pleased to have not only a great national anthem singer at racetracks around the country, but a former participant at the Thoroughbred Makeover. This is Laura Phillip with the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Laura. Great way to kick off the day for the finale for the Mega Makeover, the class of 2020. I'm Jonathan Horowitz in the announcer's booth inside the TCA Covered Arena, sitting next to the executive director of the Retired Racehorse Project, Jen Reutz, along with Ashley Horowitz. And Jen, this week has been an amazing showcase for the thoroughbred sport horse, and today we are going to see the pinnacle of the performances across 10 disciplines. What are you most excited about today?
Gosh, what is there not to be excited about today? We've got our first of two classes of horses for this weekend. Our 2020 class, unfortunately, they didn't get to compete in 2020 due to the pandemic, so they've been working with these horses for well over a year in almost all of the cases, and they've really come here to compete. These horses have been well prepared. They've been in their show careers for many months longer than a lot of the horses we'll see tomorrow, so they have a little bit more polish to them. And what's been really interesting to see around the park over the course of the last week is that the professionalism that these horses carry into the warm-up ring and just kind of traversing around the park rubs off on some of these younger horses who have come here and they just don't have as many shows under their belt. And so they're kind of vibing off of each other. The older horses are setting the tone and example for the younger horses, and in a lot of cases it's really helping to elevate their performance in the ring.
This is definitely a unique situation because for this Mega Makeover, we're going to get to see the class of 2020 having an extra year of retraining. Now, the Thoroughbred Makeover is always a great milestone for that end of first year. Now we get an additional year. This event, since it started, even in Maryland, but since it's been here at the Kentucky Horse Park in 2015, how have you seen the evolution? I know we could talk about this for the entirety of the broadcast, but I have so many great memories over the years. What are some of the memories that you take forward from that first event and then just look around and are so impressed by how it's evolved?
I mean, we've had so many sponsors who came on board in those first few years whose their involvement in the event has just doubled down. You know, sponsors like TCA, who have been with us from the very beginning, the ASPCA, there's so many who have kind of stuck with us as soon as they got in on the ground floor and just partnered with us to make it better and better. And then we have other sponsors who are newer, like, for example, Keeneland and Churchill Downs, who discovered the makeover once it started becoming a little bit more known and really wanted to see it proliferate and get even bigger, which is really exciting. And it's the same with the volunteers. We have so many people who've been volunteering from day one that we are so thankful for, because we couldn't put on the event without them. And they come year after year and work harder than I knew it was possible for a human to work. It's incredible. And it's the same with our staff. We have a lot of staff members who work tirelessly throughout the year, and then they just decide that for 1 week they're not going to sleep a wink, and they work their tails off and they make this event happen. So it's the people and the organizations who believe in this mission that have made all of this possible. And then we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about the trainers as well. There's some trainers who've been working with horses for the competition every year since its inception or close to it. And then other ones who have come from the equestrian world and discovered this new challenge that they wanted to take on for themselves. Some of them used to ride thoroughbreds in the past, and they wanted to rediscover that passion and get back to their roots. Others had never done it, but they had a skill for working with young horses, and they took this on as a new challenge. So it's been really neat to see how we've kind of been able to grow roots in the equestrian world in 10 different disciplines.
That it really is a community that comes together around this event. And when you mentioned the volunteers, everybody in here applauded. So shout out to all the volunteers. And for me also, it's the racing connections that have yet the volunteers continuing to get a lot of love in here. The racing connections that have gotten behind their horses after they've retired and now on to second, maybe even third careers. So we're a few minutes away from getting started. And Jen, I know you'll be back inside the booth many times throughout the afternoon, but just as a way to kick things off, what would you like to wish everybody, all the people watching, all the competitors, as we get set for what's going to be an amazing day for the thoroughbred sport horse?
Yes, I'm so excited to see all of these performances. We all are, and so I want to wish the competitors the best of luck today and their horses the best of luck. I know a lot of the connections, like you said, are watching. We've got the racing connections, breeders, consigners, trainers, owners. We've even had some handicappers who came out to see horses that they had won money on, which is so cool. So best of luck to everyone, safe trips to all, and let's go watch some athletic horses do their thing.
Sounds good, and even some racing broadcasters that we'll be having coming in and out of the booth today. Thank you very much, Jen. And if you're here inside the covered arena, can we just give some recognition to Jen, the entire RRP team, Kirsten, Kristen, Ryan. A truly amazing effort to bring everything together. Thank you, Jen. And we are going to get set for our first of 10 disciplines showcasing the class of 2020 at the Retired Racehorse Project Mega Makeover. The first is eventing, sponsored by Tipperary. And if you turn your attention to the big screen, or if you're watching on the live stream on tbmakeover.org, we'll tell you a little bit more about the discipline of eventing. Eventing tests the versatility of horses, and thoroughbreds have historically excelled at it, including here at the Kentucky Horse Park in one of the premier events for the sport, the 5-star Kentucky 3-day event. Eventing is a triathlon of dressage, stadium jumping, and cross-country. The eventing finale at the Thoroughbred Makeover combines the skills of all three phases. Here's how the Olympic website describes the questions eventing asks horse and rider. Quote, eventing is the most complete combined competition discipline and demands of the competitor and horse considerable experience in all branches of equitation. It covers every aspect of horsemanship, the harmony between horse and rider that characterize dressage, the contact with nature, stamina, and extensive experience essential for the cross-country, the precision, agility, and technique involved in jumping. Eventing is one of the most popular second careers for former racehorses. Introducing the judges for eventing, sponsored by Tipperary, who have overseen the prelim competitions, dressage in the Rolex Stadium. Steeplechase infield was the home for the cross-country rounds, and the Murphy Ring for stadium jumping. Our dressage judge was Karen Wynn, the dressage steward Lauren Burke. For Cross country, the steward Joe Carr and cross country judge Dorothy Crowell. For stadium jumping, the judge Richard Lamb and the steward Jennifer Reisenbichler. Thank you to all of the officials who've donated their time as well as their expertise to overseeing the competition, and we'll be ready whenever the first horse and rider are ready to kick off the finale for stadium jumping. Here in the booth, it's a pleasure to welcome in Ashley Horowitz as well as Donna Brothers. And Donna, you get to have maybe the best seat in the house when the horses are on the racetrack. First of all, are you going to be comfortable sitting in a chair? Do we need to get a horse for you so you can sit on horseback?
Well, most of the time that people see me and notice me, I'm on horseback, but I do lots of other things, usually standing up though. So yes, sitting down and doing any sort of announcing is unusual for me, as it is for you, because as a racetrack announcer and calling races, you never do that sitting down.
That's a good point, and I'm also enjoying sitting on horses as well. And my wife Ashley, who competed at the Thoroughbred Makeover, you're now here behind the microphone. What are you looking forward to today?
We've watched all week to see how these horses have come through this year or some even 2 years of preparation, and seeing all of the performances all around the horse park has been really exciting. So to see the top of every single discipline is going to be really great to see how far you can really bring a horse in such a short time.
And Donna, for the racing connections that you meet, now when you're on the racetrack, are racing connections starting to talk more and more about how their horses are doing after they retire? And how has the cause of thoroughbred aftercare and seeing racehorses in different sports, how is it now coming back to the racetrack?
Well, I'll tell you one way in particular. I also do some work with Starlight and Star Ladies Racing, and I just talked with Jack Wolf, who's the co-manager of both of those partnerships yesterday. And we do donate annually, and our donations go, when I say ours, I mean Starlight, go through new vocations. But I talked to Jack yesterday and said, you know, our partners really need to understand that they're donating to aftercare, so that when people say to them, what happens to your horses after they're done racing, they have an answer for that. And so New Vocation shares the 6-month report with the photos and how the horse is doing. And going forward, we decided we'll share that with all the partners so that they know that not only are they contributing to aftercare, but the horses are really getting a nice life after that. And so it's really become at the forefront of the owners' minds now, where in the past owners used to go, well, I don't know what happens to them after they race. So it's come a long way.
One of the impacts that Jen Royce talks about is that now thinking about what the horses will do after they retire, it's a necessary component of racing, very much in how the horses are born, and breeding is a necessary component. Now aftercare is becoming a necessary component as well. Some of the disciplines that each of you may be looking forward to today, starting with you, Ashley, what are you looking forward to?
I'm an eventer, so I'm very excited to see this first discipline. I would love to be able to have a finale out on the cross-country course, but they do a really good job of being able to combine show jumping, cross-country. Can't wait to see these horses gallop in here. So I'm really looking forward to the eventing. That's definitely my number one. But we've had a really fun experience in the past with polo as well. When they do the chucker in here is really fun, and the crowd has always seemed to really enjoy that as well.
Today's a big day for eventing, not only here at the Kentucky Horse Park, but with the Retired Racehorse Project Thoroughbred Makeover starting in Maryland. Now Maryland's the home to the newest 5-star on the eventing calendar. Donna, how about you with some of the disciplines that we'll have today?
Well, I wasn't able to watch any of the preliminaries because I've been at Keeneland for the last couple of days doing some of the other, doing other things that I do. And so I'm actually looking forward to all of it, because this will be the first time that I've seen one of the Thoroughbred Makeover programs live. And so I'm looking forward to every single second of it.
Well, we look forward to hearing your thoughts. And yeah, the variety, for me, the day evolves from we start with eventing and then go into show jumping. And then by the end of the day, we're sorting cattle in ranch work. It's all a bit surreal. And then I have to do a double check and be like, I remember that horse. I may have even announced that horse, and look at what they're doing now. And the first horse I ever got was a graduate of the Retired Racehorse Project Thoroughbred Makeover that I had announced on the track. So Now it's time to turn our attention to the stars that really matter, the horses and the trainers who have put in the great effort to be here and who have excelled during the prelims to make the finale. Our first horse is in the ring, introducing bridle number 1156, and the horse is Robbie Jones, who's owned and trained by Kelly Junta, an amateur rider from Charlottesville, Virginia, aboard this 7-year-old bay gelding, great breeding by Shackelford out of the Bernardini Dam Silver Blossom. Had 19 starts on the track and 1 win, competing this week in eventing and show hunters. And let's enjoy the first performance of the day, Robbie Jones and Kelly Junta. So this cross-country finale will see two of which are the 8, and then they'll show a gallop at the end of the round. Kelly Junta and Robbie Jones through their course, and one of the things we ask all the competitors, or the competitors have asked for the people here in the TCA Covered Arena, is after the 8th and final fence, they'll show their gallop, but please hold your applause until after the riders bring their horses down. This is the final fence. Time to gallop. And congratulations to Robbie Jones and Kelly Junta for kicking off the eventing. And Ashley and Donna were underway. Your thoughts on that first competitor over the 8 jumps that make up the eventing finale?
It's always hard to go first. I think that was a good start out. There was pretty steady. Took a little while to get settled into the gallop at the end, not being able to see anyone else go. This is definitely a different environment where you don't normally practice a gallop inside, but there's definitely picked up the pace and showed some good striding at the end there.
Yeah, I'd love to see that thoroughbred stride stretch out there at the end. It was a beautiful thing to see.
So our second horse and rider is now in the arena, bridle number 1149. The horse is promoted, and the rider is Lisbeth Storant. This is a horse that was bred in Pennsylvania by Jonathan Shepard, and Lisbeth has been working as an upper-level 5-star groom and barn manager for 3.5 years for Kim Severson. This horse promoted, made 15 starts on the track, and was in the top 3 in 9 of them, retiring in 2019 in the home state of Pennsylvania.
So, Jonathan, one of the interesting things I think about this horse is that he looks like he has the physique more of a dressage horse, and so it'll be interesting to see how he handles the jumps.
Well, when you have a thoroughbred who may actually come in with those properties, I mean, the thoroughbred, I think, naturally has that athletic ability. So, yeah, I think, and you would probably speak to the same, Ashley, that the thoroughbred's dressage may actually be the toughest of the 3 disciplines in eventing.
Yes, this one does have a really nice structure. A lot of them are built to run low and flat, and some are even built a little downhill, so it's not as often that you see one that is actually naturally built up. But I'll tell you, overall, as a standard, I haven't seen a lot of thoroughbreds that have a tough time getting over jumps.
I can imagine.
I think one of the interesting things for these horses is that they've had that extra year of retraining. Some of them are already going training, or in the case of the next horse we'll see after this one, Mr. Park, looking to compete at prelim. So
As a 5-year-old.
yeah, these jumps are actually going to be kind of tiny for some of these horses.
And some of what you're seeing speaks of the care that these horses get. They look completely different than they do on the track. They're filled out, they're well muscled, their coats are gorgeous, and that comes from the time that's put in to really bring them to this top level of care that they have.
So Ashley and Jonathan, full disclosure, I have never ridden over jumps a day in my life. I've only ever ridden thoroughbreds going fast. And so can you talk about maybe what could have gone a little better in the setup to that second jump? Were you watching it, Ashley?
Yeah, to the second jump, it looks like the horse did not have his eye on it coming around the turn and probably needed to be pushed a little bit more forward to it. Again, even the 2020 horses are still green at this eventing and sometimes do need a little extra help and support from their rider. You see he's just a little tentative and backs off at the jumps a little bit. So having the rider that is really confident can help push them over, can help build the confidence throughout the course. So a little bit more forward. And sometimes you have these green horses that get really excited and need to be told, hey, there's a jump coming up. There's a lot to look at. So sometimes sounds like a contradiction, but you need to send them forward, but also give them a little half halt to say, hey, pay attention. There's something coming up that we need to work together on.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
And also a big thing to remember is that this environment, normally for eventing, you're outside the whole time. So there's so much stimulation in here. And it's a tough first couple of jumps because you go from 1 to 2 and you go right by the in gate, which is like, that's what I'm used to. That's my ticket out. So these first couple jumps, I think, are actually a bit challenging for horses that may not have been in this environment.
Well, he certainly knows how to stride out, doesn't he?
Yeah, he was a little more keen to go right into that gallop than the first one. And
that's Promoted and Lisbeth Sorant. They came in 4th place in the eventing finale. All of the 5 finalists competing in this mega makeover at the novice height of 2 feet 11, and also recognizing the great aftercare organizations from which some of these horses have come from. The first horse, ROBBIE Jones, came from Cantor, Illinois, and there's a Cantor booth here inside the TCA Covered Arena. Also, a lot of the other great aftercare organizations have booths, and they're definitely worth checking out around the competition area. As Promoted and Lisbeth Storant leave the TCA Covered Arena, next up we will have a horse that I'm actually very familiar with from his racing career. Introducing bridle number 1122 for Mr. Park, who is owned and trained by Britt Vegas from Milford, Nebraska, and Britt rehomes many off-the-track thoroughbreds. Mr. Park, a horse that raced in Colorado at Bally's Arapahoe Park, where I announced him getting his lone win in 7 starts. And this is a horse at 5 years old who's competed successfully up to training and looking to move up to prelim as well. And this will be a horse worth looking at his stride out in the gallop, but please hold your applause at the very end until they finish up their round.
Yeah, this horse is definitely sitting on go. He looks like he's just a keg of dynamite waiting to be unleashed.
he really is an impressive horse, and when you see him get to go, he truly shines out on the cross-country course. And Britt says out in dressage he can put down a 23, but the next day he might put down a 43. So it really depends on what horse you have on that day. And she does an amazing job handling it. And you watch, he's getting a little up and looky, and she's just smiling through it all. And that's what you need to be an eventer.
Yeah, and you can see she comforts him every now and then, gives him a little pat and says, "It's okay, I understand you're nervous, but we're going to keep going forward."
And to remember that he's 5, I mean, which is someone who's only been involved in racing before getting involved with OTTBs. I thought that was actually pretty old for a horse.
So having covered the World Equestrian Games for NBC, I didn't realize that in dressage, the horses are not allowed to even start practicing some of the maneuvers until they're 6 years old because they believe they don't have the foundation and the muscle structure yet. So when you look at it in terms of how they treat the dressage horses, he is a very, very young horse.
Yes, it takes years to develop the muscle and control to do some of those dressage movements. But one thing you can see, Park has such an impressive natural form. Those knees just snap up. He's one of my favorite horses to watch. And Britt was a little worried. Again, we've stated that he's preparing for prelim, and she was worried that he wasn't going to think these were big enough. But those knees are still popping up quite nice.
Yeah, he does make it look quite easy.
Another thing about the thoroughbreds with how athletic they are is sometimes you actually have to put a sizable jump in front of them for them to respect it. Otherwise, they think they might be just, trot poles on the ground.
Yeah, we've known some really talented young horses that when you're at the beginner novice height, which is 2.7, that they'll have a ton of penalties, a ton of dropped rails because they just don't see them as really jumps that are worth anything. And then once you start putting the jumps higher, that's when they start going clear.
That's interesting.
All right, I've been looking forward to this. I can't wait to see this gallop.
They're at the post.
Yeah, there
And
it goes.
they're off. Jonathan, would you like to call this like it's a horse race? Because it
That's
looks
right.
like one.
Going right-handed into the far turn, and here comes Mr. Park and Britt
As
Vegas.
he turns for home. And he pulled up.
Yeah.
Awesome.
We watched about on cross country, and he was flat out. The gallop was absolutely amazing, and I wonder how long it's going to take for him to finish or to slow down. And he comes back pretty quickly too.
Britt Vegas and Mr. Park and Donna and Ashley. That was quite a nice gallop out at the end.
Yes, and please remember to hold your applause. You can see he's still a keg of dynamite ready to explode. I think that gallop out at the end just got him revved up even more, Jonathan.
Well, this is a pair that's one of 7 for the class of 2020 that has made the finale in not just 1 but 2 disciplines. They'll be back for show jumping a little bit later this morning. It is quite remarkable to see how such young horses can excel, and a few of these horses will be in the finale in a couple of disciplines. So now to the next horse and rider, number 1182. The horse is Sweet Talking Man, owned and trained by Emma Partridge, an amateur rider from Wilmore, Kentucky, aboard this 7-year-old Dark Bay Gelding, who is sired by not only the great race sire, but a great sport horse sire as well in Flatter, a horse that was unraced on the track. So we have the range of horses that have never made it to the track to those that have run 100 times or more competing in the Mega Makeover finale. And this horse has been competing at novice level in eventing, and here they are in the finale, and they'll be jumping the novice height, Sweet Talking Man and Emma Partridge. It might be some training facility because I don't recognize it.
This is definitely a different type of horse from the last one we saw. Really large structure. Another one that you could say almost has a dressage type, but very rhythmic and steady, nice and relaxed, and he seems like he is also wise beyond his years.
Well, he's by Flatter, who was a gorgeous horse. In fact, my husband trained him as a 2-year-old, and then when he came back to the track, believe he went to Steve Penrod, but he was just a beautiful horse, and he throws some beautiful horses also.
Flatter is one of the horses, if I see in a pedigree, I'll do my darndest to get my hands on that horse.
You know they're beautiful.
Oh my gosh, they're really awesome, and incredibly athletic as well. And I'm sure this conversation will come up a lot today, but when you're breeding genetics, it's all a crapshoot. You can have a flatter horse, and some of them are spectacular and do really, really well on the track, and some of them don't really show much for the racing, but then come out and are awesome sport horses. So you can kind of use, you know, the bloodlines as a guide, but there's no guarantees in racing or in sport.
I would say the only thing you can pretty much be assured of is that if he's by a thoroughbred, out of a thoroughbred, he's going to be an athlete. But what kind of athlete, we don't know.
That's a very good way to put it, yeah. But yeah, it is interesting to look through the pedigrees and to notice some commonalities among some of the top sport horses. Some of the sires I'm really fond of when it comes to sport horses. Kitten's Joy, I think, is like, oh, yep, that is a Kitten's Joy. That makes sense. So how Emma is riding this demeanor of horse, say, compared to how Britt had to ride Park?
You can see very different strategies, and in all honesty, I'd like to see him forward a little more and a little up. It looks like they're preparing for a hunter round, which is beautiful and steady and set back and has the nice knees, but even right there needs a little bit more forward to make that distance. So
just like now he's broken to a trot for the third time. He doesn't seem to want to stay in a canter, as you're saying, just not quite as forward as you might want him to be.
I think if she had a bit more leg and a little bit more drive to that, this is one for opposite reason. I'll be very interested to see the gallop. We'll see if he wakes up. But it just when he's in that canter, it's very lovely and very rhythmic. But generally, you want a little bit more spice when you're eventing.
And this is a unique setup to not only have it indoors, but to bring some of the cross-country jumps indoors as well.
The horses have to have a little bit of maturity to deal with that, to be able to gallop, to be able to come back, to jump some cross-country jumps inside.
It's interesting to see his ears are kind of back and forth between being pinned back and forward. He's not sure if he really wants to do this long, fast stride out or not.
And he was crossfiring there for a little bit, and I think he's just a little tentative in here about why on earth should he be galloping in this environment.
He's like, these turns are sharp and they come up fast, really?
And he's like, that's not very polite to go that fast inside. He seems a very polite horse.
Yes.
Emma Partridge and Sweet Talking Man, and Donna and Ashley, some of the things that we've observed as we talk to the audience on the live stream, the event horses that we've seen so far, they've all had different demeanors when they come into the covered arena.
Event horses come in all shapes and sizes, and we've seen two very, very different types come in. We had small and spicy, and big and very laid back and steady and rhythmic, and both of them show great aptitude and potential to be awesome eventers. And it's one great thing about the sport, it's so versatile.
Having covered the Land Rover 3-day event, which used to be Rolex for so many years, I asked Stephen Bradley one time, because he always rides only off-track thoroughbreds, not thoroughbreds who haven't been to the track off-track. And I asked him why, and he said because the one thing he knows he's going to get is a horse who has a work ethic. And so these horses have to have a strong work ethic already. He said, it's going to be hard enough to train them to transfer to a different discipline. I don't also need to teach them to work. And so these horses show up ready to do a job, which is great, but some of them maybe just don't quite know their job yet, or they're not ideally suited for it, but I'm sure that they'll all find the proper place.
You're right. When it's done well, the exposure that horses get on the track from all the trailering that they do and the number of people that handle them and being in those surroundings, it really sets them up well. They have that foundation that can be established on the track. Speaking of racetrack. The last name of our next rider will be familiar to racing fans. Jazz Napravnik is aboard Legends Hope, rider number 1103. The leaders in the eventing discipline coming into the finale. They'll also be part of the finale for stadium jumping coming up next. And Legends Hope, unlike the previous horse who was unraced, this horse made 45 starts on the track and had a long career that went from 2016 to 2019 and had 4 wins and 13 top 3 finishes in 45 starts, made over $150,000 racing predominantly in the Mid-Atlantic area. So we have Jazz Napravnik here, the sister of Rosie Napravnik, who won the eventing discipline back in 2019 and accomplished a unique double, being a Thoroughbred Makeover champ as well as a Breeders' Cup winning jockey. And I think that's been something I've really enjoyed, Donna and Ashley, is seeing the racing connections who also are very heavily invested in how the thoroughbreds do off the track as well.
Ashley, he looks like he is pretty excited about these jumps.
I absolutely love this horse. I watched him in the prelims, and there's just a buzz around him. Everyone who sees him just kind of is taken back a little bit. There are certain horses that are just simply made for a certain discipline, and I believe this horse is just made for eventing. He absolutely loves it, and if you could see on cross country, he just has this awesome stride. Even when you're not asking for that gallop, it's just big and eats up the ground, and just look at those ears perk. He doesn't care if he's inside or outside. He just wants to do the jumps.
He looks like a Jack Russell on a barn hunt. He is just ready
That's
for
amazing.
more.
You'll have to tell our crowd in here that, yes. Jazz kissing to Legends Hope, and she had a big smile on her face coming by our booth, and that's a nice, oh yeah, look at him.
Look at him.
Kick that leg out.
Not a surprise. He's having a fantastic time galloping in there.
In fact, now she's having to pull him back a little bit. Easy, boy. We got a turn coming up.
I mean, that horse is all class. I cannot wait to follow that career.
I agree, and his ears forward the whole time as he went past us, enjoying every stride.
Loves it.
I think the smile on Jazz Napravnik's face says it all, and giving the recognition to this gorgeous, gorgeous horse. And Donna and Ashley, you said some really nice things about this horse on the live stream that I think are worth sharing with the audience here in the Covered Arena.
Well, Ashley, the only thing I said is we've already said I am not a show jumper, but this horse looked to me like a Jack Russell on a barn hunt. He was so excited to be approaching every jump and everything that he did, and he just made it look so easy.
Yep, there are some horses that are made for certain disciplines, and this one looks like he's just truly made to be an eventer. Just absolutely loved every minute in here, and if you saw the prelims, outside as well.
So those are the 5 horses and riders to go in eventing, and let's give a round of applause to all of the competitors in the finale, and we'll have a chance to continue to recognize them when we do the awards ceremony that will be coming up in a few minutes after the scores are tabulated. We'll recognize the top 10 in each discipline, as well as recognizing the best conditioned, the top junior rider, the top amateur rider, as well as the top team. And thank you to our judges for the eventing discipline. Karen Wynn, who judged dressage, and then the next phase that the horses did was stadium jumping, judged by Richard Lamb, who not only has a great reputation in the eventing world, but has been part of the Thoroughbred Makeover since the beginning of the competition, and Dorothy Crowell, who, if there was a Mount Rushmore here at the Kentucky Horse Park, she would very well be on it, with her off-the-track thoroughbred Molokai that performed so well at the Kentucky 3-day event back in 1998, as well as at the World Equestrian Games, and to our stewards, Lauren Burke, Jennifer Reisenbichler, and Joe Carr, and the course for the eventing discipline at the Mega Makeover designed by William Robertson, a USCF small R jumper and eventing course designer. Thank you to Maryland Jockey Club for being the sponsor of the live stream, and you can follow along on the live stream on tbmakeover.org. Ashley, as the judges tabulate the scores for this eventing discipline, how are these horses being judged? Now, the Thoroughbred Makeover, it's not going to be the traditional, dressage penalties, jumping penalties. How is the judging take place for this eventing discipline?
All of these disciplines are judged subjectively. It's not just jump penalties. The dressage score, normally they just show the penalties. They're counting up, they're not converting it. So it's more similar to a true dressage score when you got it. And then they're being evaluated on their quality of gallop, both in here and out on the cross-country course. And then each jump that they did was scored from 0 to 10. And then there are overall impressions, including rideability and just your overall impression of how that horse is prepared for eventing and transition from the track.
And also what we're seeing here in the covered arena for the finale, this is the culmination of the entire week, that their scores here in the finale are added to their scores that took place in dressage, stadium jumping, and cross country. And throughout the finale, all of the disciplines, the horses and riders, they carry their scores forward from the preliminaries into the finale, because the finale itself is a completely different test to do something like this in this environment.
It shows a bit of versatility on all of the horses. Many of the disciplines have not competed in the covered yet. So you'll see the dressage horses, the show hunters, the field hunters, even competitive trail, which in the name it shows trail, you're generally not inside. So sometimes there is a mix-up in the order in the finales, because you also have to test how well they do transitioning from their outside disciplines to what's been constructed inside this arena.
Yeah, it also speaks to the fact that they can't just have one good day and win. They have to have a couple of good days at least in a row and put together some nice rounds time and time again.
Which once again is a lot to ask for, as this has now been stated and described. It's a green horse competition. So you can have a horse that has his best ride of his life and gets you into the finale, and then they had their best ride the day before, and so a lot can happen today.
You can keep up with all of the live scoring on retiredracehorseproject.org and tbmakeover.org, and we'll just wait the word from the judges that the results are final, and then we will have the award ceremony for this first discipline, eventing, sponsored by Tipperary Equestrian. And thank you to Tipperary, a longtime supporter of the Thoroughbred Makeover, a brand that is synonymous with eventing excellence. After all of the 10 disciplines, each of the discipline winners will come back into the TCA Covered Arena. It'll be a tremendous collection of thoroughbred sport horses winning disciplines, all the way from our first discipline in eventing until ranch work at the end. And the judges will, across all disciplines, evaluate each discipline winner to recognize the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion, and there will also be a special People's Choice Award to recognize the top horse from you, the people. And the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion Award will be sponsored this year by Churchill Downs. Churchill Downs, dedicated to thoroughbred aftercare, proud to support the athletes involved in the Thoroughbred Makeover, a $10,000 prize to the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion. And then the People's Choice Award, that decided by all of you, will tell you how to text in your results after the end of the finale. The People's Choice Award winner will receive the opportunity to make a $2,500 donation to their 501c3 involved in thoroughbred aftercare of their choice. The People's Choice Award is sponsored by Achieve Equine.
Oh, it's updated there.
Achieve Equine's the maker of Flair Equine nasal strips and distributor of VIP equestrian saddle pads, bringing you innovative, evidence-based products for the welfare of your horse. Breathe easy, because Achieve Equine has your back.
Perfect, got it, thanks. The only pending top amateur was...
And now we have the results tabulated and time to recognize the top 10 finishers, as well as recognizing the top amateur, top team, top junior, and the best conditioned, as well as the TCA award and some special awards as well. And at this time, we'll start with the top 10, finishing in 10th place in eventing sponsored by Tipperary. Congratulations to rider number 1197, Wacky Pal, ridden by amateur Callan McQueen. And I think we can invite each of the riders after they're recognized to come in so that we can give them their moment inside the TCA Covered Arena. Again, in 10th place, rider number 1197, Callan McQueen, aboard Wacky Pal. The 10th place rider is not here, so we'll move on to 9th place and welcome into the ring, finishing in 9th, rider number 1208, Cameron Sadler, aboard Zapper. And finishing in 8th place, number 1075, Fortune Smiles and Aaron McDonald. They're not here to receive their recognition in the arena, so next we'll welcome in the 7th place finisher, number 1125, Near Gold, ridden by the Near Gold team. And the Near Gold team, also the top team for the eventing discipline, sponsored by Tipperary. The 6th place finisher, number 1121, Moro Compass, ridden by Abby Driscoll. Now to the top 5 that were all part of the finale this morning, finishing in 5th place, rider number 1149, Promoted, and Lisbeth Storant. Finishing in 4th place, number 1182, Sweet Talking Man, ridden by Emma Partridge. In 3rd place, as well as being the top amateur, rider number 1156, Kelly Junta, aboard Robbie Jones. The 2nd place finisher, number 1122, Mr. Park, ridden by Britt Vegas. And that means that the winner of the class of 2020 Mega Makeover in eventing on a score of 333.06, congratulations to number 1103. The horse is Legends Hope, and the rider is Jazz Napravnik. Also recognizing the top junior for the competition, number 1138, Oi to the World, ridden by Darcy Dean. The Best Conditioned Award, sponsored by Nina Bonney, to receive a halter from Clever with Leather, as well as a $200 prize. The Best Condition goes to number 1167, She's a Fine Line, ridden by Jordan Pruxma. And the Thoroughbred Charities of America Award for the eventing discipline, it goes to number 1154, Ragnar Lothbrock, ridden by Taya Fuller. They'll receive a $100 SmartPack gift card. The TCA award goes to the top finishing horse acquired from a TCA accredited aftercare organization. The special award that goes to the top bred Maryland bred, it is to the winner. They get the blue ribbon as well as the $5,000 top prize. Congratulations to the champion of eventing, sponsored by Tipperary, Legends Hope, ridden by Jazz Napravnik. Riders, you want to take a lap around the ring so we can all salute you? And it was at the last makeover that Jazz's sister Rosie was the eventing champion aboard the horse that she's taking prelims Sanamo now. And now we have Jazz winning the competition aboard Legends Hope.
Woo, woo!
Now, what's fascinating is that for our top two, their day isn't done. They're going to be coming right back for stadium jumping because they're the first two riders to go. Britt Vegas with Mr. Park and Jazz Napravnik with Legends Hope. Both of them from the eventing finale will be part of the stadium jumping finale. Cool. While we have a moment inside the TCA Covered Arena, as we have a quick tack change for two of the horses from eventing that are part of show jumping. During the week, Ashley and I went around the grounds here at the Kentucky Horse Park and talked to a few of the competitors and told some of their stories. And if we have a great team here that's producing the finale in MSI, and want to see if we can cue up video number 26 about the horse Nice Surprise, who was in the eventing discipline, and to tell you a little bit about his story. This was a horse that had been ridden by the rider that had him at the makeover a decade ago, when the horse was just a yearling and a 2-year-old, and then following that horse's career a decade later, back competing in the Retired Racehorse Project Mega Makeover. Nice Surprise, ridden by Bailey Poorman, and that'll be video number 26, and we'll have you turn your attention to the big screen to take a look at their story. With Bailey Poorman from Pennsylvania, and with the Pennsylvania-bred Nice Surprise, the war horse, the 2010 Dark Bay Gelding, who made 95 starts on the track, 15 wins, 44 top 3 finishes, $398,000 in earnings. But Bailey, you knew this horse long before all of his great career and great success on the racetrack.
I did. So I started working for Jonathan Shepard the summer that I turned 14, when he was a yearling at the time. So I wasn't taking part in actually breaking them at the time, but once he was going well enough, I started galloping a little bit. Just on the weekends after school and things, I would go over. And then all through his 2-year-old year, the same thing. On the weekends from school, I'd go over, and he was always one of my favorites. I'd always show up and beg to ride him every time I was over there. And then same thing as a 3-year-old. And then he got claimed from us the winter of his 3-year-old year. So he was one of my favorites as a baby, and I figured I would just follow him through his career, and now here he is as an 11-year-old.
So he got claimed away, but you still were following him, and then how does he end up back with you?
So my mom works for the Pennsylvania Thoroughbred Breeders, and so I just kept an eye on him, saw that he was running and things.
Here comes Nice Surprise, and he is motoring down the center of the track. They're coming to the 16th pole. The leader is still Kingslayer. Nice Surprise, eating up the ground. It's going to be very close. Here's the line. Photo finish. It's too close to call.
And then winter of 2019, I had her reach out to one of her connections at Parks and just have them reach out to his current connections and say, hey, like if this horse is ever done running, I'd love to have him, or I'd love to help you find him a home. He was one of my favorite babies and stuff, and the trainer was nice enough right then and there to say, yeah, I don't think there's much more we can do with him, so you're welcome to have him if you want. So I took him home a few days before Christmas in 2019.
What was his temperament like as a yearling, and what is he like now to be around?
He's exactly the same. He was the easiest, nicest, kindest baby, and he's still the same way now. He's a little bit older, a little bit stronger, but definitely still the same sweet, quiet horse that he always was.
You're the class of 2020 with eventing, and you took him beginner novice at Olney Farm in Maryland for the horse trials. How has he taken to his new sport?
He loves it. His flat work is a little bit hard sometimes, but I mean, after you run 95 times and that's all you know for the first 10 years of your life, it's definitely a hard transition on the flat. But as soon as you get him jumping, it's like he was doing it his whole life as a baby and stuff. At Jonathan's, we start schooling them as 2-year-olds, so he learned it from a very young age, and you could see he just took right back to it, coming off the track as an 11-year-old. He gets so excited when we go out to jump, especially the cross country. He gets out there and he loves every second of it.
Well, thank you, Bailey, for being such a great part of this horse's entire life.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. It's so fun to have him back. I never thought I would be here with any horse, but let alone one that I have such a good connection with. So it's awesome to be here with him.
And he very much wants, I don't know where to hold the microphone, he very much wants to be a part of it all. All right, good luck to you. Nice Surprise.
Thank you.
That was Nice Surprise and Bailey Poorman. They competed in the eventing discipline. We're now moving from eventing to show jumper. Show jumper sponsored by XL Equine. And if you keep your attention on the big screen on the video board, we'll tell you a little bit more about the show jumper discipline here at the Mega Makeover. Off-the-track thoroughbreds have a rich tradition of excelling in show jumping. Former racehorses have thrived at all levels in the jumper arena, from lesson horses to Olympic and Grand Prix champions. The Thoroughbred Makeover shows how quickly some OTTBs can pick up the intricacies of navigating a course and soaring over the jumps. Show jumping is one of the disciplines with the largest field at the Thoroughbred Makeover. Riders choose the height at which to jump their OTTB, 2 feet 6, 3 feet, or 3 feet 3. When they first enter the arena, horse and rider showcase a strong foundation through a flat work pattern. Judging is based on rhythm, adjustability of stride, and acceptance of riders' aids. Then they will do 2 jumper rounds, the second of which simulates a jump off. Judging is based on rhythm, straightness, confidence, correct jumping form, and acceptance of riders' aids at each jump. Points are deducted for jumping or time faults. So the goal is to jump clean and also show the potential to rise up the show jumping ranks. The show jumping discipline coming up next, sponsored by Excel Equine. Let's introduce the judges for the discipline. And this discipline is judged by Martin Duzant, who's the owner of the Frame Sport Horses. He's from France. Silvio Mazzoni, a Grand Prix show jumper and former U.S. eventing team show jumping coach. The show jumping steward, Emily Daniel Salvaggio, and the riders will be going over the course as well as the jump-off course designed by William Robertson, the USEF Small R jumper and eventing course designer. We have a few moments with the tack change and course walk, and we're very privileged to have Donna Brothers from NBC Sports here on the live stream sponsored by Maryland Jockey Club, as well as in here inside the TCA Covered Arena. And Donna, this is the premier event for Thoroughbred sport horses after they retire. Thoroughbred sport horses on the track, they have one of their premier events coming up next month, and you're going to be very much a part of it. What do we have to look forward to when it comes to Breeders' Cup?
Oh gosh, what's there not to look forward to? I think it's, I'm going to sound wishy-washy, like when we started this event, I said I'm looking forward to
all of it, yeah. I mean, that's a fair answer.
It's the same way with Breeders' Cup. First of all, the Breeders' Cup Classic has maybe never been a stronger field. You've got the winner of still the winner of the Kentucky Derby, hasn't been taken down yet.
We're going to start that.
Essential Quality, who's been a strong 3-year-old all year.
Just a gorgeous horse, too.
Correct. And then, and so this is usually the first time we see these 3-year-olds run against the older horses. Now, Medina Spirit did run last time out in the Awesome Again, but he beat older horses handily. He won that race out in California by a few lengths. Does that mean that the 3-year-olds are better than the older horses? Not necessarily, because the older horses they're going to face in Breeders' Cup were not the horses he faced in the Awesome Again. So the Classic is always great. The Distaff, the Juvenile, we've had 2-year-olds winning impressively from all across the United States. And of course the turf races, many of the Europeans will come over. So it's been, it's been a great lead up. All of our win and you're in races are finished. So that means when horses win certain races in the road to the Breeders' Cup, they automatically have an all-fees paid berth to the Breeders' Cup, and all their shipping expenses are paid. So those races have already finished, but honestly, it's going to take me between now and November 5th and 6th when Breeders' Cup runs to get well-versed with all the participants.
Yeah, there's not a bad horse in the house on Breeders' Cup Day. And then what is the dynamic like with some of the European horses that come over? Because we really get to see their quality. What have you been following some of the races overseas?
Yeah, absolutely. We have to, especially when it comes to the turf races. But right now, the European Championships happen about 2 weeks before the Breeders' Cup, and so what happens now is that we really never know until the last minute if those horses are going to come over, because they may race in the European Championships and skip Breeders' Cup, and if you're Aidan O'Brien, you may run in the European Championships, run 2 weeks later here. But one of the unique things that Aidan O'Brien does that I think a lot of people don't realize is that not only does he bring all his own staff, which everybody does, and they fly over with the same traveling lad, as they call him. Usually TC Comaford comes over with the horses, or TJ Comaford. But the other thing he does is he brings their water, because he brings all their feed, all their water, so that their environment stays as much as it can be as it was at home, at least internally, because externally it's obviously going to change.
That's fascinating to try and simulate what they're used to for these horses when they are in Ireland coming over to the United States. And we had a Breeders' Cup that took place here in Lexington at Keeneland, and Lexington really the home for the thoroughbreds, with the horses not only racing across the way at Keeneland, but also competing in sport horse careers at the Kentucky Horse Park. And we're ready now to turn our attention back from racing to show jumping, the show jumping division sponsored by XL Equine. And we kindly ask everyone who's in the arena at this time to clear the arena, because we are ready for our first competitor in show jumping sponsored by XL Equine.
And if any of you out there watching are like me and wondered why all the riders were not walking the course like they do when I'm covering the Land Rover Kentucky 3-day event, I asked Ashley, and Ashley said,
the course has been up since yesterday afternoon, and all of the riders did have an opportunity to even bring their horses in and get them acclimated. They weren't allowed to jump any of the jumps, but there have been a couple opportunities for them to walk the course. Some people like to walk it more than others, so there are opportunities to do it right before they go, and they may even be walking it for the next division or the next discipline that goes.
And of course, two of the horses we're going to see, we just saw in the last round.
So they actually, it's interesting to think of a round in a makeover finale. They almost got to school the course pretty much. So we're just about set for our first horse and rider to come into the ring for show jumper, sponsored by XL Equine. And there will be 2 rounds that each of these horses and riders will do. They'll have 6 numbered jumps with 7 jumping efforts in their first round, and then they'll have a jump off with specific numbered jumps. There will be 5 of them, and you'll see a difference. Ashley, the difference that we're going to see from the first round to the simulated jump off at the end, what can we expect?
Both of them are judged fairly similarly. You want to see the quality of gaits, the rhythm, nice jump. You are judged on your quality of jump over each fence. But the second round is also on optimum time. So you want to hit a set optimum time, and closest to optimum probably get a good edge.
So saluting the judge, our first horse and rider, a familiar face throughout the years at the makeover and a familiar face already today. We have Britt Vegas, rider number 1122, aboard Mr. Park, and they will be jumping at the 3-foot height.
Perfect, thank you. Really like this horse's form over the jumps. You see he's very up. His neck comes beautifully out of his shoulder, and it keeps him up, and it's very easy for this horse to set back over these jumps. And as we've talked about before with this horse, he's got a lot of potential to go a lot higher than these jumps.
He really has a beautiful arc over the jumps. You can see that it comes quite easily for him, and he really enjoys it.
Some horses can get tense and get excited, and that tightens their back up. And one positive with Mr. Park is he gets really excited, but that tension does not lock his body up, so he's still a very free mover.
That's interesting. That's why we see the arc in him still, because he doesn't get too nervous.
First round for Mr. Park and Britt Vegas, and now they'll go into the jump off. And we saw in the gallop after eventing that this horse can really pick up his speed. He reacted a little bit to the whistle, and that's one thing to remember, is that this is such a different environment competing inside for a lot of these horses.
It does sound a little bit like the bell ring at the starting gate, though.
And also, Jonathan has announced this horse, so if they have good memories, he might even remember that he heard that voice right while he was running as well.
I've heard that people are like, oh, he recognizes your voice. I'm flattered because I'm a fan of these horses.
Oh, late drop. That was an unlucky rail. I was just about to comment how well he's done that combo now 3 times. He's had a really good distance to it and just hung that back leg just a little bit.
Let's take a moment to appreciate Mr. Park and Britt Vegas finalists in eventing and stadium jumping. Britt Vegas running Royal Fox stables that rehomes many off-the-track thoroughbreds. You can see the Royal Fox logo on their tack. And a veteran here at the Retired Racehorse Project Thoroughbred Makeover. Don Ashley, I think we're all fans. And I was a fan of this horse when he was on the track.
Yeah, I think he was really unlucky to have the rail down, just hit it a little bit with his back foot. Ashley, you had said earlier that you were admiring the way he was approaching the combination.
Yeah, some of the young horses can get a little bit excited seeing that combo come in, and because he was in the eventers, it's the 3rd time we got to see him do that line, and he had really nice distances to it, and we'd seen some others kind of struggle with that distance, and his stride was really nice and his rhythm in and out of it I was really happy with. Is just that last unlucky rail where he just dropped that back foot.
So now from one horse that was in the eventing finale to the winner of the eventing finale that's also back here for stadium jumping, introducing number 1103, Legends Hope, ridden by Jazz Napravnik, and they'll also be jumping at the 3-foot height. We'll have a course change after their round to the final 2 horses and riders who will be jumping at 2'6". That's fine, but if there's
One thing I really love about this competition is that you have the opportunity to choose 2'6" or 3-foot. Green horse competition, there's some horses that are young and truly not ready to do 3-foot, but then there's horses like this that I don't think would really show that well over 2'6". So it's great to have that option, and I think it's great that they're scored evenly. There's no edge whether you do the higher or lower heights. It is how best do you show the abilities of your horse, and something like this needs to be at that 3-foot height to really show what he's got.
Absolutely, you can see that he is a little easier to. You can see that he's a little easier to control in the second round than he was in the eventing round, even though you see him popping his head up a little bit there. So he's a horse that I think needs a lot of height to challenge him. He needs a lot of exercise to challenge him too, and unfortunate to have a rail there. Also, again, with the back foot.
And you saw what I was saying, how Park didn't do. Park came in very rhythmic and relaxed, and he's gotten a little bit excited there and had to be managed, and it was managed well, but I think he saw the eventing as his warm-up and then finished with a gallop, and he was ready to go off and do some cross-country right now.
Jazz Napravnik and Legends Hope with their first round, and now they'll go into the jump-off. So, Ashley, when you're on the track, the goal is go fast. And we talk about how these horses, we want them to go forward, but there's also that balance. How do you achieve that of like be forward, but also be rhythmic as well?
Lots and lots of transitions at home. This does take time. Surprisingly, some of the horses pick it up very quickly, but on the track, most everything they do is pull with their forehand, and we want them really to set back and use their hind ends. And you see he's getting a little excited, so he's not quite setting back as much as you'd want him to. And same thing, he's just flattening a little bit. So I think this is one horse that had a little disadvantage doing eventing first. I think he has not settled from his gallop in the eventings. He seemed a bit more rideable in the eventing. I think if they had show jumping first, he might have been able to win both disciplines, but he's a little less rideable this round.
Another full day for Legends Hope and Jazz Napravnik. You're going to see them later on this afternoon as they are contenders for the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion Award sponsored by Churchill Downs and the People's Choice Award sponsored by Achieve Equine. Congratulations to them. So now we're going to see a quick course change as we have two more horses and riders to go, and they'll be going at the 2'6" height. The first two riders went at the 3-foot height, and Ashley, you were saying on the live stream sponsored by Maryland Jockey Club, the benefit to having this option for riders and their horses that they can choose based on where their training is at in a few of the disciplines, what height would be best.
Yes, I love that aspect of the makeover. You'll hear this said a ton of times today, but this is a green horse competition. Even the 2020 horses are still green in these new professions, and there's varying ages, and with only a limited time to prepare for this, there's some horses that are truly not ready physically, mentally, to be able to do that 3-foot height, and there's some horses that will not show that well at the lower height. So the fact that you have these two different heights that are competed evenly, and they're weighted the exact same. So as you see in the finale, we have some 2'6" horses and we have some 3-foot horses, and there's the only advantage or disadvantage is how well you know your horse. If you know your horse is not going to show well at 2'6" and you need that bigger jump to set them back and get those knees snappy, you have that option. And if you have, maybe a young 4-year-old who is just learning but still a really classy horse, you stick with that 2'6", and that's the best way to show them off. So one of my favorite things about this competition is that both 2'6" and 3 feet in each division, they're scored equally.
We had the 2 rounds in each of the show jumper rounds, the first round and then the jump off. You can see the time that's posted for each of the riders. And Donna, what were your thoughts on how those horses that we saw that were both in the eventing finale, how then they came back into show jumping? Because when you're racing, it's one race and you go back to the barn area. This was 2 major competitions that they had to run back to back.
Well, I thought Jazz's horse, when he came out, he looked like he had settled a bit from the eventing competition. But as that round went on, you could see that he became a bit more aggressive, and she was having to contain him more and more. And he kept trying to sort of jump away from her a little bit. And so you saw his head thrown up in the air. I think one of the things that people who haven't done the transition, as you all have, and Ashley, maybe you can speak to that, is that thoroughbreds at the track are never really taught with a lot of leg. And the reason why is because they're ridden in races by jockeys who have stirrups 4 inches long. So there's not a lot of purpose in teaching them cues with a leg when the jockey who competes them isn't gonna have leg on them. And so, Ashley, can you talk about how difficult it is to teach the thoroughbred as they transition to accept that leg and those cues?
I found, at least initially, if you start slow and start clearly and are using your body as well in conjunction with the leg, at least the initial idea to move off the leg generally comes pretty quickly. And if you watched any of the master class yesterday, you saw some of the horses that had, just had that rider on for the first time, that by the end of the session they had started to understand. Now you're not going to go and start asking them for beautiful leg yields and half passes. That takes a long time to develop those muscles, but horses the thoroughbreds in particular, are very, very responsive to those things, and it's really, if done tactfully, it's a really easy theory to teach them, and then it takes a little while to cultivate all the details in between.
I like that. It's easy in theory.
What would be some advice, Ashley, that you may give, say, the race trainers that are here, the Racing Connections, that when these horses transition if you do a few things while they're on the track, that it could go a long way when they finish their racing careers.
We do a lot of work with one trainer in particular out in Colorado, Kim Oliver, who's an awesome horseman, and she starts all of her horses to stand at mounting blocks, move off legs, trail rides, and it makes an immense difference with them off the track.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Donna. And now back to the action inside the TCA Covered Arena with 2 more horses and riders to go in the show jumper discipline, sponsored by Excel Equine, both at the 2'6" height. First of which is number 1015, Athera, ridden by Cody Young, a junior rider from Germantown, Tennessee. This is a horse that is owned by Margaret Webb and is for sale as part of the ASPCA Makeover Marketplace. Extensive racing career with 34 starts and almost $130,000 in earnings off of 6 wins and 19 top 3 finishes. Based in Florida, retiring from racing at Gulfstream Park. Cody, an 18-year-old who's been riding since he was 6, and he just graduated high school this year and will be attending Southwest Community College during the fall semester, his first time competing in the Thoroughbred Makeover. Ashley, our son Chase, may be watching the broadcast, and he's 8 years old. And Chase, this is a rider to look to, who started riding when he was 6, and now he's 18 years old, and he looks like he's going to have a promising future.
He was the first horse in the show jumping competition who didn't have a rail down at that second competition. Did he approach it differently, or is it because it's a shorter jump now?
It's hard to say exactly whether if it were a bigger jump, if there would have been a knock there. That presented really well to it. This horse is super cute jumper. He's got nice snappy knees. Actually got a little wiggly in there, so a really keen horse to be able to pull himself out of there. Got in kind of tight and had to put a little extra work, and then even kind of wiggled coming out of it also. So smart horse, learning the job well, and will be nice and adjustable. It's really nice to see those horses that even at this green stage are figuring out how to help their rider out in different situations like that.
Yeah.
And that when you're wiggly, unlike, Don, as you said, on the racetrack where your hands are your biggest cues, the cue is going to come from your legs rather than trying to pull them when they're wiggly.
And much better going through that second time. Got a little flat, but the rhythm was much nicer. But when it came out, got a little flat and excited around the turn, and just didn't have quite enough time to settle for that second to last jump there.
So he couldn't get the upward propulsion.
Yeah, if you saw, he kind of went across it rather than over it.
Yeah.
So that was Cody Young, junior rider, aboard Athera, and they were in second place in the prelims. Thank you to our jump crew for resetting the rails, and we'll have one more horse and rider to go in the show jumper discipline. They came in first place into the finale. It is Canton Comet, who is ridden by Samantha Fawcett. Canton Comet, 5-year-old bred here in Kentucky, a Dark Bay mare who sold across the way at Keeneland as a yearling for $80,000 and had a 9-race career with a win and a second-place finish racing in Kentucky at Churchill Downs. Churchill Downs, the sponsor of the Thoroughbred Makeover Championship Award, as well as running at Oaklawn Park in Arkansas and Arlington Park in Illinois. And as we have a minute or two before they get the whistle to go, Ashley, you immediately took a liking to this horse.
Just looked up, and a very striking mare, just a nice presence and lovely gaits, and looks pretty relaxed, so it'll be interesting to see this round.
The horse has a bonnet on, but I think this may be one of the horses with the mare ears. I like those mares that have the longer ears, kind of like the great racehorse Donna Enable used to have those wonderful ears.
Yeah, sometimes they need that to just sort of block out some of the noise. That you definitely wouldn't want a horse to have blinkers on in a competition like this, but if you can block out some of the noise, it does help.
For the record, this horse did not run in blinkers when she was racing.
She came into that jump cross cantering, but was able to fix it over. Even got a nice distance and jumped really well. Some horses will get disconnected and have trouble setting back if they come in disjointed like that.
Ashley, how much do you want as the rider to communicate to the horse about the approach and the distance, and how much, especially for a green horse, do you want the horse to use this as a learning opportunity to figure those things out on their own?
Ideally, you don't want to use the finals as a learning opportunity. So hopefully at some point before you have given them that opportunity to learn. I am not a big fan of micromanaging your horse and telling them exactly when, how, and where to jump because that will get you into trouble at some point. So your goal, as I say, and all of my students will know this well, your job is rhythm and straightness, and the horse's job is to get over the jump. If you start nitpicking, every little movement you do, they're responsible for adjusting. So if you keep your mind on seeing your distance a little ways out would be ideal, but then keeping your rhythm all the way through and riding beyond the jump, just not up to the jump and stopping. So the horse does have a responsibility as the pair to understand where that jump is, how to get over it, and how to balance themselves on the other side.
Now to the jump off, and the first jump that they do was jump number 8 in the first round, and it gives them an opportunity to make that tighter jump off turn here.
He seemed almost surprised by that first jump. Ashley, can you talk about that?
It's off a tighter turn, and they've jumped all the other jumps, I believe, and obviously aside from the cross-country jumps, but they had not jumped that one yet, and I just don't think she was ready for it. And aside from that, the only jump that's really been seeming to give some horses trouble is that second one in the combo, but they're going straight towards home at that point, and with the combo, it's really important that you set back and not get flat over it. So that's definitely a challenging setup there with that combo.
She really is a beautiful mare when she gets it right, though.
Oh yeah, no, there's a reason why she's riding last, and she made the finals, and she's right there at the top. And what a lovely horse with a very, very bright future in this discipline.
Canton Comet and Samantha Fawcett, and Ashley, you were just saying on the live stream that this is going to be a horse with a bright future. What were some of the things that you particularly enjoyed seeing about this horse in the stadium jumping ring?
She just seems very mature. She came in relaxed. It looks like she's been doing this for years, and just very rhythmic, very snappy knees, a nice balance, and seems quite adjustable as well.
So thank you to our judges, to our horses and riders for show jumping sponsored by XL Equine. The judges, once again, Martin Duzant from the Frames Sport Horse, originally from France, and he was part of the Makeover Masterclass last time at the Makeover doing a free jumping clinic. Silvio Mazzoni, a former U.S. eventing team show jumping coach, and the show jumping steward Emily Dano Salvaggio, this course designed by William Robertson. So we'll wait for the scores to be tabulated, and then we will recognize the top finishers for show jumper, and then we'll move on to the next discipline, show hunter. Thank you to everyone who's here inside the TCA Covered Arena, enjoying the Mega Makeover, and to all of those watching on the tbmakeover.org website for the live stream that is sponsored by Maryland Jockey Club. And now it's time to pin the ribbons for the top 10 for Show Jumper, sponsored by XL Equine, as well as recognizing a few special awards. Finishing in 10th place, number 1192, Two Steps to Toga, ridden by amateur Catherine Ungerman. Our 9th place finisher in Show Jumper, sponsored by XL Equine, number 1157, Scheherazade Schultz, ridden by Rose Velvet. Eighth place finisher, number 1204, Wings Locked Up, ridden by Diane McDonald.
We can still announce the winner, just not what they've won, right?
The 7th place finisher, number 1099, Casey Against World, ridden by Alexa McVoy. Finishing in 6th place, number 1182, Sweet Talking Man, ridden by Emma Partridge. Tell us send in 9 through 6.
Send in 9 through 6, we've been announcing.
And let's hear it for our horses and riders as they come in after getting pinned, and we'll have the top 5 finishers announced next. Finishing in 5th place, number 1207, You Betcha, ridden by Karen Benson. You Betcha also winning the Top Amateur Award and the Thoroughbred Charities of America Award as well. Finishing in 4th place, they had the highest finale score, also a top 5 finisher in eventing, number 1122, Mr. Park, ridden by Britt Vegas. Mr. Park also won the Best Conditioned Award, sponsored by Nina Boni. Third place finisher, number 1103, Legends Hope, ridden by Jazz Napravnik, also the blue ribbon winners for eventing. In second place, number 1015, Athera, ridden by Cody Young, also the top finishing junior rider. And that means that the champion for the Mega Makeover for the class of 2020 in show jumper, sponsored by Excel Equine, a score of 246.65, number 1036, Canton Comet and Samantha Fawcett. Also recognizing the top team finisher, it was number 1143, Peyton Place, with Alyssa Kelly. And the top finishers, if you'd like to simulate your horse's race days, you can gallop around the TCA Covered Arena. Congratulations. We'll go to some commercials for us to change over. The one, yeah.
The order didn't change. Rick had the highest score on the ride, but it was.
So we're through two disciplines. Donna, how you doing so far?
I'm doing well. It's exciting. I love watching it, other than it being a little cold in here.
It's a good point, yeah. And Ashley, we've seen some great performances through the first two disciplines.
Yep, these are really fun to see. Love the jumps, love the flash and the flare that comes out with the eventers and the show jumpers. Everyone looked really great today.
Well, while we await the setup for our next discipline, we have our top finishers for show jumping exiting the arena. Our great volunteers will come in and do a course change, and it'll give us a chance to hear from some of the great supporters of the Retired Racehorse Project Thoroughbred Makeover. You can turn your attention to the big screen on the monitor if you're here inside the TCA Covered Arena. Keeneland hosts some of the biggest stakes races in America during its fall meet. And with the fall meet coinciding with the Retired Racehorse Project Thoroughbred Makeover, the largest thoroughbred retraining competition in the world, as well as the largest gathering of people with a professional interest in thoroughbred aftercare, here is a look at how some recent Keeneland Fall Stakes participants are faring nearby at the Kentucky Horse Park in Lexington.
And they're off in the Shadwell Turf Mile. Imperative is 8th. Ready for the start. And they're off in the Dixiana Bourbon. Heaven is Waiting is 11th. And they're off in the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes and Liberal.
The Retired Racehorse Project thanks Keeneland for their support of the Thoroughbred Sport Horse.
Our adoption partners are making it so easy to get into the horse world. So it's been really fun to see those connections that everyone's been making with their horses. And of course, that those wonderful horses are finding their right homes too.
I believe what we have the opportunity to do at Florida Track with these off-the-track thoroughbreds is really unique.
We offer former racehorses a good home. More people need to adopt. I mean, there's so many amazing horses out there to be adopted.
This is Athenian Lady, and she's my right horse.
She is a very sweet baby, aren't you? You're a very sweet girl.
Two Kentucky landmarks that bring out the best in the thoroughbred horse, Churchill Downs and the Kentucky Horse Park.
They're all in line. They're off in the Kentucky Derby.
A pleasure to bestow the mantle of the TCA Thoroughbred Makeover Champion to the journey of one thoroughbred, My Man Sam, took him from the Kentucky Derby in 2016.
5 lengths back to My Man Sam.
To the Retired Racehorse Project Thoroughbred Makeover in 2019, with jockey and upper-level eventer Rosie Napravnik, no less. The Retired Racehorse Project would like to thank Churchill Downs for supporting the thoroughbred sport horse in horse racing careers and beyond.
We're just about ready to get underway. Our next exhibitor is at the gate.
They're trying to prove that they belong here.
They really have their eyes set on that podium, but this pair just hasn't been consistent.
Championship titles are elusive.
This is a difficult field.
It all comes down to this. Here we go.
When years of work come to seconds of action, give yourself every edge. Get rebound technology for faster muscle recovery with ProForce from Nutrina.
Established in 1982, Rood & Riddle Equine Hospital is a worldwide leader in equine healthcare, providing a full menu of specialties of services and treatment for all breeds and disciplines of horses, from the family companion to the high-performance athlete. Learn more today about Rood & Riddle Equine Hospital. Visit roodandriddle.com or call 888-773-4838.
Everyday Kentucky is all new and every morning.
We love where we live.
And we are excited to tell the stories of everyday Kentucky.
Bringing you the bright side of the bluegrass every day.
And we're here.
Every day, showing you how you can shop local and help support Kentucky business owners. Every day, we'll see you at 9 a.m. on WKYT.
Red. Ready to go for a ride, buddy? I'm gonna miss you, Red.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation provides the best equine research to treat the horses we love.
I missed you, old boy.
You could see up on the screen a moment ago the Maryland Jockey Club logo and the Retired Racehorse Project. Very pleased to partner with so many racetracks from around the country. And the racetracks in Maryland, Laurel, Pimlico, Timonium, all under the Maryland Jockey Club umbrella, are the sponsors of the live stream. Now, the Maryland racing highlighted, as we all know, by the Triple Crown racing in the Preakness, and also by the Maryland Million Day that puts the spotlights on Maryland breds. There was the Maryland Bred Award for the winner of eventing, Legends Hope, ridden by Jazz Napravnik. And there are a couple of horses competing this year that were Maryland bred stars, first and second in the 2018 Maryland Million Turf, that have renewed their rivalry from the track to off the track. If you turn your attention to the video boards or are watching on the Maryland Jockey Club live stream, we will introduce the rivalry between Talk Show Man and Flash Phelps. It was the 2018 Maryland Million Day at Laurel Park.
And now for the Maryland Million Turf.
Maryland Million's, I mean, it's a huge deal at Laurel. Ton of people, lots of stuff, lots of fun things going on that day.
Talk Show Man, away in good order, will be taken back, and Flash Phelps is up close.
Talk Show Man and Flash Phelps came into the Maryland Million Turf as two of the best turf racehorses in the state. Talk Show Man had won the Maryland Million Turf in 2014, and Flash Phelps was victorious in 2015 and 2016. The two favorites in the field of 9 for the 1-mile race turned in a thrilling stretch drive.
Flash Phelps set down on the outside center of the course. Willie D. Rocket is right there in fourth and a little bit tight. Flash Phelps trying to strike the lead with a furlong left to go. Talk Show Man on the outside showing late interest, and Grandiflora is digging down to the inside. Flash Phelps, Grandiflora, Talk Show Man, Flash Phelps and Talk Show Man, Talk Show Man, Flash Phelps. Talk Show Man's got Flash Phelps to win it by a head.
Both horses would retire the following year. Now, 3 years after their Maryland Million memory, they're both part of the Mega Makeover in the class of 2020. Talk Show Man entered in Show Hunter and Field Hunter, and Flash Phelps entered in Dressage and Show Jumper. Sports fans love a good rivalry.
We talk a lot of smack. It's fun though, you know. Especially some of these, you know, turf horses that are able to have long careers where they can come back year after year and gain a following not only within the racing community, but, you know, friends and family.
So, in the spirit of promoting retired racehorses, let's meet the two Maryland racing stars and renew this rivalry off the track. Introducing first, Flash Phelps and Sabrina Morris.
I started galloping him as a 3-year-old at Laurel Park. I was hired to work for Rodney Jenkins, who was his trainer, and he and I just kind of clicked. This is a big, strong, self-defiant, self-righteous horse that needed, he had a ton of talent, but it wasn't coming out in the afternoons, and he was kind of a jerk to deal with in the mornings. So that's my type. That's my type. If it's a jerk and has some emotional needs, apparently that's what I'm attracted to. This horse is really cool. He's a local celebrity in Maryland. He actually ended up being the Maryland bred turf horse of 2016. There's a lot of people back home that know him and that are so excited to see him doing something that is different than what they know him for.
Ladies and gentlemen, talk show man and Lindy Gutman.
So I knew a lot about his racing career because his owner is our veterinarian, and we had been following him on the track. We're pretty avid racing fans. He's sort of a local racing celebrity. We did Real Ryder Cup, and so I've just tried to promote the fact that people know who he is. He knows he's important. He's sort of used to being the big man on campus, and he has that expectation from us as well. But he's really interested and he's really smart, so he loves doing and trying different things. And I think that's been a lot of fun for me. He's worked some cows. He does a little bit of fox hunting. I wanted to bring awareness that you don't have to really be a professional to retrain a racehorse. He's such a cool dude. He's a trier no matter what he does. He's a good boy. I love him. I love him. I love you.
We're about ready to resume competition for the Mega Makeover. The next discipline is Show Hunter, presented by Beyond the Wire. Let's learn a little bit more about the Show Hunter discipline.
Taking the tenacity of horses on the track and bringing out the beautiful and elegant side of the thoroughbred, all in less than 10 months of retraining as part of the Show Hunters discipline at the Thoroughbred Makeover. The classiness of horse and rider will come out in rounds under saddle and over fences. Under saddle, horses will be judged on the flat on rhythm, relaxation, style of movement, and manners. Over fences, which riders can choose to be either 2 feet 6 or 3 feet, the judging for the 8 fences is based on pace, style over fences, and manners.
What you're seeing, it should look like the horse is carrying their rider around effortlessly. So to do these green horses in a hunter class, it really takes a skilled person to pull it all together and help their horse set up and be smooth and make it look like the horse is just carrying them around.
It's about the precision horse and rider can demonstrate in one of the traditional English disciplines.
The show hunter discipline, sponsored by Beyond the Wire, introducing the judges for the discipline. The judges for show hunter, Nancy George and Nancy Kohler Cunningham. And also Sissy Wicks, show hunter judge, the show hunter steward, Alyssa Myatt, and also show hunter steward this week has been Eileen Cody. And Ashley, as we get the course raked and we'll have the next discipline, we see a bit of a makeover in the arena to this course. What is the background for show hunters and the different types of jumps that we're seeing compared to the jumps that we saw earlier with eventing and with show jumpers, and the way the course is set as well?
There are a lot of similarities and a lot of differences between eventing, show jumping, and hunters. And in hunters, you want a lot of continuity. You're going to see very similar looking jumps. Most are just decorated with flowers. You might see a pumpkin or a brush on the side, but you'll see nice, clean, plain, neutral colored rails, and not a lot of color, not a lot of flashy standards or anything like that. The goal of hunters is you want to see a nice, steady, quiet, even round. In the eventing, right, we ask them to gallop, and that's more for the cross country, but you want to see variability and adjustability. In the hunters, you want to see the same beginning, middle, and end, before the jump, over the jump, after the jump, nice snappy knees, and a really nice rhythm with a relaxed contact. And ideally you want it to look like the rider is just sitting there doing nothing. And I hope everyone knows that there's a lot going on there, but the truly good hunter riders make it look like they're just sitting there and looking pretty.
There was a great issue of the magazine that's put out by the Retire Racehorse Project that talked about the transformation and the resurgence of off-the-track thoroughbreds back into the hunter ring, given the fact that, Ashley, this competition is for, as we say, green horses, horses that are in their first year of retraining, although for the Mega Makeover we add an additional year of retraining. What are some of the goals when it comes to the judging for what the judges have been looking for all week in the show hunter ring?
My favorite thing that they judge is the only discipline that is judged on manners. Now, there are different ways to explain that. Some call it rideability, but I really love that Hunter describes it as manners. It's how polite they are, how easy they are to handle, to manage, to be ridden. And in addition to that, it's also pace, which I said it's very important in hunters. You want to have the same pace throughout. It's not as big of a deal, and sometimes it's actually important to have a different pace in the jumpers, where you need them to go more forward and then you need them to set back. In the hunters, you want the same pace throughout. You want to be able to look at any point and not know if it's the beginning, middle, or end of the course. And then the third is style over fences. You really want to see a nice relaxed neck, relaxed back, nice snappy knees, and a good roundness, again, making it look effortless for both horse and rider.
Something that is a big part of the transition from on the track to off the track, regardless of what people use their thoroughbreds for, is the idea of manners, because the expectations for an amateur rider like myself or a junior rider would be very different than what a jockey might expect. So with your training of off-the-track thoroughbreds at our Super G Sport Horses farm in Colorado, what are some of the manners that you like to instill, and how do you go about making sure that these horses know, hey, your expectations are going to be a bit different now that you're in your new home off the racetrack?
My biggest thing is horses straight off the track is I like to create my own bubble. When I'm not working a horse, I will love all over them. They can come and cuddle on me and wrap their neck around me. I love all of that. But when I'm handling them, when I'm working with them, I create a bubble. I want a circle in front of me that is my space. So if something happens, right, unexpected, right, you've got that bubble, but it also makes them pay attention to you, know that you're there. So creating the bubble is one of my first things that I want to do when I'm working with them. And another thing that is often not presented on the track is standing for the mounting block,
right,
waiting
it's not just leg the jockey up and go.
And that can be a big change for them. But also just understanding that you guys are working together. Manners, you know, sometimes it's, you know, manners we use are, you know, wait for your chance to talk. This is, you know, wait for your cue. Don't just barge through everything. And so it's really important to have that partnership of making sure the horse understands that you guys are always in a conversation and it's a back and forth, not just a horse off doing whatever they want and trying to run through people and gets very distracted. It helps with focus.
So we have our first horse and rider for Show Hunter, sponsored by Beyond the Wire, that is entering the ring. And just like in the show jumper discipline, riders have had the choice whether to take their horse around the course at 3 feet or 2 feet 6. And the first horse and rider to go will be jumping at the 3-foot height, introducing 1051 Cruisin' Comet, who's ridden by Sarah Joy Crane Mount, and they were third in the discipline coming into the finales. Cruisin' Comet, an Oklahoma bred that ran in the state of Oklahoma at Will Rogers Downs, Fair Meadows, Tulsa, Remington Park. Best finish was 5th place, so 9 starts in 2018 before coming off the track in 2020. Ashley, first thoughts on this horse who's come in and is taking it in, it looks like, but also seems to be very chilled out as well.
I think this one has good manners so far.
The Show Hunter course will include 7 jumps, and you can see the jumps placed, the lines as well as the diagonals. We have kept some of the cross-country jumps in the arena because they'll be used for our next discipline in field hunters, but we're set to go for the show jumper discipline sponsored by Beyond the Wire, and let's enjoy this first ride, Cruisin' Comet, with Sarah Joy Crane Mount aboard.
Right off the bat, you can see it's amazing how quickly these horses adjust to the different disciplines, because this is just a completely different way of going. The head is long and low. The hunters, you want to break at the wither with the jumpers, and you'll see back in dressage you want them to break at the pole, but it's a longer rein, a lower head, a very nice rhythmic, steady rhythm. And of course a braided tail.
So it seems, Ashley, almost like they just want to get these horses into just a nice smooth canter and then make the jump just be sort of a little blip rather than really get a lot of propulsion upwards for it.
Absolutely. You don't want to have any change of rhythm or balance. If you look, the horse's head almost stays the exact same as it goes up.
Ooh.
Oh, I think he just saw himself.
Yeah.
I do that sometimes first thing in the morning when I see myself. Oh, God.
But look at him get right back to it.
Yeah, what a nice recovery. And okay, back to work.
By both horse and rider.
You see, he's definitely still a little bit of affected by that. I think he took a stride out of there and took a big, long distance. Again, a green horse competition, so...
Yeah, he took a stride out there, too.
Yeah,
he's watching himself again closely.
And to keep that perfect steady rhythm, you really want to hit that nice distance where your horse is not having to stretch over the jump.
That's Cruisin' Comet and Sarah Joy Crane Mount. Different environment for the show hunters in the TCA Covered Arena compared to the prelim rounds that they did earlier in the week.
Yeah, we had mentioned earlier how the finale was going to be a really different competition for a couple of the different disciplines because they're not used to being in here. Hunters was exclusively outside, and they may have just had their first time in the covered arena last night just to see it. So that was a really lovely round, but definitely got a little distracted when he realized he was on the big screen.
For that last horse, want to recognize Thoroughbred Athletes Incorporated, who assisted in transitioning the horse Cruisin' Comet from the track to the show world. So the course is now being changed from the 3-foot height to the 2'6" height for the show hunter discipline. Thank you to all of the volunteers, and it's amazing the transformation that this covered arena will go throughout the day, because we started with eventing and then we changed the fences up for show hunters, and then by the end of the day we're going to throw some cattle in here. So and that speaks to the versatility of the breed to be able to handle all the different disciplines that we cram into one day. It's a tremendous showcase for thoroughbreds.
It also speaks to the work that these volunteers are doing. They have been here, I think, since the wee hours of the morning, and they'll stay till late at night, and just doing whatever it takes to make the event happen as seamlessly as possible.
And doing it because we all kind of share the same inspiration that we get from these horses, from this event, and all just kind of give ourselves a little bit more because of all that the horses are giving us.
And we'd stated earlier in the other disciplines that there's no edge that's gained or lost with the different heights. It's about knowing your horse and what you feel that you can best represent your horse's talent with.
So Ashley, now that they are dropping the fences to a little lower level, the rest of the horses in this discipline will stay at this lower level?
Yes, there were only the 2 different heights offered, so we had the one go at the higher level, and then the other 4 will be going at this lower level.
Ashley, the different fences that you see in terms of the decorations, there's a purpose behind it.
This is classic hunters. One thing with hunters is you want continuity. You want your horses to be consistent. You want your horses to be steady. And for that to happen, you kind of got to know what to expect. So if you go to any hunter show, this is what you're going to see. So it is a great job by everyone who works here and has volunteered here to set this up to look like a top class hunter ring. Beautiful flowers, beautiful decorations, but you want consistency. You want those natural rails, those plain colored rails. You have some nice standards, but it's really about a lot of flowers, a lot of consistency, steady throughout the whole course.
Since the Thoroughbred Makeover came here to the Kentucky Horse Park in 2015, we've had the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion crowned. Each year has represented a different discipline. We haven't had a winner yet from show hunters or field hunters, but we have seen some very nice show hunters go around for the thoroughbreds. And if anything, I'm almost a little bit more impressed by the show hunters considering what their background was on the racetrack.
I think some of it comes down, especially when you have when it was voted on and you could text in. A lot of the times the finale, you want something big and flashy, like the freestyle horse with all the props and jumping barrels, and the whole goal of hunters is to almost be inconspicuous, is to be quiet and calm and rhythmic. So I think maybe some of that is lost, but it is incredibly impressive how you can take a racehorse and then get them on a loose rein going over at this rhythm. It really is a great feat.
And we'll see it next from the next horse and rider to go, number 1203. The horse has a name that if you're a horse racing fan, you'll know what the term means. It's Win the Shake. And the horse is trained and ridden by Charles Harefield, a professional rider from Johns Island, South Carolina. The horse is owned by Dory Munder and came off the track through the New Vocations Racehorse Adoption Program. Win the Shake had 3 career starts, and one of those was a win at Aqueduct in 2019, broke the maiden in a sprint race over 6.5 furlongs, and then retired after racing at Belmont in June 2019.
Jonathan, for those who don't know, what does Win the Shake reference?
Donna, you want to take that one?
So when a horse is in for a claiming price, obviously the horse is for sale, but sometimes more than one person is interested in claiming that horse. And so if you have more than one, let's say 2 or 10 different people who have a claim in for the horse, then they put pills in a bottle, and each one represents the different connections, and then they shake, and whoever wins the shake gets the claimed horse.
It's a cool name for a horse, yeah. But I did look to see if the horse ever ran in a claiming race, and he didn't. Five-year-old, Win the Shake. Dark Bay mare, Plain Bay mare.
Does have a nice steady rhythm. I would love to see, with a bit more experience on this horse, for her really to come over her back and be able to drop that head down a little bit longer and lower. But for the amount of time that they've had, the rhythm and the contact is really quite nice.
Charles is clicking to the horse, approaching each of the fences.
And I believe the only discipline presented here today that you are not allowed to talk to your horse is dressage. So you are allowed to cue your horse, talk to them, and you'll see a lot in eventers. People really do a lot of talking with their horses.
I think in dressage you're also not allowed to pet them or touch them in any way to give them any cues other than at the end of it to give them a little pat.
That's correct.
That's Win the Shake and Charles Harefield aboard the 5-year-old Dark Bay mare that went through the New Vocations Racehorse Adoption Program. The next horse and rider to go will be number 1073. First Commander, ridden by Catherine Jenkins, who's an amateur rider from Lugoff, South Carolina. Amazing race breeding on this horse, sired by the great sire Medaglia d'Oro out of the Congrats dam Amazoncourt. Lightly raced, had made just 5 starts on the track while representing the great Godolphin stable, and Godolphin's lifetime care program has helped assist many horses off the track into their new homes. They're longtime supporters of the Thoroughbred Makeover, and they have a banner here inside the covered arena. First Commander's racing career had 5 starts and had 1 top 3 finish, a horse that sold at the Keeneland sale in 2015 for $475,000, competing in show hunters as well as dressage this weekend.
Jonathan, as you were talking about the good things that Godolphin does for aftercare, one of the other great things they do is, I was at Keeneland the last 2 days, they have the Godolphin Thoroughbred Industry Employee Awards, and they have this now in 5 different countries. And so for them to sponsor that and present the whole thing here in the United States, it costs them at least $100,000 because of the rewards that they give to the employees. So they really have been wonderful for the industry, for both the horses and the people.
I really admire what Godolphin does because that helps put the spotlight on the people who, you know, it's great if you're the owner, you're the trainer, you get to talk to Donna after the race, but the people who are spending the time with the horses and devoting their lives to the horses, Godolphin's been very good about recognizing those workers and then recognizing the horses that may not be going into their breeding farms and going through the lifetime care program. And one of the things about their lifetime care program is that when a horse gets adopted out, Godolphin will say, hey, if it doesn't work out, we'll take him back. No questions asked.
So Ashley, this is a hunter, so it's a little different than what we've seen from show jumping. She hit that rail pretty hard on that one, but it didn't go down. Will there be points from the judges against her, or?
There will be. Even this is 100% subjective, so definitely in this, but even in hunters, obviously there's more points if it drops, but you are judged very much so on style. So if you touch a rail, that is going to affect you more than if you go over cleanly. Just like if you flatten over or you take, you know, that stride out and you have to work a little bit more, all of that will affect the hunters.
I see.
Catherine Jenkins and First Commander completing their round in the show hunter ring inside the TCA Covered Arena, and that will take us to the top 2 in the discipline coming into this finale. The next horse that will welcome into the ring, part of the class of 2020, number 1066, another dark bay mare. This is Eloquent Ethel, based with Stephanie Framer from Hinckley, Ohio. Another horse that went through the New Vocations Racehorse Adoption Program, and we've seen a few horses lightly raced, like that last horse, First Commander, with 5 lifetime starts. This horse, Eloquent Ethel, an 8-year-old who made 56 starts on the track, won 6 of them and was in the top 3 on 25 occasions, and was bred in New York, raced in New York, and then came to Ohio and retired almost 2 years ago to the day, October 15, 2019, from Thistledown. So back to what you were saying, Ashley, with the difference between going from the show jumper to the show hunter. With the jumpers, you're like, whew, I got over it. We're good. Now, granted, in this competition, there is that judging component about their potential, but you know, traditional show jumpers, you just get over. This one, it's how you get over, and so yeah, you're right. You know, if you hit the rail, you know, if it stays up in show jumpers, you kind of breathe a sigh of relief. In show hunters, maybe you kick yourself a little bit.
This discipline is probably the one that's most closely judged as it would be in a normal hunter show, at least that we've seen so far.
That's a good point.
The other ones that we've seen, and even the field hunters, there's not a lot of subjectivity in that. It's, you know, with show hunters, it's like, what's your time? How many rails did you drop? This one is very much on style, how you look, how rhythmic you are. And with this horse, we had talked about this being a possibility. Is she's a little rattled in here. She also was really nervous about going past the big screen, and she's a little bit up. She looks actually a little bit more like the jumpers that we saw. So she was able to set back and get that ad in there, but does not quite have that rhythm that we're looking for, that some of the others displayed earlier. So she obviously had a really good round, or a couple rounds, earlier in the week, but sometimes it's a little different environment in here.
That was Eloquent Ethel and Stephanie Framer, and now we will have the leaders coming into the finale to do their show hunter round, and it'll be number 1179, and that's Still Dreaming, ridden by Charles Harefield, whom we saw ride Win the Shake earlier, so making the finale is a major accomplishment. Making the finale with two horses in the same discipline is an incredibly impressive accomplishment, and that's what Charles Harefield has done. And the horse that Charles will be riding next is a 5-year-old chestnut gelding named Still Dreaming, who's sired by Flatter, and Flatter stands over at Claiborne Farm. And Donna, who are some of the sires? We were talking earlier, because this is the second Flatter baby that we've seen in the finale. Some of the sires that you've been particularly impressed with as you read through some of these pedigrees.
Well, you see the whole gamut of sires as you read through the pedigrees, and that's one of the things that really strikes you, is that there's certainly no particular pedigree that's going to give you a better chance to make it to the Thoroughbred Makeover. But yes, you've seen Curlins and Flatters and Tappets and horses that would go for definitely 6 figures of a sale as a yearling, and they don't necessarily pan out to be a racehorse, but we've seen some beautiful athletic performances from them. But I think Flatter in particular is a horse who just has a reputation for just creating a really beautiful, well-balanced horse. They're almost always bay, just like him, and they are almost always beautiful and well-balanced, as he was.
This horse that we'll see in a moment, Still Dreaming, sold for $460,000 at Keeneland in 2017. So you're right, Flatter, very much a well-regarded sire for racing. And Ashley, you have a particular affinity to Flatter. Pretty much anything by Flatter, like, you know what? We'll give this one a chance in the show ring.
But for opposite reasons, as Donna said, I look for sport horse prospects, and I have never seen a bad Flatter baby in any of the sport horse disciplines.
This horse had some success on the track, broke the maiden at Laurel Park in Maryland in 2019, and ran in Graded Stakes Company a couple of times in Florida and in Maryland, and was second in the Easy Goer Stakes that takes place on Belmont weekend at Belmont Park back in 2019, the last start that this horse made, and now transitioning to being a show hunter with the very talented rider Charles Harefield. Ashley, you've competed at the Makeover before with 2 horses, and you really need a whole team behind you, as Donna mentioned, with recognizing the racetrack workers by Godolphin. I think a lot of these trainers would recognize the people that have come with them to help groom, tack their horse up, especially with a quick back-to-back that this rider has had.
Absolutely. If you're going back-to-back like that, as kind of that we saw Britt Vegas do earlier, where she had to actually make a tack change in between, but it's not something that's very easy to do alone. You do need to have a crew, and they're generally very dedicated, loyal, knowledgeable, and love those horses just as much as the person who's on their back.
And who's the talented person who does that beautiful tail?
That is definitely a trademark in the hunters. I'm fairly certain all of them had that. When you go to a hunter show, you're going to see all those tails braided in such a way.
Now that I've gotten involved in the sport horse world, I do appreciate when some of the racing owners and trainers take the time to braid their horses. Steve Asmussen was just in a Inside the Groom Bag feature for Pollock Report about how he braids all his horses, and we saw Steve at the Preakness, and I said, Steve, you probably don't get told this much when people come up to you at the racetrack, but I love that you braid your horses.
Well, as it said in the article, he gets that from his mother, Marilyn Asmussen, who always did it, and now he's got a groom who does it. And it didn't mention in the article that Steve is actually very, very good at it. He's about as good as I've ever seen, but he doesn't braid a lot of manes anymore himself.
So Charles was encouraging that horse forward through that line, it looked like.
Ashley, what are you saying? He looks smooth to me, but what are your thoughts?
He does have a nice rhythm, and one thing that does play apart is he's got a really nice big structure. This horse is really nice. He's really leggy, and he truly looks the part of a hunter as well as moves that way.
Yeah. And he's one of the rare non-bay flatters, but he's still got that beautiful frame.
I'm a big fan of chestnuts.
So this horse, Still Dreaming, ridden by Charles Harefield out of the dam Seeking Gabriel by Forestry, that makes this gelding a half-brother to the former Kentucky Derby winner, Nyquist.
And he might be worth just a little bit more now after that beautiful round.
100%. So that'll do it for the finale rounds for the show hunter discipline, and scores will be tabulated by our judges. Thank you to our judges for show hunter. Sissy Wicks, Nancy George, also listed in the program that was involved in helping bring this competition together. Nancy Kohler-Cunningham. The course once again designed by William Robertson. And thank you to our stewards and all of the volunteers as well. You can keep up with the live scoring on tvmakeover.org. And a reminder about how the scoring works, different than maybe how the traditional scoring would be for some of the disciplines, because it's judged subjectively with a lot based on the horse's aptitude in their retraining and their potential to be a star in this discipline. Perhaps the show hunter discipline, the scoring at the makeover may be the one that more closely mimics how they'll be scored in a traditional show hunter ring. The preliminary rounds that took place this week, the top 5 coming to the finale, and all 5 riders and horses carrying their scores into the finale, and then their finale score is added to the totals, and then we'll be able to crown the champion in the discipline, as well as recognizing the top 10 in addition to the top amateur, the top team, the best conditioned, and the TCA award winner. And you heard in how I introduced some of these horses that they've gone through a number of different aftercare programs, New Vocations in particular, very well represented among the show hunter finalists. And thank you to Beyond the Wire, who were the sponsors of this discipline. So in a moment, we will have confirmation that the results are correct, and we'll be able to recognize the top 10 for show hunters. As we await the award ceremony, want to thank some of the great supporters of the Thoroughbred Makeover. EverythingHorses.com is your nationwide source for buying and selling English equestrian consignment. Visit them and pick up your free clean-out consignment kit and swag at their EverythingHorses.com trailer or outside of the official RRP store. Time now to recognize the winners for the show hunter discipline sponsored by Beyond the Wire. In 10th place, number 1096 Juder, ridden by Team K Equestrian. And these are the top finishing team for the show hunter discipline at the Thoroughbred Makeover. Finishing in 9th place, number 1118 Miss Rage, ridden by Aaron Cost. Eighth place went to number 1135 R. Paul Thomas, ridden by Christina Ellison. Finishing in 7th place, number 1028 Black Tavish and Deborah Ward. In the 6th place, number 1156 Robbie Jones, ridden by Kelly Junta. Now coming in the ring, the 5th place finisher, number 1203 Win the Shake, ridden by Charles Harefield. Fourth place, number 1051 Cruisin' Comet and Sarah Joy Crane Mount. Yeah, how do you do those two? It's incredible. With an amateur rider. Now the 3rd place finisher, 1066 Eloquent Ethel, ridden by Stephanie Framer. And Eloquent Ethel and Stephanie Framer also the winner of the Thoroughbred Charities of America Award for show hunters. In 2nd place, number 1073 First Commander, ridden by Catherine Jenkins. Also the top amateur finisher. And the winner of the class of 2020 Mega Makeover for the show hunter discipline with a score of 276.50. Congratulations to number 1179, Still Dreaming, ridden by Charles Harefield. Also recognizing the top junior finisher, that was number 1001, Abatement, ridden by Reese Dorsey, and the Best Conditioned Award winner, sponsored by Nina Bonney, Black Tavish, number 1028, ridden by Deborah Ward. After some rhythmic show hunter rounds for the top finishers in the ring, you're welcome to let your horse out if you like and take a lap around the stadium or the show hunter ring here inside the TCA Covered Arena. Yeah. Ashley says maybe we'll call it a victory canter rather than a victory gallop.
You going to be okay on the hunters as far as saying anything?
What do you mean? As far, yeah, I think we're good. Yeah. Do you want to jump on? Or? Okay. The success of the family of the winner with Still Dreaming out of the dam Seeking Gabriel, who produced the former Kentucky Derby winner Nyquist, who was sired by Uncle Mo, and now this gelding sired by Flatter, a retired racehorse project Thoroughbred Makeover winner. And there they are on screen, Charles Harefield, and Still Dreaming. I don't really, it's JJ Horowitz 1. Ashley, one of the horses that was in the top 10 that you mentioned when we announced the results, Robbie Jones, what a cool combination to be top 10 in both hunters and in eventers.
Yeah, I don't know how you do that. Those are two very, very different disciplines, and to be able to get nice and steady and place so well, 6th in hunters and then 5th in eventing is really impressive. Those are two completely different ways of going. Not to mention with an amateur rider. Really, really impressed with that pair.
So far we have had the eventer discipline, which was won by legends Hope and Jazz Napravnik, show jumpers, Canton Comet and Samantha Fawcett, and now show hunters, Still Dreaming and Charles Harefield. And for all of you who are here or following at home on the live stream, that the discipline winners will go against each other for the crowning of Thoroughbred Makeover Champion, as well as the People's Choice Award, and you all can vote on the People's Choice Award, and then the judges across all of the disciplines will come together and decide who the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion is. The Thoroughbred Makeover Champion Award, sponsored by Churchill Downs, with a $10,000 prize to join the list of great OTTBs that have come through the Thoroughbred Makeover competition, and then the People's Choice Award that will be something that you can all vote on. It will be sponsored by Achieve Equine, and the winner of that will have the opportunity to make a $2,500 donation to the 501c3 aftercare organization of their choice. So now the TCA Covered Arena will undergo another transformation from show hunters to field hunters sponsored by the Masters of Foxhounds Association. While we have a moment as the hardworking volunteers are going to change up the course for field hunters, want to recognize Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital, who'd like to welcome you to the 2021 Thoroughbred Makeover, with locations in Saratoga, New York, Lexington, Kentucky, and Wellington, Florida. Rood and Riddle is dedicated to the care of show and sport horses, providing skilled practitioners with expertise in sports medicine, lameness, imaging, podiatry, reproduction, and surgical services. Also, thank you to the Grace and Jockey Club Research Foundation that has been funding equine research to let horses of all breeds live healthier lives. You can donate today by texting Horse Health to the number 243-725. This is a friendly announcement to those of you who are on the grounds who have golf carts. If you can please move the golf carts away from the winner's circle area, where the winners then go to take a picture that will be a memory that will last a lifetime after the competition. We have the winner's circle on the racetrack, and we're grateful to have a winner's circle here at the Kentucky Horse Park. But if you can move the golf carts away from the winner's circle area, that would be much appreciated. Equine Equipment is proud to sponsor this great event and applaud everyone's passion in helping our great sports athletes. Thank you, Retired Racehorse Project, for your efforts. And if your farm or facility needs any equipment, please check out the great savings that Equine Equipment offers in the United States and Canada on brands like New Holland Toro, Exmark, Ventrac, Farm Paint, and Tenda Horses. Equine Equipment says good luck to all.
Jonathan, you mentioned earlier that all the judges from all the different disciplines will come together and decide on a final winner. How do they do that? Because they've all judged their own individual discipline.
So then the top finisher in each discipline will return to the ring, and the judges will have watched all of the competition. They'll rank who they think is overall the best, and that's tough to do. I mean, how do you compare a great barrel racer to a great show hunter? But just kind of looking at the retraining that the horse has in their specific discipline, they'll rank a top 10, but also each of the discipline winners will have the chance to take the microphone and maybe tell a little bit about their background and the story that they have in retraining their horse. So the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion, it does recognize the great horse in terms of competition, but it's also being a great ambassador for off-the-track thoroughbreds as well. It's a tough thing to do, and the way the Makeover Champion, since the event has come to the Kentucky Horse Park, it's been given out by TCA, it's been given out through an applause meter, it's been given out through text voting. I mean, it's really hard to determine who the best is across all the different disciplines. I guess if you made a comparison to the Breeders' Cup, it would be like you have the winner of the Distaff, the winner of the Classic, the winner of the Juvenile, and then at the very end you say, who was the best Breeders' Cup horse of all?
Oh gosh, that would be tough. If you ask at the end of the day, what was the overall best performance, and you can only pick one. And so, yeah, the judges definitely have a tough decision to make. And yeah, I wouldn't envy their position.
And there will be one champion, but I mean, they're all champions in their respective disciplines, but we all kind of, we want one champion overall to say who the best is, but at the end of the day, I think we can appreciate all the performances by the winners, but frankly, I appreciate the performances by the horses who are maybe newer in their retraining, and maybe they don't canter the whole course, maybe they trot the course, but if after each round, the rider can pat the horse on the neck, and the horse can leave feeling good about themselves, and the rider can feel good about themselves, then that's a win overall in this competition.
And one big takeaway that has really evolved very well from the makeover is that initially this was like the big show is what everyone was working towards, and now the idea is that this is just the beginning. This is one step in a long process of evolving a sport horse or a ranch horse or a trail horse. But there's so many different steps, and it's great to see that everyone truly gets what this is. And this is the beginning. This is the gateway to starting a new career with a horse. This is not the be-all, end-all. It's great to win. It's great to have your victory lap in here, but this is really all about making that first step and then continuing after this.
And how amazing is it that with the retired racehorse new in their retraining as the common denominator, you can have a competition where an Olympic rider can compete against a junior, can compete against an amateur, where an amateur can go out on the cross-country course that they run the Kentucky 3-day event. So this is such a unique competition in that regard, in that because of the dynamic with the horses straight off the track and where they are in their retraining, it brings together not only such a range of horses, but such a range of riders as well. So that's how we'll do it, Donna. I'm not sure how we're going to get it done, but somehow at the end of the day, we are going to crown one Thoroughbred Makeover Champion, and this year the trophy is sponsored by Churchill Downs, who runs the Kentucky Derby and all of the great races, and now they're recognizing some of the great performances by horses after they retire. One announcement for those that are here in the covered arena, it's about parking around the covered arena concourse and in front of the winner's circle. Please move your cars to keep the area around the covered arena clear, and please do it immediately, because the officers here at the Kentucky Horse Park will be issuing tickets to those that are still parked around the covered arena, and please move your cars at this time to designated areas. In addition to the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion Award, there are a number of special awards that are being given out by different breeding organizations and aftercare organizations. So we did announce earlier the top Maryland bred horse award, and it went to the winner of Eventing Legends Hope. ridden by Jazz Napravnik, and that award sponsored by Judy Hartman's Copper Beach Stables that gave a $3,000 cash prize to the highest awarded Maryland-bred horse. You also have other states that are recognizing their top bred horses in the makeover. The top Kentucky bred horse, sponsored by the Kentucky Thoroughbred owners and breeders, will give a $6,500 cash prize awarded to the highest placed Kentucky bred horse in the competition. The top Louisiana bred horse, sponsored by the Louisiana Thoroughbred Breeders Association, is a $5,000 cash prize to the top Louisiana bred winner in the makeover. Other states recognizing the top bred horses across the competition. Pennsylvania's Bred Award, sponsored by the Pennsylvania Horse Breeders Association. The Empire State Success Story Top New York Bred Horse Award, sponsored by the New York Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association, New York Racing Association, and New York Thoroughbred Breeders Incorporated. And California, represented by the Top California Bred Horse Award, sponsored by Georgia Ritter Foundation in honor of After the Finish Line. Some of the different aftercare organizations that have sponsored awards: TAA with the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance Graduate Award, to the rider of the highest placed TAA horse and TAA accredited organization that have rehomed that horse, Canter USA, with a special prize to the top horse that came out of Canter's retraining and adoption program. The Iron Horse Award, sponsored by Mid-Atlantic Horse Rescue, and the Delaware Park Horse Aftercare Initiative Award. A number of aftercare organizations will be recognizing their top horse that came through their aftercare program that is competing at the Thoroughbred Makeover. And Thoroughbred Charities of America has an award winner after each discipline as well. One of the awards that I'm particularly fond of, because it goes back to my home racetrack in Colorado of Arapahoe Park. Arapahoe Park, the racetrack, has sponsored an award for the top finishing horse that raced at Arapahoe Park, and Ashley and I are very much involved in the racing at Arapahoe Park, and there were 3 horses that competed at Arapahoe Park in the makeover, just 3 among the hundreds, but of those 3, 2 of them we're going to see in the finale, and all 3 of them won ribbons. So that's something that I'm personally proud of as someone who represents the racetrack, Bally's Arapahoe Park, that's having their closing day of racing today. So they're not just doing things on the track, but also off the track as well.
Everyone has their own personal stories, and this is one. We love our Colorado horses. And one note also, Ms. Battlefield, who's in the Field Hunters coming up right after this, Autumn, who's her owner and trainer and rider, they're loading up and headed back to Colorado because she wants to get opening hunt, which is tomorrow in Colorado.
As we clear the arena now to get the first horse and rider in for the Field Hunter division, sponsored by Masters of Foxhounds Association, now let's learn a little bit more about the Field Hunter discipline. It's a breathtaking sight to behold, the Field Hunters for the Thoroughbred Makeover over the gorgeous grounds at the Kentucky Horse Park.
It was a beautiful, crisp, foggy morning, and the whole environment is just really awesome to see. If you get a chance, it's definitely worth seeing.
Horses and riders in the Field Hunter discipline compete under saddle at the walk, trot, canter, gallop, halt, back, and stand.
All of the horses pretty much at the track are not trained to stand. It's not anything that's required for their job, and most every horse that comes off the track needs to learn how to wait and be patient.
Then they have an individual test that includes several fences, a gate to be opened and closed, a rail to be dropped, and other situations that may come up on a hunt.
Yeah, there we go. I like it.
Plus there's a stirrup cup and mock hunt. The discipline presents quite a variety of new challenges to the former racehorses at the Thoroughbred Makeover.
There are a lot of very successful field hunters that are thoroughbreds and fit right into that mix, but it definitely is a much different environment. There's a lot more energy, a lot more noise, and a lot of activity going a lot of different places. So more for the horse to pay attention to, and a lot of times it takes a little getting used to.
So next up is Field Hunters, and Ashley, you were out there with the Field Hunters during the mock hunt and some of their prelim rounds. It's going to be very different to have them inside, but of the disciplines that I think produce some of the most gorgeous videos and gorgeous pictures, it is this discipline, especially when you have the hounds involved as well.
The mock hunt was really, really a sight to see. It was early. The sun was just rising. There was fog out on the fields. You're at the gorgeous Kentucky Horse Park, and to see all of those horses out there it's just breathtaking. And you put the whole thing together, you get the whole group out there, you get the hounds going. I was very blessed to be able to go out and see that and be a part of it. And now here we are in a very, very different environment. And so, like we had said with hunters, there's a little shakeup with the finale because this is a different environment. So particularly field hunters that we've seen so far, they're very used to being out in the field, being out in the open, big environments. And this is a big environment, but in a very different way. We're closed in, but there's a lot of stimulation around. So
Ashley,
we'll see how they handle.
Also, from what we see, when you watch field hunting, they're also used to being in their herd. Just like, when horses race, they race in their herd. So is it different for them to come in here and be the lone horse in the arena?
Yes, it definitely can be. And there's a lot of horses that would do not very well in that group environment. So the horses that are really comfortable and do really well in the group environment, they might be a little unnerved coming inside and coming out on their own if they get a little bit of the security from the horses around them.
We want to thank our judges that have, for many years, been involved with the Thoroughbred Makeover and judging Field Hunters this year. Again, we have Christy Claggett from the Marlboro Hunt and Lieutenant Colonel Dennis Foster from the Master of Foxhounds Association, and judging as well as Maggie Wright, the owner of Champagne Run and a member of the Iroquois Hunt, and the Field Hunter steward was Cheryl Microwdis-Kos. Thank you to all of the officials, and now we will put the spotlight on the horses and riders. The first horse and rider to go, number 1186, is Tempstad, ridden by Nicola Dines, and Nicola also competed in freestyle this week. So Ashley, while we watch the competitors go, what are they going to be doing here for Field Hunters that simulates being out on the hunt outdoors?
This is a little different from the other jumping disciplines you've seen. There are different challenges that you might see out there on the field than you're going to see in here. So it's not just going out and jumping. They have to demonstrate dropping a jump. They need to halt. They need to be able to trot a jump. It's not just, it's almost the opposite of show hunters where you want the exact same rhythm. You need to show rideability, adjustability, and being able to make changes with your horse and handle different things out there, not just going over these clean, quiet jumps.
And we'll see something a bit different after coming through this part of the course. Having to drop the rail. Tempstad has the barn name of Tadpole, and Nicola talks about this horse's huge personality Also sometimes has the barn name of Grumpy Cat, she says.
That is a very valuable tool, and it's one that you're not going to see in a lot of the other disciplines where you're asked to gallop and then halt.
Yeah, easier said than done on most thoroughbreds.
That's Tempstad and Nicola Dines, a horse that was graded stakes placed on the track in the 2017 Saratoga Special. Kicking off the first of 4 riders that are in the finale for Field Hunters. Next horse and rider to go, number 1140, Paige McKenney, ridden by Jazz Napravnik. And Jazz already riding her other horse, Legends Hope, in the eventing and show jumping finals, winning eventing, and now here with Paige McKenney in the finale for Field Hunters. And Donna, this horse, we know from the racetrack.
Yeah, I just noted to Ashley this horse earned nearly $2 million on the racetrack. He had 58 starts, won 22 races. He was with a trainer named Mary Epler, who trains up in Maryland, and she's a really, really good trainer. And really trains all over the Northeast. You can see this horse has run at Monmouth and Pimlico and Mountaineer and Penn National and Laurel, and so he's been around and been around the racetrack quite a few times, but maybe not been around a ring like this so much.
One thing I think, though, is that when you have those successful horses on the track, they have a classiness about them, a desire to do the job, and so whether it's racing or another sport, just the way they carry themselves is a little bit different.
Absolutely. I think that, you know, that's the sign of any athlete, actually, is not just the way that they work out and physically look, but the way that they, their demeanor, the way that they carry their confidence. And you can see that he does not appear to be anxious. He looks like he's quite content with his rider. And one of the things that makes a rider like a horse is that open line of communication, a horse that will really allow you to communicate either a sense of urgency or a sense of calm or whatever it is that you want to communicate to that horse. When they get it and that line of communication is open, magic happens, and you find that the horses who are the most successful at the racetrack are really good communicators.
It's just up to us to be able to listen to them sometimes.
Yes.
And communicate back effectively, Ashley says. So this horse, a graded stakes winner, the General George Stakes at Laurel in 2016. Also placed in the 7-figure Charlestown Classic in 2015, and as Donna said, $1.9 million in earnings, and the number of stakes races that the horse ran in successfully up until the very end. Start number 58 was the 2018 Monmouth Cup, and that was a third place finish in that grade 3 contest.
And I absolutely love the look of this horse. He's so nicely put together and just a true classic thoroughbred look. And you think of those old paintings, often the fox hunters with fox hunters and the hounds. Like, this is the horse that you look to see. Just a lovely long neck, long legs, a gorgeous head on him. And then you add that demeanor on top. We've just seen him walk around now, but to come in here so calm and cool, definitely wants a job, likes a job, happy to do a job.
Yeah, it's not so much what he does, but the way he does it. He just has that really, just really cool cat sort of vibe to him. I look back on his past performances, by the way, and Rosie Napravnik never rode him. It would have been fun to see if Rosie had ridden him, and now her sister Jazz Napravnik aboard.
I mean, that could have given Jazz a little of an edge. Say, hey, when you ride this horse, he does this.
Yeah.
Not that she needs it.
Right. And I'm sure he's very different in the arena here and out in the field than he is at the racetrack.
We have had some jockeys, actually, that have competed in the Thoroughbred Makeover. Rosie has, but some jockeys that have ridden their makeover horse on the track, like Kelsey Purcell and Shia Johnstone, and now we get the whistles. So after the way that you both talked about how this horse has just carried himself, I'm now interested to see how he goes around and how he jumps.
And this is obvious since he's in the finals, but the judges had really, really nice things to say about this horse doing his job in the preliminary rounds. Again, great rhythm, ears perked, listening, really fabulous jump.
Changed leads a couple of times through that line.
He's feeling pretty proud of himself.
Yeah.
He's like, watch me make it look easy.
We'll do one 10-piece.
Again, those combos can be tricky for green horses, and I'm sure there's not a ton of flowered combos that field hunters will see, and he just got a little excited about seeing those two in a row, and don't even think really even cared about the first one, was just excited to get to the second.
So, meaning he might have dropped that back leg a little soon as he was mentally approaching the second one already.
Yeah, he was focused on that second one and just got a little excited that stride before and just locked his back a little bit. And once you get that tension, that's when their back legs will drop a little bit.
Well, he put himself in a nice position to make it easy for Jazz to drop the rail, and then
yes,
trots right over.
Yeah, handled that better than the first one. Who was a little nervous presenting to that. And this actually demonstrates one of my favorite exercises at home is having jumps of varied heights. Now, I don't make my horses go up and drop the rail or let me drop the rail while I'm on their back, but to be able to go do a little jump in the middle of a course with bigger jumps and then do what looks like probably one of the biggest jumps on course right after really lets you see how your horse manages different heights and different stimulus.
That was beautiful. He picked up a pretty good amount of speed.
Yeah, he was very happy to move out.
But then came right down to the halt after picking up the gallop. Great round turned in by Jazz Napravnik and Paige McKenney. Next in the ring, we'll have the horse and rider that were in second coming into the finals, number 1123, Miss Battlefield, ridden by Autumn Sorensen from Centennial, Colorado, aboard this Colorado-bred 9-year-old dark bay mare. Miss Battlefield made 33 starts, 32 of them coming in her home state at Bally's Arapahoe Park, the racetrack that's having their final day of the 2021 season, and where Autumn has worked all season as a vet in the test barn. Autumn also involved with the Arapahoe Hunt and takes many horses off the track in Colorado to be part of the Arapahoe Hunt. And Autumn incredibly dedicated to field hunting, Ashley, because she's here competing in Kentucky, but she's going to go straight home right after the competition. Why is that?
She does not want to miss opening day of hunt tomorrow back in Colorado, so is headed out home right after this to drive 17 hours to make opening hunt.
Well, I'm excited to see this horse go around because I announced her in 32 races, and now I get to announce her in the Thoroughbred Makeover finale.
32 races is a lot of races to run in, much more for you to have announced her that many times.
I wonder if she recognizes my voice at all.
Looks like she just gave you a wink coming down that line.
I'm flattered. I've grown fond of many of these horses as well.
That was really lovely, and if you've got a good eye, you could see that she had to make the adjustment. Ms. Battlefield there saw her distance, and Autumn helped her move up to be able to make that without getting a choppy jump right into it. And she handled that really well. You see, to make that distance, you got to step back a little bit, and that's sometimes not how the field hunters do it. So that was well ridden.
This pair had tied for the highest score on the mock hunt during the prelims on Thursday morning. And we've seen this horse event, Ashley, in Colorado.
This horse has been around a lot, has raced a lot, has hunted a lot, but has only evented a little, and it's really impressive to see. She has this nice, quiet, calm demeanor everywhere I've ever seen her.
She seems very attentive, not only to the things around her, but also to what riders, what cues the rider is giving her.
They are definitely a very matched pair.
This isn't an easy line that they have to do at the end.
Oh, that was a great adjustment right there. That looked so smooth. There she goes.
Well, she'll stop if she hits the wall.
Ms. Battlefield and Autumn Sorensen. Horse goes by the barn name of Thistle. Ashley, what do you think of that round by Miss Battlefield?
I really liked how that combo line was ridden, as well as the two cross-country jumps. She really displayed some adjustability and rideability and being able to set back, which is not always natural for these horses to do, definitely not in this environment.
So now to the leaders in the prelim competition coming into the finale. Number 1208 Zapper, as the name might suggest, a big gelding sired by the great Ghost Zapper, and ridden here by Cameron Sadler, an amateur rider from Southern Pines, North Carolina. The top two in the standings, both amateur riders, and this horse Zapper had 15 starts on the track with one win, racing in the Mid-Atlantic area to start off his career and retiring in 2019 from Indiana Grand.
I can see why this horse scored so well on demeanor. Looks like has been doing this for a very, very long time. Just we'll see how it shakes out over the course, but does not look like a lot is going to bother this one.
So before she starts, I'll tell you a quick story about the breeder, Kendall Hansen, he owned a horse and bred a horse named Hansen. And so most of the horses you see that are bred or co-bred by Kendall Hansen or by Hansen himself. But when Hansen ran in the Bluegrass Stakes, he was a white horse. He was gray, but almost white. And he wanted to paint his tail blue for University of Kentucky. And, of course, the stewards didn't allow that. So he had 2 models that he paid to come to the Keeneland, of all places, who were dressed in blue outfits that looked like they would have been in the Playboy Club with long blue tails cascading behind them.
Crazy. Showed he's a little proud of himself, gave a little bounce there, but somehow never lost the rhythm.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he switched leads, but he didn't lose the rhythm.
And just like the last pair, saw that distance from a long way away and was able to push that horse up so they didn't have to take a dig right before they took that jump. That was well done by both of them.
I like how the horse twitches the left ear and then locks on to the jump.
The ear is generally checking back in with his rider and responding to what's going on there. And wow, this horse is showing some really awesome rideability.
Yeah, that was almost a halt in the middle of his run. That was beautiful.
Now I'm excited to see the gallop and halt from this one.
I love the way she's able to do this on a loose rein with him. That was beautiful.
And that rail hit both his front and last leg and got almost no response out of him. And he's only 6. These are things that you can't make. They're just kind of born. Some just have this quiet way about them, and you can't change that.
But not only does he have a good mind and he'd be born with that, he also appears to have a real high level of trust with his rider.
That you can make.
Correct. Cameron Sadler is also an amateur rider from North Carolina, so we're seeing some almost professional level riding from an amateur rider.
Just an awesome pair. So beautifully done. Oh, I think he's going to wake up.
That was beautiful.
That was lovely. Took a little bit of convincing to bring him down, but again, we've talked. That is a hard feat. That is a lot to ask, especially a young thoroughbred.
Zapper and Cameron Sadler, and let's hear it for them as well as for all of the finalists in the Field Hunter division. And thank you to the Master of Foxhounds Association for presenting the discipline as they have for many years as part of the Thoroughbred Makeover. So scores will be tabulated for this discipline, and then we'll have the awards ceremony, and it'll then bring us to a course change as we'll go from the disciplines that have focused on being over fences to being on the flat, with dressage coming up next. I'm just impressed by the demeanor of many of these horses. And Ashley, you had talked earlier about how this discipline for the finale may be one of the more difficult ones to simulate versus what they would normally do, being inside. But these horses, I think, all handled it really, really well.
Yes, really, really impressed. I was expecting to see some horses be a little bit more affected with this environment, and they were all just awesome. Just really, really great showings from all of those finalists.
Yeah, I would say really from top to bottom, you didn't see any of them. Certainly none of them saw themselves on the screens and spoke from their own image up there, but I felt like they all just had a beautiful disposition, and I'm sure that had a lot to do with the relationship that they have with their rider also.
We were impressed by the intricacies of what they're being asked to do, to stand next to the jump, remove the rail, gallop, halt. The rideability of these horses was fantastic.
And that last one, Zapper, I was impressed with the fact that Cameron Sadler was able to give him plenty of rein and take that rail down with a loose rein. And then, as Ashley noticed from her vantage point, Ashley, part of the rail actually hit his hoof.
It hit both the front and back leg, and he had to move it so that the rail could drop, but no reaction whatsoever. I know many, many very seasoned horses that would not handle that very well.
I also have to give credit to these riders. The number of smiles that we're seeing on these riders, you can really see the enjoyment and the appreciation of what they're doing in here, and I think we can all feel really good about how it's all going.
To get to this point, you have to be true horsemen, you have to love your horse, and to make it up to the finale, you've got to have a connection with them. So this shows sometimes when you're in a new environment, you're not used to it, look to that partnership, and that'll get you through a lot.
Well, one of the things that Ashley said earlier to me when we were talking was that most of the riders who come here with these horses are not expecting to make the finals. They're just wanting to have a good day and maybe a couple of good days, a good outing with their horse. And so this really is the whole entire Thoroughbred Makeover for them is about relationship building, and for that relationship that they have to go so well to make it to the finals, I feel like that, they're already a winner to get here one and then to make it to the finals.
Yes, having competed here a few years past and been a part of it since it's been in Kentucky, really great to see the process going through. Everyone that gets to just physically gets here, like that is a win in and of itself. Everyone knows how many months it takes, how many ups and downs. Is my horse going to blow an abscess? There's so many different things that happens between when you sign up and when you get here, that when everybody gets here, even though you're competing against each other, it's almost like this new community that's been created just from this event, where everybody is happy to be here with everyone else because you have that shared experience. It's not just like showing up at a show that you signed up 2 weeks ago. You just pull your horse out of the stall and go for it. It's so much more about the journey and the relationship with your horse, and then all the people that you meet along the way. And it's a really cool community.
What I love also about this event is, yes, it's become an elite competition. I mean, there's $100,000 total in prize money, but that it represents so much more. The competition is great, but all of these riders recognize that what they're doing sends a message that is so important and has made such an influence since this event first started. So we're waiting for the confirmation that the scores are going to be good from our judges, and then we will have the ribbon ceremony and also recognize the top amateur, the top junior, the top team, best conditioned, as well as the TCA award. It's been a very busy morning so far in the TCA Covered Arena, looking back through the champions that we've crowned to this point. In eventing, we've had Legends Hope and Jazz Napravnik. In show jumper, we had Canton Comet and Samantha Fawcett. In show hunter, Still Dreaming and Charles Harefield. And now we will see who the top finishers are for the field hunter discipline. Here are the top finishers. 9 competed, and all 9 finishers to receive ribbons, and we'll recognize them inside the TCA Covered Arena. Finishing in 9th place, number 1091, I'm Charming, ridden by the Bridges Equestrian team, and they were the top team finishers in the field hunter discipline. Our 8th place finisher, number 1015, Athera, ridden by Cody Young. And Athera and Cody also the top finishing juniors for the division. Finishing in 7th place, number 1184, Talk Show Man, ridden by Lindy Gutman. Sixth place went to number 1177, Spanish Bay, ridden by the Galloping Gals of Long Island. The 5th place finisher, number 1207, You Betcha, and Karen Benson. In 4th place, number 1186, Tempstad and Nicola Dines. In 3rd place, number 1140, Paige McKinney and Jazz Napravnik. And they are also the recipients of the special Iron Horse Award, sponsored by Mid-Atlantic Horse Rescue, that's awarded to the highest place Iron Horse. Those are horses foaled in 2010 or earlier for this 2020 competition. The 2nd place finisher, number 1123, Miss Battlefield and Autumn Sorensen. And with their 2nd place, they will split the special Arapahoe Park Award presented by Bally's Arapahoe Park to the top finishing makeover horse that also raced at Bally's Arapahoe Park in Colorado. The winners of the Arapahoe Park Award, Miss Battlefield and Autumn Sorensen, together with Mr. Park and Britt Vegas, who were 2nd in eventing. The winner of the field hunter discipline for the class of 2020 at the Mega Makeover, and also the top finishing amateur with a score of 395.17. Congratulations to number 1208, Zapper, ridden by Cameron Sadler. And they also are the winners of the Best Conditioned Award, sponsored by Nina Boni. Also, the TCA Award for Field Hunters went to You Betcha and Karen Benson. And now they're enjoying their lap around the TCA Covered Arena. Congratulations to the top finishers. For the Field Hunter discipline, the winner Zapper and Cameron Sadler. Thank you to everyone who's in here in the TCA Covered Arena at the Kentucky Horse Park, and also to those watching on the live stream on tbmakeover.org, the live stream sponsored by the Maryland Jockey Club. And we're going to have a little bit of a break between these next two disciplines. The Field Hunter discipline and then dressage will be coming up next. We'll be clearing the arena of the jumps, dragging the arena as well, and then the next few disciplines will focus on the flat disciplines. Dressage comes up next. That'll be followed by polo, and then freestyle, barrel racing, competitive trail, and ranch work will close out the day. Thank you to First Racing, coast to coast from Santa Anita Park to Gulfstream Park. First Racing is committed to the health and safety of horses before, during, and after their racing careers. First Racing is proud to support the Retired Racehorse Project in their mission to provide a thoroughbred aftercare path and showcase the exceptional talents of our equine athletes on and off the racetrack. You can learn more at www.first.com1st.com. We saw the eventing discipline earlier, and a big day in eventing, not just here with the Thoroughbred Makeover, but also with the inaugural Maryland 5-Star. And the United States Eventing Association has partnered with the Retired Racehorse Project. Safety in eventing is of the utmost importance, and the USEA Foundation and the Frangible Technology Fund Committee have been fundraising to provide more cross-country courses with frangible technology. Please donate today at useafoundation.org. While the jumps are being removed and we have a break, we want to go back to one of the stories that we presented earlier this week for the Thoroughbred Makeover about the background of the dressage horse, with dressage coming up next, of the horse Underscore, and we talked during the last few disciplines about the Godolphin Lifetime Care Program and the Godolphin Lifetime Care Program coming together with the rider, Natalie Voss-Nevels, who had quite the background on this horse Underscore. Let's take a look at the big screen, and if you're at home watching on the live screen, the story A Decade in the Making of Underscore and Natalie Voss-Nevels. The journey of the 2017 Bay Gelding Underscore to the 2021 Thoroughbred Makeover goes back about a decade. It involves multiple generations and racing royalty. In 2012, Natalie Voss-Nevels, fresh out of college, groomed an unnamed Bay yearling filly for sales at Keeneland and Fasig-Tipton. She says that's the only horse during her time grooming that she, quote, lost my heart to.
They're at the post. They're off in the Whimsical Stakes.
The filly didn't meet her reserve at both sales, so she ended up going back to her breeders, Christine and Jay Hayden, in Ontario, Canada, and became their first racehorse under the name Unspurned. Natalie Voss-Nevels followed Unspurned's racing career, 16 starts from 2013 to 2015, all at Woodbine in Toronto.
Unspurned is trying to close at them on the far outside. Skylander Girl a narrow lead. Unspurned is surging. Skylander Girl, Unspurned, and Alan Garcia to win the Whimsical.
4 wins, the last of which came here in a graded stakes race, the Grade 3 Whimsical Stakes, over 6 furlongs on April 18th, 2015.
At the end of the day, we'll just be happy to get her home.
Very exciting for you. Congratulations to the whole family. Congratulations, ladies. Thank you, Jay.
Home as a broodmare, so I was trying to say.
Okay. Well, we'll add another good one to the broodmare colony, Unspurned.
Unspurned earned $492,000 on the racetrack, and her first foal, a bay son of sire Uncle Mo, sold for $400,000 at Fasig-Tipton at Saratoga in 2018. Natalie was similarly smitten by Underscore. Mother and son shared a similar personality. Underscore, a Bay Ontario bred like Unspurned, made his debut in a 6-furlong maiden special weight race at Oaklawn in Arkansas as a 3-year-old on March 7, 2020, with Joe Talamo riding the horse in the famous All Blue Silks of Godolphin racing royalty founded in the UAE.
Underscore split horses.
Natalie started referring to Underscore as Blueberry because that's what she said seeing Godolphin Blue on a racetrack's pan camera looked like. Of course, Blueberry also happened to be the barn name of the famous dressage horse Vallegro that won Charlotte Desjardins and Great Britain multiple Olympic gold medals. Minor injuries meant the end of Underscore's racing career after that one race. Then the Bay Gelding came to Voss-Nevels through Godolphin's Lifetime Care Program. Godolphin has been a longtime supporter of the Retired Racehorse Project. Voss-Nevels' journey that started with Unspurned almost a decade ago will now take her and Unspurned's first foal to the Thoroughbred Makeover. As a tremendous advocate for OTTBs, Voss-Nevels, the 3-time Eclipse Award-winning editor-in-chief for Pollock Report, has been chronicling the memories and lessons from first dressage tests.
We didn't start until late April, so with the time we had, that made the most sense to try. And then it turns out he's actually pretty good at this because he's built in such a way that the way I'm asking him to move at this point in his dressage training is very easy for him. So he doesn't mind doing it, and he's happy doing it. And so he ends up making me look real smart because he's a good little mover and he tries pretty well for the level that he's at.
To rolls in the mud. She's shared her experiences and advice on the Friday show for Pollock Report.
I've been very lucky with Blueberry because he's always had a very positive impression of people, clearly. He expects every interaction he has with a person to be pleasant. If you can be aware that the people riding them and handling them on the ground are approaching it, with an experienced perspective, you're going to make the job easier for the next person on the racetrack and the next person off the racetrack too.
When you do what Natalie said, then when a horse retires from racing, they're already steps ahead of other breeds because they've traveled from track to track. They've loaded on trailers. They've been around big crowds and a lot of different people. So when it's done right, they actually have a bit of a head start. Underscore is a testament to how many people in the thoroughbred industry have come together to make a difference.
It's worthy of a blue ribbon that goes quite nicely with Godolphin blue and a bay gelding named Blueberry.
So now in the announcer's booth in the TCA Covered Arena, we have the subject of that story, Natalie Voss-Nevels. And Natalie, you're surrounded by two of your biggest fans, and myself and Donna, and your husband Joe is filming over there as well. So we got to learn a little bit about your journey with the dam unspurned to the dam underscore that took you here to the Thoroughbred Makeover. How was your experience?
It was wonderful. You know, he finished up 40th out of about 89 in the dressage earlier this week, and I'm just thrilled with him. He handled the environment perfectly. I couldn't have asked for anything more.
Donna and I both read the Blueberry Bulletin, and we're both big fans of the Godolphin Lifetime Care Program. So to be part of this whole journey and of so many people coming together, what does it say for the bigger picture of what this event represents?
You know, I think it's a great example of how this can bring people together from the horse's racetrack life, from, you know, their early breeding, foaling life, all the way through to their next career. It's just been really great to see the support we've had from racing folks who aren't necessarily riders themselves or OTTB people to follow him into his next phase of life.
Natalie, earlier I was talking with Ashley Horowitz about how really the goal isn't to win this competition. The goal is to get here. And so not only did you get here, but you had a good showing. You said that your horse was really, really good in the dressage. So how proud of you are you for Blueberry just getting here, and how difficult was that journey?
Yeah, well, we actually didn't start under saddle until April. So we really only had 6 months to do this. We had a little bit of a bobble a week out with a small foot problem. We came back from that just in time. So we had lots of moments where we weren't totally sure we were going to make it. And my thing with him was just I wanted him to have enough experience horse showing to feel like he was mentally prepared for this. And that was really my only goal. Like, we'll go in there, we'll do the test the best we can, but I didn't want to overface him with the environment. And we accomplished that easily. He handled it really well and acted like he'd done it before when he hadn't. So
no meltdowns along the way.
No meltdown at all. If anything, I had to use quite a bit of leg to wake him up. Like, buddy, we got to go now. This is it.
That's great.
And you said now he's back home and loving life.
He is back home. He's back in his field with his friends. He took off bolting around the field a couple times last night, and I'm sure he's a muddy mess this morning, but he's probably very happy about it.
Well, now I'm going to ask you that question that you ask all trainers after they've won or run second in a big race. What's next for you and Blueberry?
Oh, it's a good question. We've been sort of thinking about what our goals should be for next show season. You know, this was our big goal for just this year, but next year we're thinking maybe some recognized dressage shows. We're going to keep working at the training level and maybe start adding first level in at some point next year. And I'm just excited to see how he handles it and where he takes me.
Great.
Now the dressage competition is coming up next, and a big part in your journey, we talked about how for the horses and riders that we see, it takes a whole team. But you have your trainer who's going to be competing in the dressage finals coming up next.
Yes, Stephanie Calandrillo of Greystone Stable is our trainer. She supports all of her students and their horse show goals and dreams, and we're just thrilled for her that she's first going into the dressage today. Most of the barn is here to cheer her on, and we're just so excited for her.
And she's also on a horse that was owned by Godolphin.
Yes, Dispatcher is also from the Godolphin Lifetime Care Program, and he's absolutely gorgeous. A very different type of horse from Blueberry. He's enormous and lovely and beautifully developed with this extra year.
We had a Godolphin horse that was second in Show Hunters in First Commander, and I imagine there's now some camaraderie that's being brought together by being part of the Godolphin family.
Absolutely. Like, one of the great things about this horse show is that it's just so easy to cheer for each other because we all know what it means to just be here, let alone get into the finals. So it's been quite a little team that we've gotten together in this last week to come cheer each other on.
Donna, you mentioned it on the live stream, but to tell the crowd here about what you were involved with Godolphin yesterday.
So yesterday at Keeneland, Godolphin sponsors, as you know, Natalie, the Thoroughbred Industry Employee Awards, and Godolphin's the only outfit that does this. So they've done it they do it in 5 countries now. They brought this to the United States, I want to say about 4 years ago. And so they have 6 different categories where they recognize whether it's dedication to breeding or dedication to racing or administrative, which is now named for Catherine McGee. And so it's really nice that Godolphin does that. They pay for the employees to come here from all over the United States. And so the 3 finalists who come here really are all winners because they get to come here, they get to tour some of the farms. And then in addition to that, they get a $7,500 win stipend to the person who wins it, but then also $2,500 to their staff back at the barn. So it's really a win for the whole operation. But really generous that Godolphin does that. For them to put this event on, it cost about $100,000, and they do that in 5 countries.
Wow.
It's great to see so many different racing operations that are now supporting aftercare. And Natalie, thank you for being part of it all. What's next for the Blueberry Bulletin? How can we follow the journey?
Well, I think there's at least a couple more editions of the Blueberry Bulletin, and I have really no idea what I'm going to cover in the next one, but he always gives me content, usually when I least expect it. So
he gives you very good content.
He's really writing the story, in other words.
Yeah, basically. Yes. But isn't that how it is with all horses, really? I think that's how it always goes.
Well, Natalie, thank you for all you do. Now you're not just talking the talk, but you're walking the walk with the OTTBs as well.
Awesome. Thanks so much for having me on.
Thank you. And thank you to everyone for being here. We're going to step away for a few moments while the ring is being dragged and being set up for the next discipline, dressage. And if you're here, you can turn your attention to the big screen and also watching on the live stream. We talked about Godolphin, we talked about all the organizations. It really takes a village for these off-the-track thoroughbreds, and we'll hear from some of the supporters of the Retired Racehorse Project.
Horses don't just move us, they move us. Transport us to a place, not one you reach by travel, but one you simply reach. It's about complete control and outright surrender. Something that's hard to explain, that you can only fully grasp with your hand around the reins. Horses make us better, and we make them better too. No matter what you ride, how you ride, or where you ride, this is why we ride.
In the thoroughbred industry, every year there are over 10,000 horses that are ready for a new career after racing. All of the nonprofit organizations cannot absorb that many horses in a given year. So you also need amateur equestrians and professional equestrians who part of their business model is taking horses and retraining them.
We started this organization because I knew, and a lot of my peers knew, that these horses were falling through the cracks. Nobody was really promoting them as riding horses. And we knew that if we educated folks in how to train them, a lot more would get second careers, and a lot more people would become better horsemen as well.
We're looking to get these horses into successful long careers. We're looking at them for all the incredible things that they can do. And so the RRP coming in and showing that it's very possible is a really big deal.
When a horse comes off of the racetrack, it's used to going fast. So you have to kind of slow their body down and slow their brain down. So it's just kind of reschooling their mind and their body. The demand for thoroughbreds after racing is definitely on the rise. We work really hard to try to educate the thoroughbred industry too, the owners and trainers, about all of the different right ways to transition their horses after racing. We do a lot of educational work through seminars and webinars and demonstrations and on our website and on our social media platforms to help people navigate that process and appreciate all of the different aspects of it. The Thoroughbred Makeover is our signature competition. It is the largest thoroughbred retraining competition in the world. It's open to retired racehorses in their first year of retraining after racing.
The Thoroughbred Makeover is a chance to showcase what all these horses can do in their second career.
Or whether it's a competition horse, a recreational riding horse, a lesson horse, a trail horse, there's so many other things that they can do.
You know, if you get out of the military and you're trained to do one thing one way, you might need to get a business degree or a master's degree to start a business. That's all we're doing for these horses. It does give us a lot of joy to watch a horse blossom, that relationship between the horse and its new owner and giving it the time to grow. Watching that connection between the human and the horse is pretty special.
Horses are mirrors. They are so generous as animals that when we take the time to kind of look inwardly and make sure that we are being the best version of ourselves, they pick up on a lot of feelings and a lot of whatever it is that we're bringing into a situation. We become better people by being better for them.
As domesticated species and athletes, horses and other companion animals have unique physical and emotional needs, and the many benefits of various therapies, including massage, acupressure, aromatherapy, and traditional mechanical treatments, can assist equines, dogs, cats, and other animals in their activities and aging process. The Northwest School of Animal Massage provides career training and courses for animal lovers, taught by professionals from within the industry, that addresses the many health challenges horses and companion animals face today. Here, all students are honored students, given the training, tools, and opportunity by highly experienced instructors to learn techniques that are proven to have profound effects on animals of all ages and stages. This is where you can turn your love of horses and companion animals into a fulfilling career. Learn more today about the Northwest School of Animal Massage, where the future is in your hands.
You don't stay in business over 140 years without delivering what you promise. At Hagyard, we promise to treat your horse as if it were our own, making their health our #1 priority. Because we know they're your #1 priority. Hagyard Equine Medical Institute and Hagyard Pharmacy, celebrating 145 years of care.
We wanted to build a great app for our thoroughbred community and give back to those who serve it.
We're not just shopping.
Where we're not just selling horses.
And we are not just shipping.
We're united!
OTTB United, in partnership with the Retired Racehorse Project, uniting the thoroughbred community under one feature-rich platform.
Here's a race we can all run. Introducing the Race to Give, an online giving and awareness campaign created by Hagyard Equine Medical Institute in cooperation with a number of industry partners and designed to support thoroughbred aftercare. Because what comes after can be just as exciting as their time on the track. Visit racetogive.org and invite your friends for a friendly competition to support this amazing cause. When we all participate, everybody wins.
Keeneland hosts some of the biggest stakes races in America during its fall meet. And with the fall meet coinciding with the retired racehorse project Thoroughbred Makeover, the largest thoroughbred retraining competition in the world, as well as the largest gathering of people with a professional interest in thoroughbred aftercare, here is a look at how some recent Keeneland Fall Stakes participants are faring nearby at the Kentucky Horse Park in Lexington.
And they're off in the Shadwell Turf Mile. Imperative is 8th. Ready for the start. And they're off in the Dixiana Bourbon. Heaven is Waiting is 11th. And they're off in the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes and Lipperell.
The Retired Racehorse Project thanks Keeneland for their support of the thoroughbred sport horse.
While the TCA Covered Arena is undergoing its next makeover from the field hunter discipline to dressage, a chance to check out many of the vendors that are here around the concourse inside the TCA Covered Arena. Also to check out the silent auction that is taking place. It's scheduled to close today. Some wonderful items from artwork to memorabilia to different experiences. So the silent auction continues to take place. There are a number of vendors around here and food and drink options as well. So I hope you're enjoying the competition as well as the festivities for the first of 2 finale days. This for the class of 2020 and tomorrow for the class of 2021 at the Retired Racehorse Project Mega Makeover.
time do we have?
We're just about set to resume competition with dressage, and to tell you a little bit more about the dressage discipline, we now turn your attention to a video to tell you about dressage at the Thoroughbred Makeover. The FEI, the international governing body for equestrian sports, calls dressage, quote, the ultimate expression of horse training and elegance. Often compared to ballet, the intense connection between both human and equine athletes is a thing of beauty to behold, close quote. At the Thoroughbred Makeover, dressage is one of the most popular disciplines in which off-the-track thoroughbreds compete. In 2016, Lauren Turner and Fairway King were named America's Most Wanted Thoroughbred after winning dressage at the Thoroughbred Makeover. One of the most famous thoroughbreds to excel in dressage was Keen, part of the United States bronze medal dressage team at the 1976 Olympics, ridden by Hilda Gurney. At the Thoroughbred Makeover, horses and riders will perform their choice of the 2019 U.S. Equestrian Federation Training Level Test 2 or the Western Dressage Association of America 2017 Basic Level Test 1. Then they will perform a 5-minute demonstration ride to showcase the level and quality of their training within the dressage training pyramid, judged on rhythm, relaxation, connection, impulsion, straightness, and collection. The dressage discipline at the Mega Makeover is sponsored by Turning for Home. Thank you to Turning for Home, and also thank you to our judges who are here all week providing their expertise. The judges for dressage: Lauren Annette, USCF Large R Dressage and Western Dressage Judge, and the dressage stewards all weekend, Jody Coford and Lauren Burke. For the prelims, each horse and rider had a set test that they all did, and then they were able to do a demo ride of their choosing, and the top 5 from the prelims returning to the finals, and they will do a freestyle ride. And for the finale, it takes place indoors inside the TCA Covered Arena, whereas the prelims took place out at Rolex Stadium. And for the finale, each of the riders are able to choose what music they would like to be played during their finale routine. Our judges are up in the club lounge so that they can judge as they would a dressage test from the vantage point being overseeing C in the dressage arena. And when we get the go-ahead from the judges, we'll invite our first horse and rider into the ring. The in-gate is ready to go. And when we get the word from the judges, we'll welcome our first horse and rider in. The first horse and rider will be number 1141, Park Hill Diamond, ridden by Jess Ramirez. Judges are ready, and so the first horse and rider are in the ring, and the judges will let us know when the horse can go into the arena. And then we'll also time the 5 minutes for their routine. And Jessica, you had mentioned that we can start your music a little bit early because you have some time before. Yeah, I guess when we get the signal from you, we'll start your music. And now we can whistle you in. We're ready with your routine whenever you're ready. We'll start the music for you. When she enters or when she... When she enters. This horse, Park Hill Diamond, ridden by Jessica Ramirez. Part of the class of 2020 and is part of a team with the Marble Hill Farm equestrian team. And Ashley, this is where the different environment does make a difference for a horse that's been used to competing outside.
Yes, there's something to be said about having a range of different things to expose your horse to. And the field hunters that came in and all were almost completely unrattled by this environment because they've seen, just since the racetrack, so many different things, big open, they've been in closed spaces, they've seen jumps, they've seen wildlife, they've seen all kinds of different things and have been exposed to more. And with the working ranch horses will have seen and been exposed to so much. A lot of the focus with dressage is on building specific muscles in the horse and really some very specific movements. So a lot of that happens in a more closed-in area. So sometimes they have they become a bit more sensitive to new environments. And this shows an absolutely lovely horse. You can see a totally different type than most of the horses that we've seen so far this morning. Just very big, impressive horse, very flashy movement, a lot of knee, comes up over his shoulder really, really nicely, and so much talent in this horse, but green and probably has not had enough exposure to handle a big environment like this arena.
I mean, one of the things to remember about a competition like the Thoroughbred Makeover, it's important to see the potential of these horses. And this is a horse with that knee action that shows tremendous potential. I mean, almost like Grand Prix potential.
Yeah, just not even the knee action. You've got this gorgeous hind end that is so beautifully put together. It's a big, impressive horse that looks like some of those nice imported warm bloods that you would see.
That, yeah, it's just incredibly flashy.
Yeah, and I'm sure when he was on the racetrack, someone said that horse is made to be a dressage horse, and he certainly is. And we've talked throughout the morning about how this is just the beginning for these horses. And you see already just in these, he's been going for almost 4 minutes now, but he's finally starting to settle, and we're seeing a little bit more about what this horse was probably looking like in the arena in the prelims.
The dressage horses, the really good ones, they all have a presence about them. And this horse's neck, I mean, and even, when he was a little bit rattled, like you could tell that he had a presence about him that I think is something that inherently they need.
Yes, he was demonstrating upper level movements. They just had not been asked yet. Shows you the potential to be able to do those higher level movements. They're in there, and he was showing them and eventually put them on cue, and he is going to be quite an impressive horse.
30 seconds.
There we go, starting to get a bit of relaxation, starting to allow that rein out just a little bit, and he's meeting that contact. He's not running from it anymore, so this last little bit will really help show this horse's potential.
10 seconds. And that is Park Hill Diamond and Jess Ramirez. Quite a presence for this horse, and some lovely, lovely movements that we look forward to seeing this pair develop. Next in the ring, we have rider number 1077, Get Your Schmock On, ridden by Aaron Miller. Get Your Schmock On, an 8-year-old bay gelding that had 1 win and 22 starts on the track before coming to Aaron Miller, a professional rider out of Plymouth, Michigan. This horse, an Indiana bred that made all 22 starts in his career at Indiana Grand Race Course. And we'll await the signal from the judges to let Erin know that she can enter the ring with Get Your Schmock On. And the judges are ready for you now.
And this horse has very similar features to the first one we saw. Again, there's a certain type you look for if you want to have a nice dressage horse and go up through the levels. Just when conformation really comes into play, you really have to have a nice shoulder with a really nice high tie-in to the neck, which allows them to bring that neck up and then set that hind end underneath themselves. Also, to make it up through the levels, you really need to show off a really nice, long, elegant leg, which both of these have. These first two horses have, but it's just a different type and a test to the variability you can get within the breed of thoroughbreds, where we have some that were 14 hands, and all the way up we have some that are almost 18 hands that are competing today, and this one definitely is higher up on that scale, but a lot of leg on this horse.
Dressage movements are something that people at the racetrack notice when a horse is working out, or maybe when they're coming back after a race. They'll all come down to the trot, and the ones that have that nice floaty trot, it's something that gets noticed at the track as well.
Yes, there's definitely a natural aptitude that is to be developed. Any horse can do dressage, but to be more and more competitive at the higher levels, there's certain components that almost have to be born into you. But anything can do it and can do the lower levels well and be competitive. But as you can see, there's a certain type you look for.
And one of those things is clearly a soft but not sensitive mouth. So you can see how that horse reacts. So I would just say elegantly to the rider's cues, but doesn't resist and gives in very easily, but not sensitive.
Very similarly explained with the hunters, but very differently executed, is you want it to look effortless. Like, it's very important that the rider does not look like they're working really hard, but it is a very, very different presentation than you see in the hunters. Ideally, to execute a good dressage test, the rider needs to sit up there and look like they are just sitting there and smiling and looking pretty while their horse does all of these beautiful movements underneath them.
And it's something that as you learn more about the sport, you learn to appreciate, because the conception, when they do make it look good, it's almost as if they've done nothing. But to actually, the horse is so sensitive to all those little movements, a shift in the weight by an inch, repositioning of the leg 1 inch forward or 1 inch back. These animals, as big as they are, especially the thoroughbreds, are very sensitive to every little change in aid that the rider gives.
And to go back to what Donna said, is you do need to have that soft, sensitive, light connection to the bit, because there's so much that's communicated that you have to be able to have that contact, that connection, without it being abrasive or withholding. So you need your horse to understand that connection and seek it out. If you don't have the horse reaching out to that contact, you're going to struggle to get those nice fluid movements and get that hind end really underneath themselves with any type of consistency.
And that's a good point, Ashley, that horse is really looking to that rider. What do you want me to do next? Now what? Now what? Not just having a mind of its own, but saying to the rider, okay, now what?
And this is also a discipline that's generally scored completely subjectively, but even so, they're looking for different things rather than simply judging each individual movement. 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Overall, there's a much higher value placed on this competition, looking for relaxation, connection, impulsion, straightness, and then the level of development.
10 seconds. And that is the time and the routine. Aaron Miller, and get your schmuck on.
So with the upper level dressage, we're used to seeing them have that halt in the middle of the ring and then the salute to the judges. I'm guessing that at this level, that would just be a bit much for them.
Well, with they're all doing the USDF test, and they are all starting with that, but this is a freestyle, so we are giving them a heads up, and you can choose to then halt at the end of your presentation, but it's not a set test where everyone's doing the same thing. So you'll see everyone come in and salute the judges, and that notes the beginning of the test or presentation, the freestyle, the demo. There's a number of ways to call it, but they're not required. I don't think you're going to lose points by not getting to that halt at that moment. I personally would love to see each one of these demonstrations end with a halt and a salute.
Next up, we'll have the routine for rider number 1065, the horse's elbow room, and the rider Helen Pianka from Granville, Ohio, a USDF bronze and silver medalist who has quite an affinity for OTTBs, given that her first horse was a one-eyed OTTB that she took all the way up to the FEI levels.
Judges ready.
The judges are ready for you. Helen, whenever you're ready, we'll see this pair twice today, not just in dressage, but in our discipline freestyle coming up later on this afternoon.
And this horse also seems to be a little affected with this environment. There's a lot going on, not so much as the first one, and we'll see if he settles down as his routine continues.
His horse Elbow Room, a New York bred 7-year-old chestnut gelding that went through the sales at Keeneland as well as Fasig-Tipton Saratoga before having a 23 race career in his home state of New York, retiring in July of 2019, had 4 wins and 8 top 3 finishes. And they'll be competing not just in dressage but also in freestyle later on this afternoon.
Nothing from roast beef. Oh, she's good. She's up. Yes. This horse's first dressage test in a show in 2020 came almost 1 year to the day after his last start as a racehorse, and he was high score for the whole show at open training level with a 75.7. Nice free walk there, seeing the horse extend, trying to meet the contact.
This rider definitely showing her experience in this discipline, put together a very nice routine showing really nice transitions and changes from walk to canter and putting together a lot of the movements that you would want to see beginning to move up through the levels in dressage.
And from the history of this horse, showed it at his very first test, so a horse who is taken to it right away, and especially with the training of someone like Helen Bianco, who's USDF bronze and silver medalist, and especially with the experience she's had with OTTBs.
I really love when dressage riders choose a bit more upbeat and current music. A lot of people feel like dressage has to have these quiet, classical, rhythmic beats, and it's very fun when you get someone who's very comfortable in this sport and can bring out a little bit of fun with it, with different music, and can pair that well with the rhythm that their particular horse has.
You may be catching glimpses of the music in the background, but we got the soundtrack from Top Gun on, and in the Olympic dressage a few of the riders had more of an upbeat soundtrack too, which was fun to see and got quite a good attention on social media for some people who may not normally follow dressage. 30 seconds. And that is the time for Elbow Room and Helen Bianca. And this pair will be back in the finale in freestyle. They're one of 7 horses and riders that have made the finale in multiple disciplines. Helen, a USDF bronze and silver medalist who has quite a range of experience on OTTB, starting with her first OTTB with one eye that she took all the way up the FEI levels. The dressage discipline here at the Mega Makeover, sponsored by Turning for Home, and the division sponsor will be providing additional prizes to top finishers as well. Next to go, we have number 1106, Little Acorn, ridden by Leah Marks. Had a 9-race career, and the judges are now ready to see how this former racehorse does here at the Mega Makeover. So the judges signaling in Leah Marks and Little Acorn.
So to me, this horse looks a little more like structured like some of the horses that we saw in show hunters or show jumpers or field hunters or any of the disciplines. Looks like a classic thoroughbred. I feel like those first two conformationally and structurally were standout horses that were really truly just meant as dressage horses. This is looking like a thoroughbred that's very versatile and can do a lot of different things, but has a moment of tension, a few moments here and there of tension, but overall really carries himself very balanced and steady and free. And that's what allows him to show those nice gaits with that nice freedom of shoulder. You see, she lets the reins go, and he immediately reaches down and searches and looks for that contact. So you don't just have to be born into the sport of dressage. There is that training and the building of proper muscle and connection with your rider that showed very beautifully here, where it's got lovely gaits, and they're not huge and extravagant, but they are very nice, particularly for an event like this where we are acknowledging, these are green horses, but this is really, really nice whole package of all of the things that you're looking for put together in one.
not just green horses. This horse is only 5, so he's also a really young horse. As we talked earlier, at the upper level dressage, you are not even allowed to perform some of the events like the piaffe and the passage until the horse is 6 years old, because they don't have the muscle tone for it yet. So for this horse to be 5 years old and to be able to go through these side passes and lead changes so easily, it shows a lot of versatility.
This is the second dressage finalist bred in the state of Indiana. Get Your Schmock On was an Indiana bred as well, as is this chestnut gelding, Little Acorn. I like that name, Little Acorn.
It is very cute. I smile every time I hear it. And again, a couple of bobbles here and there, but a really nice quick recovery and very well ridden and managed.
When I first started covering the World Equestrian Games for NBC, it took me a little bit of time to appreciate dressage. So I took a dressage lesson. A couple of them, actually.
I bet you appreciated it really quickly after that.
Really, really quickly. It only took me 2 dressage lessons to know I'm never going to be good at that, and I have a brand new appreciation for it. So for them to be able to have all these maneuvers happen with, as you notice, their heel right under their hip the whole time. You know, with the thoroughbreds, we typically have 1 foot forward and 1 foot back in case they stop or go. But it really is just a gentle amount of pressure, and with that heel right under the hip.
30 seconds. I really enjoyed these counter canners.
I guess that's not something that's presented in the lower levels because, again, a couple key words. It takes a while to develop the muscles. You have a horse going off and they may run off and have be on the wrong lead, but a counter canner is very different than a wrong lead. They're sustaining that balance.
And now we see a halt and a salute.
I love it.
Me too.
Little Acorn and Leah Marks with some movements in there that you don't normally see at the lower levels. So great development by this pair. Young pair, a 5-year-old chestnut gelding, in fact the second in the dressage finals that was bred and raced in the state of Indiana.
Oh, it is, yeah.
Our final horse and rider in the dressage finals for the class of 2020 at the Mega Makeover. The leaders after the prelim rounds, number 1061, Dispatcher, ridden by Stephanie Calandrillo from nearby in Georgetown, Kentucky, a young 6-year-old chestnut gelding that was bred in Kentucky by Godolphin, great breeding, sired by Distorted Humor out of the Empire Maker Dam Charity Bell. 4 starts, 1 win in a racing career that concluded in June of 2019. And with the Godolphin Lifetime Care emblazoned on their saddle pad, a few finalists coming out of the Godolphin Lifetime Care program. Godolphin, a great supporter of the Retired Racehorse Project Thoroughbred Makeover. no, we didn't. You're ready to go. I'll signal her in. Judges are now ready for Dispatcher and Stephanie Calandrillo. I think you'll like her song choice.
Well, I already like the horse, so it'll be a good combination then. My goodness, this is a lovely horse. It kind of combines the two qualities that we've talked about in all the different horses, where this one looks like he was born into this role. Just a lovely structure, really nice leg, but has a nice solid body on top of those strong legs. Just a gorgeous neck and shoulder, but he's holding it together in this environment much better. Just looks really solid. Probably could use a tiny bit more relaxation, but overall is really handling well and getting freedom of movement and being able to step underneath himself, and just really, really a lovely horse.
I love her choice of music with this. It's got that nice sort of bouncy but smooth, chill sort of vibe to it, and that looks exactly what the horse is doing out there.
I feel like she might sneak in an extended trot with this beat.
When the beat changes. Black Eyed Peas. I'm starting to feel like Godolphin has a type either for the horses they buy or they breed.
Is that type quality?
I was going to say, or good looking. Well, I think one of the things, my husband's a bloodstock agent, and I think one of the things that all people look for in a yearling or a horse that they've bred and they're going to keep to race is balance, and that's what we've seen a lot with all of the Godolphin horses and many of the horses here today. When you have a shoulder and a hip that match each other, a neck length that supports the body length, you have balance, and they need that to be a really good athlete.
Yeah, and even if you're not super well versed in conformation, there's some horses that you just look at and say, I really like those angles. I don't know what it is, but there's something really nice about that horse. And generally is a really nice balanced, even shoulder and hip with a not too long of a back, where you've got those three even parts and everything just kind of seamlessly ties together. And Stephanie has a really nice independent seat, and if you watch, it looks like she might be following the movement, but really she's using that seat to drive and control the movement and speak to that horse about what specifically she wants, and he is listening.
I like the way he went to a jog right in the line of the song of Let's Shut It Down. Good timing.
Showmanship always helps, regardless of your discipline.
Oh, this is lovely across the diagonal.
There's a little bit of lengthening there that looks very nice.
Yeah.
And it was lengthening, and biggest pet peeve of mine, there was lengthening without quickening. It just kept that same beautiful rhythm and just got bigger. My young horse has not quite figured that out yet. She'll give me a lengthening, but we just get real quick doing it also.
Well, as someone who's now getting into riding, here's the contradiction. Forward, not faster.
It makes perfect sense.
Forward, not faster.
Jonathan, I have a feeling you hear that in your sleep sometimes. You've heard it a few times from your trainer.
30 seconds. Oh, yeah, and we saw Stephanie coach Natalie earlier this week, and Stephanie has a very similar training style to Ashley. They both hit it off. 10 seconds. And that is the time for Dispatcher and Stephanie Calandrillo from nearby in Georgetown, Kentucky. And that concludes the dressage discipline, sponsored by Turning for Home for the class of 2020 here at the Retired Racehorse Project Thoroughbred Makeover. Thank you to our judges, stewards, volunteers, and especially the horses and riders. Some wonderful rhythmic routines all week, culminating with the finale performances. And as the scores are being tallied, Ashley and Donna, your overall impressions for dressage. We had a Thoroughbred Makeover Champion back in 2016, Fairway King, who was part of the dressage discipline. And this class of 2020, they've had an extra year of training because of the postponement of the Thoroughbred Makeover. So I think seeing some of that development with that extra year, I mean, lovely, lovely horses.
Well, most of the dressage that I've watched in recent years has been at the Land Rover Kentucky 3-day event with many thoroughbreds in there. And to be honest with you, this is not that far from that. The dressage that we saw here today, granted some of the horses had young horse mistakes, but they all showed the kind of potential that you want to see in a horse to make it to a higher level.
To use a sports analogy, almost basketball is very big in Kentucky. It's almost like you're watching a young player, not with a lot of experience, maybe a high school player, but you watch me like, wow, I see what that's going to look like in 10 years or 15 years. And so that's one of the things that I really appreciated is the raw potential, both in terms of the build and the conformation and the movement of some of these horses, but also in the try of some of these horses as well, and the willingness for the partnership that they were able to develop with their riders.
And we were talking some on the live stream that there's a few disciplines where you can see when they're on the track almost what they're destined to do, and I can guarantee you almost all of those horses were picked specifically because it just looks like they were made to be dressage horses.
And there have been times when I've announced horse races, and after a racehorse comes down to the trot and you see that floaty, natural movement. And that's one of the things I think people on the racetrack will even comment about during morning workouts or during the races is, oh, that could be a really nice dressage horse. That's something that you can see when the horses are on the track if you have an eye for it.
Yeah, you just don't say that to the owner of the horse when they're still on the racetrack, but we do say it to ourselves.
Yeah. Actually, it's been pretty cool, at least for us in Colorado. We'll talk to some of the trainers who have gotten behind the Retired Racehorse Project and say, hey, whenever you're ready, we're there for you.
And that's happening more and more often with the Retired Racehorse Project. It puts so much emphasis on the quality of these horses that there's more and more outreach directly to the track and to the trainers and the connections that say, hey, we'll wait when you're ready. We want this horse and we want to give it another career. And what a great movement that they have at least perpetuated to really see the value after the races. All of these horses, even the war horses, are still as far as a horse's life go, relatively young, and have so much more to offer after that. So it's great that we put the spotlight on that and now are able to open up that line of communication. Hey, when this horse is done, this is what I want to do with them after they retired.
So we're just waiting for the finalization of the scores, and then we will recognize the top finishers in one of the disciplines that is the toughest, just the sheer number of entrants. Dressage, sponsored by PTHA's Turning for Home, also Turning for Home providing additional prizes to the top finishers. And while we have a moment, we're, after this discipline, going to transition to polo, and then it'll really look different from how it was this morning, because after polo will be freestyle. That'll be followed by barrel racing, and then competitive trail and ranch work, and finally the crowning of the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion, as well as the People's Choice Award. And while you're here inside the TCA Covered Arena at the Kentucky Horse Park, the number of vendors that are on the concourse, and the food and drink options, and the silent auction, all benefiting the great work that the Retired Racehorse Project does for off-the-track thoroughbreds. So we have our scores coming through as finalized, and now we can recognize the top 10 finishers in dressage for Turning for Home. Finishing in 10th place, number 1023, Beneficiary, ridden by Shelby Varnum. 9th place, number 1178, Special 16, and the Team of Southern Specialties, and they are the top finishing team for dressage. All our finalists were the English dressage, but the Thoroughbred Makeover also offering Western dressage, and you can see some of the top 10 did compete in Western dressage as well. 8th place, number 1151, Quick Warrior, ridden by Angela Steffen. Seventh place, number 1200, Westwood's Wizard, ridden by Emily Brawlier Curtis. In 6th place, number 1097, Junior's Day and Susan Shelton. Fifth place, number 1141, Park Hill Diamond, and the Marble Hill Farm Equestrian Team. Ridden by Jess Ramirez here, also to receive the special award as the top California bred. In 4th place, number 1061, Dispatcher and Stephanie Calandrillo. Third place, number 1106, Little Acorn and Leah Marks. And this pair also receiving the Best Conditioned Award, sponsored by Nina Bonney. Second place, number 1077, Get Your Schmuck On, ridden by Aaron Miller. And the champions for the class of 2020 at the Retired Racehorse Project Thoroughbred Makeover in dressage, sponsored by Turning for Home, with a score of 170.41, number 1065, Elbow Room and Helen Pianca. Also recognizing the top amateur was 1073 First Commander and Catherine Jenkins. The top junior was number 1012 Appointment, ridden by Catherine Frank. We also had the team of Park Hill Diamond and Jess Ramirez, as well as the top Western team Special 16 Southern Specialties. And the TCA award going in this division to number 1012 Appointment and Catherine Frank. And thank you to Turning for Home for providing additional prizes for the top finishers in the division as well. And it looks like we have a victory trot going around the dressage ring. The winner for the class of 2020, number 1065, Elbow Room and Helen Pianca. And this won't be the last you'll see of this pair because they are finalists competing later on this afternoon in freestyle as well. So at this time, we'll clear the arena of the dressage ring, and polo will be next. And one of the dressage horses that competed this weekend was a graduate of the 2019 Makeover Masterclass in Porta-Ponte. And yesterday, the Makeover Masterclass took place. So we'll talk a little bit more in a few minutes about yesterday's Makeover Masterclass, but looking at some of the graduates for the Makeover Masterclass in 2019 that competed in 2021 with this next story that is on the video board.
Hi, my name's Elisa Wallace. I'm a 5-star event rider and I also train wild Mustangs.
We've all marveled at what retired racehorses can accomplish with less than a year of retraining.
I actually was able to win the RRP.
From Eventing Reloaded, Elisa Wallace!
Through the Makeover Masterclass, we've also seen what the first steps on the road to the Thoroughbred Makeover can be like.
Thoroughbreds are so smart and they want to be challenged a little bit, and so sometimes you have to up your game some.
2 2019 Makeover Masterclass participants are entered in the 2021 Mega Makeover. Normandy Crossing, a winner of 11 of 42 races with $217,000 in earnings, who was entered in dressage and eventing with Team Normandy from New Jersey, showed immediate promise with Grand Prix dressage rider Emily Brawyer-Curtis at the 2019 Masterclass.
It couldn't have gone better. He was awesome, super willing. He's going to make somebody an awesome horse in the future.
The Masterclass was an entirely different experience, though, for the unraced Porta-Ponte, who was paired with Elisa Wallace.
Mine was extravagant in certain areas, so we had some fun bareback playing time. So you did really great handling the atmosphere, and so it's going to be a great athletic, talented horse.
Over the next 2 years, Porta-Ponte would go to school, quite literally, as part of the Equine Sciences program at Colorado State University.
Hi, my name is Malia Barlow. I'm a junior here at CSU, and this is Ponte. He's a 15 hand 2015 gelding, and we're going to be competing in the dressage and the competitive trail when we go out there to Kentucky. And he loves peppermints.
My name is Tiari Santa Steven. I'm an instructor in the Equine Sciences program at Colorado State University. I decided a couple years ago actually it was probably 3 years ago, to get a horse and get some students involved in making a team. And so we took Charming Kid back in 2019 and then got Portaponte for the 2020 year, but then COVID hit, and so here we are in 2021, headed to the makeover. I did see him in the master class, yes, in person, and we knew that he'd be a little bit of a challenge, but we were up for it and looked forward to having the horse with us in our program.
And what has the 6-year-old Bay Gelding learned as he prepares to take on dressage and competitive trail with the CSU Rams team in 2021?
He's really shown some progress and kind of done almost a 180 flip with us working with him.
You're so good. You're so good. I've been working with him for a little bit over a year now. He's definitely improved a lot. He's been super good. His personality has gotten so much better. He approaches people very friendly in the pens and just is much more of a people horse now. But it was definitely with a lot of peppermints that came along.
Patience and just skills that they can use on horses out in the industry, whether it's teaching some of the lateral movements, teaching some of the relaxation pieces, and trying to get the horse to lengthen and stretch.
And he has a pretty natural headset. Sometimes I'll have to coax him a little bit into getting a little bit more soft, but for the most part, I can barely just touch him and he'll hold his head pretty good. And he is definitely a big one on being praised. So a lot of pats when he's doing good is a really positive reinforcement for him. There you go, good boy. I just want him to have a good experience and a lot of positive, just positive stuff that goes on so that he maybe in the future can go to more shows.
Portaponte has learned a lot in 2 years, and he's also teaching students at CSU. Horse and riders will now hope to ace their tests at the Thoroughbred Makeover.
Go Rams!
Yeah. He's like, do I get any more peppermints?
It was fascinating to see Portaponte at the 2019 Makeover Masterclass. He was unraced, and the experience that he had with Elisa Wallace and then the training that he put in with the Colorado State University Equine Sciences program, and Tiari Santa Steven leading the team with the student rider that you saw, Malia Barlow, coming here 2 years later to the Thoroughbred Makeover really as a completely changed horse. And one of the things that I know we appreciate is, I don't want to say end result because this is kind of just one step in the journey for these off-the-track thoroughbreds, but they've all been kind of working towards this goal. But those first steps in the journey, that's what the Makeover Masterclass has brought out. And Ashley, you and I were at the Makeover Masterclass yesterday, and it's worth going back and looking at the stream. We'll be putting together a summary video in the next week, but just to remember that what you see, it had to start somewhere, and the Makeover Masterclass gives some very good trainers a chance to see what they can mold out of the clay that's handed to them with these off-the-track thoroughbreds.
And being a trainer myself, I am always, you're a perpetual student, and any opportunity you get to be around other professionals who are a master of the craft, who know off-track thoroughbreds so well, it's really a great opportunity to be able to pick their brains and get to see how they problem solve and start these first steps. So whether you're a beginning rider, intermediate, advanced trainer, there's always something you can pull from it. I just love getting out there, and we're very lucky we get to be right there in the mix of it and get to ask our own questions. But to see how each and every one of them does both the exact same thing, but also a very different thing, where they all have the same theories and practices and goals and expectations. They even react at the same time with their horses, but they have a different set of tools and how they want to get to that other goal. So at any given point, you could see all 3 horses were doing the same thing, but they had got there in different ways.
Speaking of getting these horses started coming from the racetrack into the show environment, Ashley, how do you start them doing that? I see where some of the trainers will take the horses to the shows and never ride them. Just give them a van ride and they'll hang out in the area and then they go back home. How do you get them started, and does it depend on the horse's own frame of mind and mentality?
Well, it absolutely depends on the frame of mind that you have to work with, and it's another thing you could see in the master classes. You had 3 very, very different horses. You had a unraced horse, you had one that had won
$1 million.
$1 million, and then one kind of middle of the road, and they were all very, very different. So you cannot have a set script of what you do. You have a bag of tricks, and you have to be able to respond. You need to get them to trust you, respect you, and understand what you're asking. And there's a number of different ways that you can go about that, but that's what you can see in the master classes. All 3 of those trainers did those 3 things, but in very different ways. My favorite, I'm slightly biased to chestnut mares anyways, but watching this very sassy, opinionated young horse who could not care less about what her trainer Michael was asking her, just bucking and trying to run away and kind of dodge around him. And then by the end, she was just glued to him. She was like, all right, I trust you. Whatever you ask, I'm gonna give it my all. And what was perfect to see is he did not ask too much. There's a lot of people, if you haven't had that experience, you may have been like, wow, look at all this progress we made. By the end of it, he just walked around on a loose rein. And that in and of itself was very, very impressive. But there are some people that might have been like, wow, I walked around on a loose rein. Now let me go trot and canter, because there were the others that did trot and canter, but they were more mentally ready for it. And so to really be able to hone that skill of having a conversation with a horse without word for word speaking to it is really, really valuable. And that's why I recommend everyone go and see the master class and get to see that in action. It's live stream start to finish, and there'll be another video that'll be posted on the RRP page, which shows it cut down, but shows that process from beginning, middle, and end of an hour and a half, not the whole training.
Yeah.
And the communication that we've talked about across the disciplines, it's not just what you say, but how you say it. And I really enjoy watching Michael and the Chestnut Filly Flashy Escort as well, because you remember these are young horses, and so if you ask too much, you may ask the right thing, and be like, no, why are you yelling at me? And so he was so calm and relaxed, and the other trainers too. I was watching Robin, and he was working from the ground while Krista was riding. And that was the Dark Bay Rubus. And for that horse, the horse was more in tune. It was like, okay, I'm ready to do it. And then something came up different. So, uh-oh, what's that? Okay, let's go back and let's review what we know. And it was just a wonderful development to see. And those are the good trainers that we can all learn from, that are able to kind of let us into their world and the dialogue and the vocabulary that they have with those horses. So we have the arena set now for polo, and the United States Polo Association has been a great supporter since the start of the Thoroughbred Makeover, and there's a message here from the United States Polo Association as we get set for the start of the polo competition. while we enjoy this video about Polo 101, our two finalists in the class of 2020 for Polo are being allowed by the judges to acclimate to the environment. They'll each have about 2 to 2.5 minutes to demonstrate their individual short work scored similar to the preliminary round, and then they will be taking part in a 7-minute chukker. Thank you to the United States Polo Association for being the sponsors each year of the Polo division, and introducing our judges who will be judging these two finalists. The judges are Chris Straitman from Orchard Hill Polo and Charlie Muldoon from Summerhill Polo. Charlie also the U.S. Polo's Umpires LLC Executive Director, and the Polo Steward from the United States Polo Association staff is Lindsay Dolan. And so we get the whistle from the judges, and the two riders, now that they've had a couple of minutes to acclimate to the ring, will exit the ring, and we'll call them in one by one for their individual short work, and then we will have the two finalists joined by some teammates, and we'll have a chukker, which is always an exciting part of the Thoroughbred Makeover. One of the things about the polo discipline for horses that come right off the track into polo is that teaching horse off the track polo incorporates a lot of different disciplines. There's the foundational dressage work. There's a lot of Western riding, even though the polo riders are in English tack, a lot of Western riding disciplines that come into play. So if you get a horse that has had some polo training, you know they've had a good amount of foundation underneath them. Our first polo finalist is number 1019, Barwin, ridden by Sarah Kalenda. Barwin is a 6-year-old gray gelding. The build for the desirable polo pony going to be much different than what we saw with the big stout dressage horses in the previous discipline. Usually a more compact horse is one that's well regarded to be able to play polo. And oftentimes polo riders like to have mares coming off the track. In this case, you have the gelding in Barwin, a horse that made 19 starts on the track and had 3 wins, a Pennsylvania bred who came off the track in Ohio in Mahoning Valley. Similar to the other finalists, That's My Birdie. You have a good amount of polo ponies that come off the tracks in West Virginia as well as in Ohio. This is a horse that is for sale as part of the ASPCA Mega Makeover Marketplace. So going through their short work with compulsory movements, the compulsory movements include canter circles, 1 fast, 1 slow, and in each direction, lead changes in both directions, rollbacks in each direction, a halt and backing 2 steps, and then in the prelims, the riders had to demonstrate with their horses their stick and ball work and the different types of shots that you would see in polo, and in the finale doing their short work, and then they'll have the chance to pick up the sticks and participate in a 7-minute chukker. And that is time for Barwin and Sarah Kalenda. The next finalist, number 1187, That's My Birdie, with the Willowbrook Polo team from Canfield, Ohio. Horse ridden in the finals by Michael Grubert, a Thoroughbred Makeover veteran. This is a horse more in the line of what you would see for a polo pony coming off the track, a young filly, 4 years old, lightly raced at a couple of races in her home state of Ohio back in 2019. And so some similarities between what you'd see on the track and what you'll see in a polo field, the busyness of having a lot of horses around you, perhaps even going in different directions. Nice flying lead change there. And also to deal with the added distraction when the rider is a stick and there's a ball on the ground, and so polo horse often very bomb-proof as well. So we have a blue team and a red team, and we have our two finalists in Barwin, bridle number 1019. It looks like Barwin is on the blue team. And Sarah Kalenda has a number 1 on the back of her jersey. And That's My Birdie. Now Michael Gruber climbs aboard, and he's on the red team, and he's number 1 as well with That's My Birdie. So those are the two horses that are being judged. Which one? Yeah, it's a team. It's a different rider.
Oh, it is a team.
Yeah. And it looks like warm-up is just about done, and we'll get the games underway. All right, fans, are you ready? It's time for the ever popular Makeover Chucker. We have the blue team and the red team, and we even have a referee, it looks like. First touch for That's My Birdie and Michael Gruber, one of the two finalists, wide to the left of the goal. And Michael following up the shot and getting it in on That's My Birdie. So the red team will get the first goal of the game. The two class of 2020 finalists are each joined by two teammates. That's My Birdie with another shot towards goal. And did it hit the post or did it go in? We're going to say it's still a one-goal game as the blue team now tries to change directions. Another chance on goal for the red team, and it's overrun, but a teammate there to follow it up. High shot, in for the goal.
Jonathan, I've sort of hung you out to dry on this one here on the live streaming because I don't know how to do this. And I did try it once when I was a jockey up at Saratoga. I was invited to the polo fields to throw out the first ball, and they let me get on a horse and go in the back and just try to hit the ball by myself. Really hard to do, just on a horse by yourself. So this is so much harder than it looks.
Oh, 100%.
Although I do have to say some of them aren't exactly making it look easy anyway. The professionals do make it look pretty easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, in previous years, we've had a good group of professionals that come out here, and they're at full gallop, leaning off the sides of their horses, and it shows you, gives you perspective that like this is where you start when you're learning how to do this.
Polo big here, the University of Kentucky, with a very good college polo team. Red team continuing to put on the offensive display here. We'll have the 2020 finals today, 2021 tomorrow. And another shot towards goal for That's My Birdie and Michael Gruber. Blue team just looking to clear it out, and good defense there after getting the goal. Two minutes remaining. Great job by the red team, continuing to have good offensive chances, but also anytime the blue team has tried to clear it long, the red team is right there to turn the ball the other direction. Barwin made a run at that ball with Sarah Kalenda. And now here comes the blue team. Shot from the right wing, rolling towards goal, and it's in. And blue is very popular in Lexington, so the blue team getting a strong cheer after that goal.
Well, now I know who I'm rooting for. I went to U of L, so if it comes down to red against blue, I'm going to say the Cards are dominating.
Yes, it's a great rivalry. 30 seconds remaining. Let's leave it all out there, guys. Oh, it's just sitting in front of the goal. Clear it. Nice defense there. And that is time for the class of 2020 chucker. And one of the cool things about this year's Mega Makeover is we will see them back tomorrow. So I'm sure there'll be some strong locker room talk and some video sessions and regrouping perhaps by the blue team, and the red team can't rest on their laurels, and then they'll all come together tomorrow. And one of the great things about polo is the sportsmanship as well. So both teams exiting the arena and concluding the polo competition, and
I did not catch that.
we'll have the awards for polo coming up shortly. And then we will turn our attention to freestyle. Thank you to the United States Polo Association for sponsoring the polo competition. Prelims took place at the Secretariat Polo Field. And our judges, Chris Strataman, the manager of Orchard Hill Polo, Charlie Muldoon, the owner of Summerhill Polo, and the U.S. Polo's Umpires LLC executive director. While we await the results to be tabulated, a reminder that the silent auction remains open, as well as the great vendor booths located on the concourse here inside the TCA Covered Arena. And now here are the results for the class of 2020 at the Mega Makeover for Polo, sponsored by the United States Polo Association. Finishing in second place, also finishing as the top amateur, number 1019, Sarah Kalenda and Barwin. And the winner for the class of 2020 for Polo, sponsored by the United States Polo Association, also the top finishing team and the winner of the Best Conditioned Award, sponsored by Nina Bonney, with a score of 109.25. Congratulations to number 1187. That's My Birdie and the Willowbrook Polo team. So through 6 disciplines, here are our winners so far. Eventing this morning, Legends Hope and Jazz Napravnik. Show jumping, Canton Comet and Samantha Fawcett. Show hunter, Still Dreaming, and Charles Harefield. Field hunter, Zapper and Cameron Sadler. Dressage, Elbow Room, and Helen Pianca. And now Polo, That's My Birdie, and the Willowbrook Polo team. And let's hear it for them as they take a lap around the ring. The next discipline that we'll see in the TCA Covered Arena is one that has become a fan favorite since the start of the Thoroughbred Makeover. It's freestyle. That is sponsored by New Start. Each rider will have a 5-minute routine, 8 minutes total, including takedown and setup, for demonstrating whatever they would like, really. Some compulsory movements, but using props, using different styles of riding, using an element of showmanship with their routines to music. That's what will be coming up next with freestyle, sponsored by New Start. And in a moment, we will have a video that shows you a little bit more about this discipline. It's one of the most crowd-pleasing disciplines at the Thoroughbred Makeover. The talent of horses and riders in the freestyle division is remarkable and has grown over the years.
I haven't seen much that phases this horse. He's just cool as a cucumber.
In freestyle, trainers have 5 minutes to perform a routine of their choice with the goal of showcasing the talent, trainability, and demeanor of their horse.
These things don't just happen. This has taken a lot of time, a lot of consistency, and really a lot of understanding.
They can be mounted, unmounted, under saddle, bareback, bridleless, driven, at liberty, have just horse and rider showcasing their connection in the arena, or bring in a whole team of minions. Regardless of how they present their horse, trainers must have their horse showcase some compulsory movements, such as halting, backing, a figure 8 at the trot or jog, circles in both directions at the canter or lope, and lead changes.
Beautiful flying change there.
Then, on top of that, be prepared to be blown away by the creativity that these former racehorses can show. All right, you can applaud. The Charlestown Horsemen's Benevolent and Protective Association is a proud sponsor of the Mega Makeover and is presenting the Wild and Wonderful Award to eligible discipline winners. You can learn more about the Charlestown HBPA at cthbpa.com. The Northwest School of Animal Massage has been a leader in education for equine massage, acupressure, and aromatherapy for 20 years, providing training across the globe. Enroll by October 31st and use the code MEGARRP to receive $100 off any NWSAM certification course. Reach out online at www.nwsam.com or visit our vendor booth for more information. When you need in-the-know equine legal counsel, look no further than Dinsmore. In addition to the great-looking horses, this weekend we've also seen some great-looking stalls. The stall decorating contest is sponsored by Kim Campbell, author of the Triple Crown Trilogy, a historical fiction book series that captures facts and real stories about the Kentucky Derby, Preakness, and Belmont as you follow the fictional thoroughbred Genuine Storm and his team on the trail on the Triple Crown.
Have you heard of Smart Therapy, the newest product line from SmartPak? Every sheet, wrap, and pad in our Smart Therapy line has been thoroughly crafted to include cooling elements and ceramic fibers, and every piece is sure to provide a comfortable ergonomic fit. This entire product line has been designed by riders to help your horse train better and recover faster. Learn more at smartpak.com/smarttherapy. Whether you're looking for a new lesson horse, a horse for a client, or your 2022 Thoroughbred Makeover horse, or that horse that's a once-in-a-lifetime horse, the ASPCA knows your right horse can be found through adoption. Visit myrighthorse.org to learn more and browse hundreds of available horses nationwide. Boehringer Ingelheim Animal Health is a proud sponsor of the Retired Racehorse Project. As the world leader in equine pharmaceuticals, keep your horse sound and healthy is the daily mission for Boehringer. Surefoot provides you with the tools to calm your anxious horse and discover his potential. Stop by the Surefoot booth, Alcove A, and feel the beneficial effects for yourself. At Redmond Equine, we love horses and understand that when your horse feels good, you feel good. Redmond Equine provides natural, effective products that help you focus on what you love about your horse without worrying about their health. Redmond Equine, natural solutions, exceptional horses. If you need insurance for your horse, take 5 minutes, stop by the Markel booth to talk with a Markel representative on site and see how it is easy to apply. That's why Markel is the insurance company with horse sense. Build stronger bones and joints in horses of all ages with OCD Pellets. Visit ocdpellets.com for more information. The Georgia B. Ritter Foundation sponsors the $2,500 Top Place California Bred Award in partnership with After the Finish Line. Both organizations will pay entry, stabling, and schooling fees for trainers competing with Calbreds. The Straight Arrow family of brands is a proud sponsor of this year's event. Be sure to check out their booth, complete with all of your grooming needs from Cowboy Magic exhibitors and mane and tail, with over 50 years of grooming excellence. Prioritizing comfort and protection, Tipperary Equestrian is proud to be your one-stop shop for riding helmets and protective vests for more than 30 years. Our new sponsor, Zoetis, congratulates all of the incredible horse and rider teams for the hard work it took to get to the 2021 Thoroughbred Makeover. Every competitor in the 2021 Thoroughbred Makeover will receive a syringe of Quest Plus Gel Dewormer, thanks to our friends at Zoetis. Visit facebook.com/Zoetis Equine to be part of the Zoetis herd. Also taking place today in the sport of eventing, the new Maryland 5-Star at Fairhill. As one of only 7 equestrian events of its kind, the inaugural Maryland 5-Star at Fairhill will give you unparalleled access to Olympic athletes in action. You can come see the world's best horses and riders compete at the new Fairhill Special Events Zone this weekend in Elkton, Maryland. More information at maryland5star.us. We're just about ready to begin the freestyle division, sponsored by New Start. Thank you to our judges, Michael Alway, the owner of Alway Horsemanship, who was also one of the trainers for the Makeover Masterclass yesterday, and Julie Robbins, the owner of the Aikman Horsemanship Academy. Also, thank you to the freestyle steward, Bailey Armour, who is the steward at the in-gate for the finales this weekend. And we're ready for the first freestyle competitor to enter the ring, number 1058, Dire Maker, ridden by Christina Aaron. The horse is a 7-year-old dark bay gelding, bred in New York and now based in Aledo, Texas, with Christina Aaron. A horse that made 36 starts, had 4 wins, and earned more than $150,000. And Christina, whenever you're ready, you can give us a signal and we're ready to go for you.
Yeah.
So Ashley and Donna, this is a really fun discipline. Ashley, you were a top 10 finisher in freestyle in the makeover.
Yeah, this is always one of my favorites every year to watch. You have no idea what you're going to get, and with all the work we're doing with our videos and interviews, I did not get to see a lot of this, so I'm really excited to see what this finale brings. Donna, this is your first time watching a freestyle competition, correct?
It's also the first time I've ever seen a tap dancer in the middle of an arena during a dressage routine, so I'm really interested to see where this goes and excited really for all of them, but the suspense is building here.
So within this freestyle, you have to demonstrate a number of compulsory movements, which you have to show the halt with immobility. You need to do backing with a minimum of 4 steps, a large figure 8 at the trot or jog, and the canter or lope. In each direction, you need to show simple or flying changes, and you are judged individually on those movements, but then also on your degree of difficulty and the demeanor of your horse, your harmony, how well you work together. And aside from that, the rest is open. I can tell you in previous years that one change is there will be no pyrotechnics this year. But aside from that, most everything you could think of is open.
So do you think the little girl is out in the middle just to distract us and just watch the little girl and not watch the horse? I've had a hard time taking my eyes off the little girl, but every time I look at the horse, he seems to be doing everything perfectly, Ashley.
Yes, I think it's out there to distract the horse, to show you that this horse can work in this big environment with all of these different things going on. That's obviously a jarring sound for probably most thoroughbreds, to see a little girl dancing around and having that noise come out. Mm-hmm. I've seen thoroughbreds spook when they walk on leaves. So to show all of this just gives a extra degree of difficulty with all these beautiful dressage movements that are going along at the same time.
Earlier in today's competition, we saw Thoroughbred spook from his own image on the screen. And yeah, I'm sure it is quite a distraction for him, but he doesn't seem to be letting it get in the way of listening to his rider.
Yep, there's definitely a different level of preparation that goes into something like this.
Oh, and now here's a dog.
Here we go. There's freestyle. See?
I don't actually know if that was
I don't think that was intentional.
But that's one of the cool things about freestyle is you watch and you're like, do they really mean to do that? And yeah, a lot of the times they do.
I wasn't sure about that, but he didn't seem to care. The horse did not seem to
care.
The
horse
it's a point in the horse's favor either way.
The horse probably was like, now what, Mom?
Yeah.
With his rider.
Obviously, they've exposed this horse pretty well to novel distractions.
I don't know, Don, if you followed any racing from Australia, but there was this famous sprinter, Chautauqua, and at the end of his career, he wouldn't leave the starting gate. So our fantasy was to have a freestyle routine where he just stood there and everything else was going on around him.
I like it.
Christina Aaron and Dyer Maker. Not just them, but the great tap dancer in the middle, too. Dyer Maker, a New York bred, and the aftercare organizations in New York have been longtime supporters of the Thoroughbred Makeover. Donna, that was your first exposure to a freestyle routine.
Yeah, and you just never know what to expect on these freestyle routines. The closest I've actually come to seeing one is what you all showed on the video earlier, and I guess you can expect just about anything. Partway through, when the dog ran out into the arena, we weren't sure if that was part of the routine or not, but apparently it was not.
Either way, then, that's a point in the favor for the horse. Whatever distractions were there, I think that was the point. The horse showed some lovely movements regardless of the environment. So our next competitor that will be in the arena is rider number 1102, Lady Margaret, who will also be a finalist in competitive trail. And Lady Margaret will be ridden by Jeff Damphouse, originally from Windsor, Canada, and now based in Oklahoma. And I was talking to Jeff yesterday, and Jeff said that his cousin was the famous professional hockey player Vincent Damphouse, so excelling on the ice and in the arena, the Damphouse family. great breeding on Lady Margaret, sired by Pioneer of the Nile out of the Hennessy Dam Red Cognac. But racing-wise, 9 starts at some of the top tracks: Saratoga, Churchill, Keeneland, and Oaklawn. Best finish was a 4th place finish at Oaklawn, retired in 2019. Jeff, the world champion trainer and judge from Oklahoma, who's been showing horses since he was 5 and has trained hundreds of horses off the track for their second careers throughout his time working with horses, and has made the finals with this horse, not only in the freestyle discipline but also coming up in competitive trail.
Jonathan, I imagine that he's ridden in many different disciplines, being from Oklahoma, and now seeing him out here doing a dressage routine.
And I think that's what he's going to showcase. Like any good performer, there's going to be a, well, for horses we'd say a tack change. Oh, I don't think they're done just yet. This is the equivalent of a pit stop. So if you're watching the live stream, we're all in suspense as to what we're going to see next.
The music has changed, so now we have this country music playing, building up a little bit of suspense, thinking we might have a horse coming out here running.
Exactly, yeah, a wardrobe change. Kind of like if you're at a concert.
You never know what Lady Gaga's going to come out in next.
I was just thinking Lady Gaga.
You don't know what Jeff Damphouse is going to do either.
All right, here we go.
Oh, wow. What a change for horse and rider.
I think they had a few people working on this change back there. That's a lot to transition. Now, is he a cowboy that also does dressage, or is he a dressage rider that'll also sit in a western?
And is this Thoroughbred a racehorse that will also let a rope and a lasso go over his head, or is he a horse that can handle
Oh, is this a
rope
roper
and a
who
lasso
raced?
and also can race?
Either way, the horse looks very comfortable and natural in both outfits.
Wow.
That's a good stop.
Couple of turnbacks.
Always got to add a little showmanship in there. Make sure you acknowledge the crowd and get them excited too.
I wanted to holler myself until I remembered this microphone was right in front of me.
And that's the 5 minutes for Jeff Damphouse and Lady Margaret. Jeff says horses aren't just about riding, they're a way of life. Jeff has realized over the years how important it is to take care of your mind and body, and he says that riding and handling a horse should require a tremendous amount of discipline and being aware of every movement. Riding is about being fair to the animal beneath you and asking the horse to listen instead of demanding it. Jeff truly believes that the way a person rides and handles a horse is a reflection of themselves. Let's hear it for Jeff Damphouse and Lady Margaret. And if you like what you've seen, you'll see them again because they are finalists in the competitive trail discipline as well. There are 7 horses throughout the day today that we'll see competing in multiple disciplines, and in this freestyle there are 3 multi-discipline finalists, 2 for trail and 1 for dressage, and The horse that also competed in dressage is the one that we'll see next. Actually won dressage. It's number 1065, Elbow Room, ridden by Helen Pianka. Helen riding side saddle, and Helen, whenever you're ready, we'll have the music queued up for you.
Looks like this routine is a family affair.
Ashley, I just cannot imagine riding side saddle. Having ridden horses my whole entire life, I've always ridden with a leg on each side. So I have the utmost respect for anyone who even tries it.
I mean, it makes logical sense to have a leg on each side and communicate, and the level of control and balance to be able to do that. Now you're pretty securely held in there underneath the, see, it's got a little bounce there, and she stayed pretty well stuck to that saddle. Her legs are crossed over, and then you grip over these two blocks that go over the leg almost, so it helps keep you pretty secure, but you just have that one little whip on the outside to help control that outside. So you got to have a good, strong relationship to be able to communicate really well with your horse on a side saddle.
We had one kid who did a tap dance routine and the other who's doing a kicking dirt routine.
You know,
but he's got the light up shoes.
Horses don't like those bald spots in the middle of the arena, so he's doing everybody a favor.
Yes.
Who's going to ride next by covering up that flat bald spot.
I did notice that after. I was like, oh, that's a scary flat spot in the center that I could see some horses looking off there.
Absolutely.
And just saw a really nice flying change.
I think the kid's supposed to feed the horse a carrot and the kid's shaking his head. Come on, man.
The baby's dressed a little bit like a carrot. I hope the horse doesn't make a mistake. Oh, there we go. Taking the kids for a little ride.
Well, that's one way to get a carriage ride.
I just want to say, as a horse husband, I think the star of this routine is the husband. Managing the kids,
He's
being
got a little
supportive
extra.
with the horses.
There's a little extra wrangling he's got to do there. They're probably a little more unpredictable than the thoroughbred.
Jonathan, I'll give you that. He deserves more credit than he otherwise would get had you not pointed it out.
15 seconds. And that is quite the family routine for Helen Pianka and family and the Chestnut Gelding Elbow Room, another of the New York breds in the finale for freestyle.
He does have the toughest job. He's going to have to carry him out screaming. It's happening. It's happening.
To be fair, I only said that was time for the horse and rider. Yay! And I was saying on the live stream, can we give it up for all horse husbands? They're doing it. So after Elbow Room and Helen Pianka, next, number 1132, Nux, ridden by Megan Hems. And Megan, whenever you're ready, we'll start your music. How much riding have each of you two done blindfolded?
Well, I can honestly say I have accidentally done that when I've run out of goggles, but only briefly. And then I had to take down my last goggle and ride almost blind, but never completely blindfolded. That was impressive.
I do make my students sometimes close their eyes so they can learn how to feel the horse a little more, but it's not for this long. So it's a great way to learn how to feel what's going on underneath you, but I don't know how our horse knows where exactly to go right now. And you always have to have at least one tarp represented in a freestyle competition.
I think the tarp in this case, number one, it's impressive that he'll go over it, but number two, it sort of serves for her to know that she's in the middle part of the arena. If she can't see, she can at least hear.
And that takes a lot of practice to know your horse's stride and know where you're going to be just by feel and knowing strides.
Sure, we don't realize because we're not blindfolded, but she is, that when she asked him to go from a jog to a canter, he was really headed toward a wall, and she had to really know her arena.
Oh, those two are really, really connected. They're going so well together. They've spent a lot of time together, a lot of work into that, and that horse totally trusts and accepts anything that she's throwing at him.
Not gonna lie, I'm a big baby, and it's really hard for me to talk right now because I feel really emotional about that. To watch it, it's a really special thing.
I love those routines that can bring out that emotion. Looked like for half a second he thought he was going to go out that out gate, but he listened really well to her.
What does the flag say? No one fights alone. Beautiful.
Isn't her story is the one with the cancer survivor?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. And this is the horse that she originally wasn't going to keep. She was taking him to somebody else and fell in love with him. You're right. There's just a great connection.
That happens sometimes.
Well, what did you all think of Megan Hems and Nux?
Still crying over here.
That was incredible, the trust that you can see between horse and rider. A horse that Megan wasn't even intending to keep, but was hauling horses off of the Finger Lakes racetrack, as Donna just mentioned on the live stream, in New York for second chance thoroughbreds. And Meg said it was love at first sight with that horse, Nux. So setting up next in the ring, the leaders after the prelim rounds, number 1189, Thunderous Affair, ridden by Lindsay Partridge. This pair will also be finalists in trail, and it was Lindsay's trail winner, Soar, that won the first Thoroughbred Makeover Championship when the event was first held here at the Kentucky Horse Park back in 2015. Thunderous Affair, a young 4-year-old gray mare, bred in Kentucky, and came through the Cantor, Michigan training program, and Lindsay's all set to go for her routine. Lindsay every year has been a contender in this freestyle division. Second last year, second in 2015. That year also won competitive trail and was the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion. This horse is very young. You can tell by the dark gray complexion, a 4-year-old. Riding bridleless.
And it's lovely to see how calm and relaxed this horse is. She has a great starting foundation of just trust and relaxation. Not a bobble at all.
It's just really hard to imagine that this is an off-track thoroughbred, right? Like, we realize that you can train them to do a lot of things, but you have to keep in mind, this has been in a short period of time, going bridleless, an awful lot of trust. Obviously, she's a professional horse trainer, which helps, but at the same time, it's just a beautiful display of the versatility of the thoroughbred.
But as you were also saying, she just had a child, and I've known if you've followed her through any social media, like, she has not gotten to put as much time in this horse as she would have as another year. Luckily, it's 2020, so they had some extra time, but everyone else competing had so much time while she was having a baby.
4 months ago, she was 8 months pregnant.
Yes.
3 months ago, she had a baby, so
Yeah.
we know she missed some time.
Yeah. And that little filly just does not seem to care about anything at all.
Not only is she bridleless, she also just has a pad on that horse. She's not riding with any stirrups either.
Yeah, essentially bareback and bridleless. Just a neck strap and a pad.
Lindsay once came to Kentucky for the makeover and brought her horse into the hotel lobby. It was a photo op, but I mean, what a...
Nice
Those are
dismount.
impressive gymnastics.
I can't even get my dog to do that. I think his little kick said, okay, enough of that.
She's been so game for all of the things. If the kick was a little off mark, I think everyone is still impressed with what we're seeing.
Fifteen seconds.
It's not your typical driving setup.
Thunderous Affair and Lindsay Partridge.
Well, that was certainly entertaining.
An incredibly elaborate routine.
I don't know, someone needs to tell that horse to calm down.
Ashley just said on the live stream that someone needs to tell that horse to calm down a little bit. Well, that is the finals for freestyle, and Donna and Ashley, the variety that freestyle brings the crowd-pleasing natures of the routine. It's a wonderful discipline, and I certainly don't want to be in the position the judges are in to have to. I think it's also the toughest discipline to judge because you're going to see such variety and so many different goals that these riders have for their horses.
Yeah, to see Joe go from the dressage pattern to essentially a reining pattern, a Western pattern, and then to see what Megan Hems did with her horse Nux, as you all know, because we were on the live stream, I couldn't even contain my emotions. It was such a beautiful routine. But then after that, we see Lindsay come back after having just had a baby 3 months ago. So as Ashley and I were saying, we know that 4 months ago she was 8 months pregnant. 3 months ago she had a baby. So obviously there was a lot of preparation that went into this, but we don't know when that happened. It was all really impressive.
It was incredible. And Ashley, you're a former top 10 in freestyle, and your thoughts on how the discipline went this year?
It's really great to see how many different interpretations there are of the freestyle, how you can come in with a number of different props and have this really exciting, fun, joyous routine that we saw last, but then the majority of the ones that made the finale came in very minimal props and still had a great representation of partnership with their horse and a really fun freestyle that showed all the different components. So there are obviously benefits to coming in with a lot of props, but you don't need them to show all the important things.
You're right. You can use the props, or you can actually just show that partnership between horse and rider when it's just the two of them. And so I'd say one of the things, there's a lot of beauty in the freestyle routine that comes out. And yeah, it did get emotional for us at certain points seeing some of those routines.
I don't know if I've ever made it through a year where there's one that doesn't catch me and makes me tear up. There's something about seeing that connection and the freedom they have to represent it and however they want. Every year there's at least one, if not more, that catch me that way.
So we're just awaiting the final tabulation of the scores for freestyle. And we saw a few New York breds in the freestyle finals, so just want to make mention of the Empire State Success Story Top New York Bred Horse Award. It's sponsored by the New York Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association, the New York Racing Association, and the New York Thoroughbred Breeders Incorporated. They've all teamed up to recognize the highest placed New York bred in the competition. Freestyle was sponsored by New Start, and thank you to our judges, Michael Alway of Alway Horsemanship and Julie Robbins of the Aikman Horsemanship Academy. After freestyle, the next discipline will pick up the speed with barrel racing and finishing off with our Western disciplines of competitive trail and ranch work. And to think, we started the day with eventing. It just, with all the variety that we see, it seems so distant that that's where we started this morning.
Yeah, it really has flown by. We've seen so many different disciplines and so many different levels of expertise, and it's just been an exciting event.
It has been, and we'll get to revisit all of those discipline winners when we crown the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion. You can keep up with all of the live scoring as well as the live stream on tbmakeover.org. Thank you to the Maryland Jockey Club for being the sponsors of the live stream.
Got it, okay.
So we have the results in for freestyle, sponsored by New Start. Finishing in 10th place in freestyle for the class of 2020, rider number 1186, Tempestad and Nicola Dines. In 9th place, 1004, Alan Tom and Kristen McDonald. Eighth place, number 1141, Park Hill Diamond and the Marble Hill Farm Equestrian Team. And they are the top finishing team in the freestyle discipline. And Tempestad and Nicola Dines were the top finishing amateurs. 7th place, 1169, Shell Benny and Christina Aaron. 6th place, number 1120, Monet Mo Problems and Jean French. Now to the top 5 that all competed today. In 5th place, number 1058, Dyer Maker and Christina Aaron. In 4th place, number 1065, Elbow Room and Helen Pianca. Hey, tell them we'll do video 24. We'll go actually 25 next.
Video after this finishes?
When this finishes. In 3rd place, number 1102, Lady Margaret and Jeff Damphouse. 2nd place, number 1132, Nux and Megan Hems, and they are also the winner of the Best Conditioned Award, sponsored by Nina Bonney. And the class of 2020 winner for the Mega Makeover in Freestyle, sponsored by New Start, a score of 205.88. Congratulations to rider number 1189, Lindsay Partridge, aboard Thunderous Affair. And they are also the winners of the Thoroughbred Charities of America Award. Let's hear it for the top finishers in freestyle. You're welcome to take a lap around the ring. So following the crowd-pleasing routines in freestyle, what we have next are routines that will turn the energy up with barrel racing is our next discipline, and then we'll all go for a trail ride with competitive trail and close out the competition by sorting some cattle in the ranch work discipline, and that will be concluded by the crowning of the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion, as well as voting for the People's Choice Award. And from the freestyle discipline, the contender, who could very well double up in trail, is Thunderous Affair, ridden by Lindsay Partridge. They will join eventing winner Legends Hope and Jasna Pravnik, show jump winner Canton Comet and Samantha Fawcett, show hunter winner Still Dreaming and Charles Harefield, field hunter winner Zapper and Cameron Sadler, dressage winner Elbow Room and Helen Pianca, and polo winner That's My Birdie and Michael Gruber. We're going to have a drag of the arena before barrel racing, so if you turn your attention to the big screen, as well as if you're watching on the live stream, we have a great story for you because we see the horses coming off the track, going to new homes. Well, in the case of a horse that Ashley and I caught up with, Town of Towns, the horse just stayed in the same home with his race trainer of 6 years, Joan Reynolds. Here is more about Town of Towns, who was trained on the track and off the track by Joan Reynolds. Oh, this is wonderful.
I know. That's why I was like, I'm starting now, at least so I can get that footage.
Joan Reynolds not only has trained 2020 Thoroughbred Makeover graduate Town of Towns to compete in show hunters, but also trained this good-looking gelding on the racetrack as well. This is Joan. This is Town of Towns. What is your background with this lovely boy?
2014, I claimed him for 12.5 out of a allowance optional claiming. Just fell in love with the horse from day one. Won back-to-back allowance 25,000 with him. He since then, I trained him for almost 6 years, won 10 races. He's made total of $326,000. Just a super cool horse. It's been relatively easy to train as a show hunter. I think he loves his new career. He is super special. He'll be in my barn forever. He's very, very cool horse.
His racing background, 10 years from 2010 to 2019, 89 starts, 19 wins, 42 top 3 finishes, $326,000 in earnings.
And retired at the age of 11.
Incredible.
Yeah.
And Rob coming to the top of the stretch now, and it's Bill's Production with a 3-length lead on Town of Towns in second. Near the inside, Zen Papa straight back again. Here's Zen Papa into third, but time is ticking away. Zen Papa third and even Clippers. Town of Towns, the 10-year-old Town of Towns in the photo with Bill's Production. Bred in Kentucky by Stonecliff Farm. 10-year-old Doc Bear Brown gelding by Spicetown, and Keep On Dealing by Friendly Lover.
How has his transition been then to the show world?
It was good. Originally I gave him about 6 months off. He needed just time to chill. Starting him, he had a lot of trouble going to the right, obviously, for all those years going to the left, but came around nicely. I had shoulder surgery, so I gave him a lot of time. I didn't even start him back until May of this year. So we've had this summer to show. He's been pretty much showing every weekend. He's come a long way. He's not perfect, but he's getting there. Super cool horse.
We really love having the racing connections stay involved with the horses after they retire. What's your background then? Because you can train a thoroughbred for anything, it seems like.
Well, I try to actually, when I'm done with most of the horses that I train, I try to replace, for second careers. I'm very involved with that, and if I can't find homes for them, I keep them myself until I do. So I think this is the start of something for me. I'd like to take a horse each year and try to come here. It's been great fun, and it's just been really rewarding.
What are some of the stories you'll take back to the racetrack about the Thoroughbred Makeover experience?
That they need second careers, and even after years of racing, they're capable of doing it. Very capable. It's tough in the beginning, but they come around. They really do. It's awesome, and when I mean rewarding, it's incredible. It's been a lot of fun. Just the transition from racing to show.
For him, what's so special that you said you like to rehome some of the horses that you train, but you're not rehoming this guy?
He and I have just bonded from day one. And he was quirky. When I claimed him, they said he was crazy. And he was a little weird, I'm not gonna lie, but he's come around, he really trusts me. And I can do anything with him. I trail ride him. I'm thinking about fox hunting him. He'll kind of go wherever I want him to go. So it's pretty cool.
Just standing here with him, I like how he's checking out the camera and the surroundings.
He loves it, absolutely loves it.
Thank you for being such a wonderful advocate and ambassador for the horses on the track and to transition them to compete at the Thoroughbred Makeover and beyond.
Well, thank you very much for having us here, and it's huge. Hopefully this is the beginning of something, and we can try to get more of these horses off the track and into the show rings, and by doing some other type of discipline. So
there are no sure things on the racetrack, but I'd bet on that one.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you to everyone who is here inside the TCA Covered Arena, as well as watching on the live stream presented by the Maryland Jockey Club. Additional thanks to the following sponsors: EQUESTRIAN, Norfolk Southern, Secretariat Center, United States Polo Association, Stoneleigh Farm, Louisiana Thoroughbred Breeders Association, Horseware Ireland, Cunningham New Start Mid-Atlantic Horse Rescue, PTHA's Turning for Home, Pennsylvania Horse Breeders Association, Excel Equine New York Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association, Omega Alpha Equine Maryland Jockey Club Beyond the Wire, and Keeneland. We're getting set up for barrel racing. We have a short break in the arena as it's being dragged, and the barrels and the timers will be set up. You can check out some of the vendors on the concourse here in the TCA Covered Arena, as well as bid on silent auction items. You at home can also bid on silent auction items as well. And now let's hear from some of the great supporters of the Retired Racehorse Project, Thoroughbred Makeover.
Our adoption partners are making it so easy to get into the horse world. So it's been really fun to see those connections that everyone's been making with their horses, and of course that those wonderful horses are finding their right homes too.
I believe what we have the opportunity to do at Florida Track with these off-the-track thoroughbreds is really unique.
We offer former racehorses a good home.
More people need to adopt. I mean, there's so many amazing horses out there to be adopted.
This is Athenian Lady, and she's my right horse.
She is a very sweet baby, aren't you? You're a very sweet girl.
To build a great app for our thoroughbred community and give back to those who serve it.
We're not just shopping.
Where we're not just selling horses.
And we are not just shipping.
We're united.
OTTB United, in partnership with the Retired Racehorse Project, uniting the thoroughbred community under one feature-rich platform.
Everyday Kentucky is all new and every morning.
We love where we live.
And we are excited to tell the stories of everyday Kentucky.
Bringing you the bright side of the bluegrass every day.
And we're here.
Every day, showing you how you can shop local and help support Kentucky business owners. Every day, we'll see you at 9 a.m. on WKYT.
Established in 1982, Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital is a worldwide leader in equine healthcare, providing a full menu of specialties of services and treatment for all breeds and disciplines of horses, from the family companion to the high-performance athlete. Learn more today about Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital. Visit roodandriddle.com or call 888-773-4838.
Red. Ready to go for a ride, buddy? I'm gonna miss you, Red.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation provides the best equine research to treat the horses we love.
I missed you, old boy.
Respect
if your horse has ulcers, I have been there. So here's a thought. Instead of jumping to spending hundreds of dollars on pharmaceutical ulcer products, why don't you give Daily Gold a try? Daily Gold helps in relieving the symptoms that cause ulcers. It's natural and it's affordable, so give it a shot.
If you're bidding on the silent auction, there's 1 hour left for the silent auction. Last hour to secure some wonderful horse memorabilia, artwork, experiences, such a variety of items in the silent auction. You can bid if you're here in the TCA Covered Arena. You can bid online as well if you're following along at home. It's the fastest of the 10 disciplines at the Thoroughbred Makeover, barrel racing, speeding through the course of 3 barrels at racehorse speed. Riders in Western equipment and attire will gallop through the timer line and head to the right or to the left around the first barrel, across to the second, then to the top of the arena around the third before sprinting back across the timer line. It's tighter turns than they take on the track, and you'll see horses at different stages of their development. Each horse and rider will do 2 runs in the prelims as well as a judged horsemanship pattern. The top 5 return for another run through the barrel course in the finale. Don't blink. We're underway in barrel racing. First to go, rider number 1175, Cicada and Emily Vandenberg. 18.449 seconds. Jump on yet?
Some of the disciplines we ask that you are quiet while all the horses are in here. This one you can get loud and have some fun.
Next up, rider number 1173, Skeet Shot and Crystal Rutten. Yeah. Come on, Makeover fans, let's hear you!
That's a tight turn and horse for how big he is.
They're across the finish in 18.587 seconds. After their great freestyle routine, next up, number 1132, Nux and Megan Hems.
What are you looking for?
Here they come around the top barrel. That's finishing with style in 18.118 seconds.
Woo!
We're seeing these barrel horses, Ashley, with an extra year of training compared to normal makeover years, and it really shows in the skill.
Yeah, you can tell these guys know what they're doing, and they're having some fun with it. Even a little bit of extra, I wonder if they get extra points for style going over without any reins in their hands.
Rider number 1052 will be next. Serena Maria. I think it's just one.
Rider Jessica Frederick Up has been showing horses since she was 9 years old.
And it shows. Those are some great tight turns right there.
Let's bring them home.
Woo!
17.449 seconds. Well, the song said it. The next horse, Mamba number 5, number 1119, ridden by Tessa Elton. Are you ready? Let's hear it for Mamba number 5 and Tessa Elton. .126 seconds. This year's Mega Makeover also coinciding with the Jockey Club Thoroughbred Incentive Program Barrel Racing Championships. So one run in the finale, which is added to the scores that these horses and riders had. They had a flat score in the prelims and then 2 run times with the barrels to determine their placings, and the top 5 returning to the finals with 1 run, and that's added to their score. Thank you to our judges for the horsemanship test for barrel racing. Mike Bednarik, an AQHA Versatility Ranch horse judge. Robin Stang, AQHA professional horseman and licensed thoroughbred trainer. And the steward leading a great crew for barrel racing was Bethany Glazer. Oh, I don't have a best conditioned award or a TCA award. Time now to recognize the top 10 finishers in the barrel racing discipline, sponsored by SmartPack. Finishing in 10th place, number 1170, Show Me How, ridden by Shia Johnstone. Ninth place went to number 1032, Boston Flash and Lauren Fannin. 8th place, number 1195, Unitas and Sarah Alexis Rouse. Unitas, a 13-year-old, tied for the oldest in the competition this weekend. 7th place, number 1050, Credit Alert and Amber Lemery. In 6th place, number 1110, Love You Ryan and Tammy Botsford, and they are also the Best Conditioned Award winner, sponsored by Nina Bonney. 5th place, number 1175, Cicada and Emily Vandenberg, also the top finishing amateur. 4th place, number 1173, Ski Shot and Crystal Rutten. 3rd place, number 1132, Nux and Megan Hems, and they're also the winner of the Thoroughbred Charities of America Award for barrel racing. 2nd place, number 1119, Mamba number 5 and Tessa Elton. And in 1st place in barrel racing, sponsored by SmartPack, final score of 55.806, rider number 1052, Serena Maria and Jessica Frederick. And also recognizing the top junior, number 1072, Fireball John and Maddie McFarland. Congratulations to the top finishers in barrel racing, sponsored by SmartPack, and thank you for putting on a great display of speed this weekend. The Thoroughbred Makeover also pleased to host the Tip Barrel Racing Championships that took place this weekend as well. A message from SmartPack, the sponsors of barrel racing. Have you heard of Smart Therapy, the newest product line from SmartPack? Every sheet, wrap, and pad in our Smart Therapy line has been thoughtfully crafted to include cooling elements and ceramic fibers, and every piece is sure to provide a comfortable ergonomic fit. This entire product line has been designed by riders to help your horse train better and recover faster. Learn more at smartpack.com/smarttherapy. Serena Maria and Jessica Frederick will be back at the end of competition, as they are one of the contenders for the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion Award that will be sponsored by Churchill Downs. And also, you all can vote on the People's Choice Award, sponsored by Achieve Equine. We'll tell you how to do that at the end of the competition. Well, it's going to be interesting now to go from one discipline to the next as we look at the results from barrel racing, because we're going to go from running around barrels to taking a nice leisurely ride on the trail with competitive trail as our next discipline. We'll have another drag of the arena, and then the trail course will be set up. We'll step away for a few moments and then come back and introduce the competitive trail division, which will be coming up next, sponsored by Godolphin. Here inside the announcer's booth of the TCA Covered Arena, I have a special guest with me, Christy Schulte-Kappert from the ASPCA and its Right Horse Initiative. The ASPCA, Christy, the equine involvement of the ASPCA and being able to partner with the Retired Racehorse Project. What are some of the equine initiatives that the ASPCA has?
Yeah, absolutely. Our goal is to encourage and support good welfare for all equines, and we do that primarily through our safety network and our equine adoption work. So, of course, safety net and adoption is all about helping horses get from one career to the next, and obviously this weekend is all about the thoroughbreds, and the Retired Racehorse Project has just been such a leader in creating more demand for thoroughbreds as they're retiring and creating a community of all of you amazing people, giving these horses a new career and even a third or fourth career and showing off their versatility. So we absolutely love the community and the camaraderie that this group has built, and just seeing the amazing things that they've done with their horses. So we really value our partnership with the Retired Racehorse Project.
There are so many different components of the Thoroughbred Makeover. We're here in the finale watching the top performances, but another big part of it is how people can get their next horse off the track, and the ASPCA Makeover Marketplace. Some of the horses in the finale are part of the ASPCA Makeover Marketplace. For those that don't know what it is, tell us about the ASPCA Makeover Marketplace.
Sure. So that's a setup where you can actually try horses here who are up for adoption or for resale. There's an arena right out, I'm sure you've all seen it, behind the covered arena here. And we actually were able to catch up with an adopter yesterday, or a new horse owner, and she said it was so wonderful to be able to not only meet so many horses and trainers in one place, but see the horses perform under kind of a stressful environment. There's a lot going on here, and to get to see them in different places and doing different sorts of things. She found a horse who was absolutely perfect for her, and she felt so confident in that choice because she was able to meet their trainer, and try them at the marketplace. So it's really just a safe and trusted way to meet these great trainers and see what they've done with their horses, and we love supporting that.
And to bring all those horses under the umbrella of the ASPCA Makeover Marketplace, when you open up the catalog, and for those of you who haven't seen the catalog, it's in the official makeover program. I know Ashley and I were looking through, we're like, that one, yep that one.
Yes.
That one.
It's really dangerous, isn't it?
It absolutely is, but do you know what they say the difference between a horse addiction and a drug addiction is? There's no rehab for a horse addiction.
Yeah.
So here we all are, and thanks to ASPCA for bringing such a great quality of horses under the same umbrella. So we're all here, and we're supporting the off-the-track thoroughbreds, but specifically for supporting adoption. How can people get more involved and offer more support to all the great work that you're doing?
Yeah, absolutely. We love when folks just talk about adoption and share adoptable horses. If you have gotten to that point where you maybe should not add another one to your personal barn, me
Never.
And all of my coworkers, then you can always encourage your friends to think about adopting. And another thing is the trainers and the riders here are at such a high skill level. We would love to encourage them to volunteer or become even a paid trainer for an adoption group, whether that's thoroughbred focused or all breed. All of our partners all need more quality trainers. And whether that's through fostering or volunteering or even a paid position, honestly, we have a huge shortage of good trainers. So we'd love to talk to folks who are looking for more training horses, or come by our booth, or we can try to connect them to a partner. But this group is such a skilled group of horsemen and women that we really need to connect you to horses in transition and help them get to their new home. So that's another really important way they can help.
I think that's one of the big things when the makeover first kind of started, is an idea that it's the idea that brought people together. And then when we get great organizations involved like ASPCA, it's just creating a tremendous party and advocacy group, whatever you want to call it. It's just bringing people together under one umbrella to do great things. So now if people are looking for a horse to adopt, where are you going to send them?
So we have a place that's almost as dangerous as the makeover marketplace called myrightsthorse.org, and that's where all of our partners post their adoptable equines. So if you're going home looking for another project, or your friend is looking for a horse, visit My Right Horse. There's horses all over the country. You'll see actually some of the horses that are on there are eligible for the 2022 Thoroughbred Makeover, so you can find your next prospect there. If you need a kid's pony or a buddy horse or anything, myrightsthorse.org is where to go and where to send your friends, and just always have that browser tab open and be scrolling
bookmark it.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for all the great work that you do, and as you're here watching some of the great competition and taking in the atmosphere, what are some of the memories that you'll take home with you from being part of this year's Mega Makeover?
Oh, it's just been so amazing to connect with so many adopters and see the stories and how much they love their horses, and just walking through the barns and seeing somebody forgot something at home and 10 people will jump up and say, I've got one, you can have one. I mean, this community, it can't be beat for the camaraderie and the support for the thoroughbred and the support for each other. So it's been really fun to be a part of that.
You're right, it is a big competition, but at the same time, there's this shared experience that everybody has had working with the horse right off the track, that you kind of feel that sense of camaraderie and understanding. And so, yeah, you may be competing against them in the ring, but then you're cheering for them just as loudly too.
Exactly, and we've all been in that place where we're on a horse that's green, and maybe we had a great day, maybe we didn't have a great day, but at the end of the day, we are going home with a horse that we love, or that we're helping get to his new home, a new career, and that's the satisfaction of being part of that horse's transition and seeing other people do that too. And obviously it's had incredible results for the thoroughbred, with just how their popularity has skyrocketed, and that also really acts as a model for our other right horse partners that are working with all breeds to see, hey, this is something that worked for the thoroughbred industry. Let's see if we can apply that to other types of horse adoption, and help them find more homes too. So that's been amazing.
A good point. We just got our first off-the-track Arabian, an Arabian racehorse.
There you go.
We're going to be working with Arabians as well as thoroughbreds, and thank you for just supporting it all. The world is a better place because of the work that you're doing.
Well, thank you. It's been wonderful to be here. And like I said, we love partnering with the Retired Racehorse Project and meeting all of you. So if you haven't seen our booth, it's large and orange and hard to miss. Come by and see us, and enjoy the rest of the weekend.
It's right behind the announcer's booth. Be sure to check it out. Thank you, Christy.
Thank you so much.
The judges are finishing up the course walk for the next discipline, competitive trail, which is sponsored by Godolphin Lifetime Care. So after barrel racing, we'll have competitive trail, and here's more about the discipline. There's a lot of stimulation at a racetrack. The lights, the big crowds, the TV cameras, the cheering as horses thunder in a pack down the stretch in a collective pursuit for the glory that awaits at the finish line. It's all done at full speeds and with high energy levels. So, how do racehorses handle a leisurely trail ride? Well, like on the racetrack, there are many sights and sounds to take in. But unlike the full gallops they go out on the track, the competitive trail discipline at the Thoroughbred Makeover is judged on how these former racehorses exhibit, quote, a calm and confident demeanor, show a desire to move forward with a steady pace, and exhibit care and sure-footedness throughout the course. Most horses will be ridden in Western tack and gear, but some will be in English tack and gear. On course, there can be working a gate, traversing water, going over crossbucks and balance beams, stepping up on a box, trotting through a wagon, and much more. When presented with new challenges, it's fascinating to see how the thoroughbred brain addresses the obstacles and how horse and rider work together to overcome them. So we'll have 5 horses and riders to go. Actually, we have 4 with 1 scratch. So 4 horses and riders in competitive trail sponsored by Godolphin. And what's interesting is that each of these 4 horses and riders have qualified for a second discipline in the finale. And they'll be going through a set course. They'll have 5 minutes to complete the course, and as they go through the course, we'll tell you about each of the obstacles that they're going over and the question that it asks horse and rider and what they're trying to accomplish. They'll be doing different movements, some of them at the walk, some of them at the jog. Sometimes it could be the extended jog or the lope or backing as well. And there'll be 8 different obstacles with a maximum course time of 5 minutes. Riders may move at a faster gait than indicated if they have to in order to make time. And then there are a few of the obstacles that will help determine if there are any tiebreakers. For competitive trail, the course designer, Chris Peplich, and also she is the steward. She is from the Equine Trail Sports Certification. And the judges are Robert Shirley and Tammy Thomas, and they are Equine Trail Sports certified as well. And you can see, if you're here in the covered arena as well as on the live stream, the course that has been set up. There's a balance beam, and there'll be some vine curtains, going loping around the poles, picking up and carrying things. And this is kind of like when we had field hunters earlier, where for this type of event we're going to simulate what it's like to be on a trail, but do it in the indoor format of the covered arena. Our judges are in the ring, and judges, you're ready to go? Judges are giving their signal that they're ready to go. So to our great steward Bailey Armour sending in the first horse and rider. The first to go is number 1016, Aussie Prayer, ridden by Rachel Ramsey, and they'll be competing in the final 2 disciplines today, competitive trail and then ranch work. First obstacle is the balance beam. They have to walk over the length of the balance beam. You can be on both.
This is a horse that Rachel acquired from New Vocations, and when she reached out to New Vocations, she requested the shortest, fattest thoroughbred that they had. He looks like he's pretty fit at this point, though, Ashley.
From the balance beam, the next on the competitive trail path is the backup and side pass, where rider will have to back the horse through the chute, briefly stopping when the chute has been cleared, and then straddle their front feet over the pole to the right and side pass right through the entire length of the pole before continuing on to the next obstacle.
And each obstacle is scored from 0 to 10. Just because you do not complete an obstacle does not mean you're eliminated in some of the disciplines. If you don't do every single thing, you're eliminated. You'll just get a 0 score. So if your horse is having trouble on one of the movements, you can continue on and still work on the next ones.
This horse, Aussie Prayer, was consistently cashing checks on the racetrack. 40 starts, 7 wins, 23 top 3 finishes, ran pretty much half the time on dirt, half the time on turf, and was predominantly a sprinter. So now having to rein that speed back as a trail horse, a horse that earned more than $216,000. After going through the vine curtains, now something that you'd encounter on the trail, having to go through the gate.
We had talked earlier in the day about some disciplines having, might possibly have a challenge coming to the inside. Competitive trail is another one of those disciplines where they're not necessarily being worked very regularly in an indoor. It could be a very new and overwhelming environment to a horse that would be calm, cool, and collected out in big open fields where some of the other horses might be overwhelmed. So these are the top horses from the prelims who did very, very well outside, but that does not guarantee that they're going to have a very smooth transition. Some of them might get a little overwhelmed in here.
This horse, Aussie Prairie, is for sale as part of the ASPCA Makeover Marketplace. One minute remaining for their trail course. Now to obstacle number 8, to step the front hooves onto the pedestal, pause, step down, and continue on.
And I believe this is a new obstacle. It's not something that they were presented with out in the prelims.
That is Rachel Ramsey and Aussie Prayer. I really appreciate seeing the riders when they reassure their horses when their horses are having questionable moments, and especially for young horses, I think that goes a long way. You can see that horse exiting feeling pretty proud of himself, of herself.
Yeah, it just goes back to the communication between the horse and the rider, and the rider just saying to the horse, it's okay, you're doing a great job, just keep up the good work, acknowledging that the horse is trying for her.
And to get to this point in the competition, there has to be some type of connection, and even when they're under a lot of stress and things aren't going perfectly, you have to resort back to that connection and reassure them. Instead, just because they're not being exactly how you want it. You can see the horse is trying his darndest to do what's being asked of him, but none of this is really natural for these horses. This is all learned through partnership and practice.
Next to go is number 1102, Lady Margaret and Jeff Damphouse. The first time we saw this pair, Jeff was in dressage tack and then switched over to Western tack as part of their freestyle routine. So after a top 5 in freestyle, they're back here in the finals in competitive trail.
So I actually like that strategy. Did not spend a lot of time on that first obstacle, but he must know his horse very well and knew that was going to be challenging. This is also timed, and you only have so much time. So to know your horse and know, hey, this is one that he's going to struggle with, let's really go shine on the others. And his horse is looking great now and not so frazzled, and now moving forward well, or sideways well.
Good point. Even though the round may have not gotten off to a good start, the horse got off to a good start, and sometimes that's more important.
And that shows some good horsemanship rather than really try to muscle through and maybe gain a couple extra points in that first obstacle. You're really building that partnership with your horse and probably going to gain more points further down the road with that.
In this obstacle, the rider is supposed to try to hold on to the fence or the rope the entire time, if at all possible.
A very practical and necessary application for many trail horses and ranch horses.
He didn't notice there were words down.
The blue bucket.
It's nice to see this horse get more and more confident as this round goes on.
Same blue colors as Godolphin, the sponsors of this competitive trail division. A well-ridden round by Jeff Damphouse and Lady Margaret. Next in the ring, the winner of competitive trail at the last makeover in 2019 with their horse Belfast Cowboy. And here riding No Mo Promises, a finalist in competitive trail and in ranch, Tony Harmon.
Well, he certainly made that look easy.
That was a great trip over the balance beam, the first one we saw that not only made it over, but made it over very handily.
No Mo Promises was acquired through the track aftercare. You can look up track, TRRAC, for all the great work they do. breeding on this horse, sired by Uncle Mo, and sold as a 2-year-old in training for $250,000 in 2017, raced in New York and New Jersey, coming off the track almost 2 years ago to the date, October 12, 2019, after 6 career races, all of them coming on turf.
Tony's got a really good handle on this horse, really easy to move this horse backwards, sideways, forwards, through the tarps. You can tell they've put in a lot of work together also, and the horse is just ready for her to tell him what to do next. We'll have to ask the judges if you get extra style points for going through backwards. Tony is an amateur, but she is a veteran here. She has found herself multiple times in the finals for competitive trail and consistently shows her training and connection she has with her horses.
Second 2018 competitive trail winner in 2019, coming in second place to the finale. That's a picture-perfect moment. So that was Tony Harmon, No Mo Promises. And we have one more horse and rider combination. Already seen in the TCA Covered Arena, winning in freestyle. Thunderous Affair and Lindsay Partridge, and they're in first place coming into the finales of competitive trail. And it looks like Lindsay's decided to put a bridle on the horse this time.
And if the freestyle routine was any indicator, I think we're going to see a pretty steady, laid-back, quiet, willing horse here.
Yeah, if he's willing to walk over that blue tarp, even when it's almost in a sort of tunnel fashion, I guess going over the plank isn't so hard.
Actually, I was wrong. I'm looking closely. No bridles, or no bit, but does put the bridle on. The first time that the Thoroughbred Makeover was held here at the Kentucky Horse Park in 2015, Lindsay won competitive trail with Soar and was named the first Thoroughbred Makeover Champion when the event was held here in Kentucky, on the heels of the first ever event held in Maryland when Ichabod Crane was the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion.
I I think this comes down to Lindsay simply asking the right questions, because this little filly is surely willing to answer yes to whatever she asks. So I think as long as she asks the right way, this filly is going to do it for her.
Just 4 years old as well.
It is amazing that she's only 4 years old and really just this trusting and pretty laid back, but also obviously very intelligent.
So smooth there.
Beautifully executed.
As we watch this, keep in mind that this horse and rider combination obviously missed some training time together since Lindsay just had a baby 3 months ago. So we know 4 months ago she was 8 months pregnant. 3 months ago she had a baby. So there must have been some time missed, although it doesn't look like they ever missed a day of practice.
Thunderous Affair takes a look around and takes in the applause. And now exiting the arena, looking to add a second blue ribbon to their collection at the Mega Makeover. Thank you once again to our steward and course designer, Chris Peplich, Equine Trail Sports Certified and ETS Certified as well. Our judges, Robert Shirley and Tammy Thomas. And thank you to Godolphin for being the sponsor of the competitive trail division. After competitive trail, one more discipline in the class of 2020 Mega Makeover, and it will be ranch work to close out the day, but after that we'll be bringing in the 10 discipline winners, and you'll all get the chance to vote on the winner of the People's Choice Award sponsored by Achieve Equine, and the judges from each of the disciplines will come together to vote on, among all the discipline winners, who the best of them all is, as the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion sponsored by Churchill Downs. That was a message from Godolphin, the sponsors of the competitive trail discipline. As we await the results of competitive trail, giving you some information about the class of horses that we're seeing in the Mega Makeover. We've seen a range of different height horses, and the average height of your Thoroughbred Makeover entrant is 16 hands with a range from 15 to 18 hands. There was actually an entrant, Lucky Rebo's 14 hands. She did scratch. The range in ages 3 years old to 13 years old. We had a top 10 finish in barrel racing from a 13-year-old named Unitas. And we've seen a few 4-year-old winners so far in the finale. Geldings are about 2/3, mares 1/3, and there were 6 stallions entered. Most of the horses, 3 times as many as the next state, foaled in Kentucky, and many of them went through the sales ring at Keeneland. 183 entrants went through the sales ring at Keeneland, bringing an average sales price of $149,000. And you have a range of horses that have been unraced all the way up to the most starts in the makeover, 107 by Bluegrass Demon, who competed this weekend with Callista Bell in dressage and show hunters. And several of the horses making the finals in multiple disciplines, including every horse that competed in that competitive trail division. Aussie Prayer and No Mo Promises will be back in ranch work, and Lady Margaret and Thunderous Affair we saw earlier today in freestyle. Here are the top 10 finishers now for the competitive trail discipline, sponsored by Godolphin. We'll invite each of the top finishers into the arena and put them in the spotlight. Finishing in 10th place, number 1043, Canute, ridden by Keely McCown. In 9th place, number 1130, No Buts About It, for the No Buts About It team. Eighth place, number 1146, Poised for Action, by Mike Leverett. 7th place, number 1125, Near Gold, for the Near Gold team. And the Near Gold team was also the top finishing team. In 6th place, number 1002, Above It All, ridden by Cheryl Thornley. The 5th place finisher, number 1037, Careless Whisper, ridden by Brooklyn Timmons. And Careless Whisper and Brooklyn Timmons, the winner of the Best Conditioned Award, sponsored by Nina Bonney, as well as being the winners of the Top Louisiana Bred Award. Finishing in fourth place, number 1129, No Mo Promises, and Tony Harmon. Also the top finishing amateur pair. In third place, number 1016, Aussie Prayer and Rachel Ramsey. Second place, number 1102, Lady Margaret and Jeff Damphouse.
Just not the twos or not the twos? Six-way tie for Kentucky Bred.
And the winner of Competitive Trail is sponsored by Godolphin. For the second time collecting a blue ribbon today, number 1189, Thunderous Affair, ridden by Lindsay Partridge. They are also the winners of the Thoroughbred Charities of America Award. And they will split a six-way tie for the Top Kentucky Bred Award. We can recognize the Top Kentucky Bred finishers, the first place finisher in Competitive Trail and in Freestyle Thunderous Affair, the first place finisher in Barrel Racing's Reina Maria, first place in Field Hunter Zapper, first place in Show Hunter Still Dreaming, and first place in Show Jumper Canton Comet, all bred here in Kentucky. Pats on the neck from Lindsay Partridge to Thunderous Affair, now a two-time discipline winner in the class of 2020 for the Retired Racehorse Project Mega Makeover. We're going to clear the trail obstacles in the TCA Covered Arena, and the last discipline will be ranch work, when we'll bring in the cattle to be sorted for this discipline, sponsored by Mid-Atlantic Horse Rescue, the Retired Racehorse Project Thoroughbred Makeover, the premier event for thoroughbred sport horses coming off the track, and one of the horses that has competed this weekend also competed in one of the premier events for racehorses on the track, the Breeders' Cup, the multi-million-dollar winner Imperative, competing this weekend in dressage with Louise Atkins. And Ashley and I caught up with Louise and Imperative when they first arrived here at the Kentucky Horse Park. Here with Imperative, who had a remarkable racing resume. 50 starts, 7 wins, 19 top 3 finishes, earnings of more than $3.3 million. Wins in the $1.5 million Charlestown Classic.
They're off in the Charlestown Classic.
the richest race in West Virginia in 2014.
Kent DeSormo and Imperative have taken the lead on the outside. Game on Dude is all out. He is back running in second. Moreno is third. In an absolute shocker, Imperative and Kent DeSormo have won the Charlestown Classic.
That earned him a berth to the Breeders' Cup Classic that year, and then went over to Japan and ran in the Champions Cup at Chukyo.
Group 1 racing in Japan, and they're off. Then followed by Imperative, the visiting horse along the fence.
He won the Charlestown Classic again in 2017.
Imperative on the outside. Matt King Cole, Imperative, they throw it down in the Classic. Imperative, Matt King Cole, Imperative rides the country roads to victory again.
Retired in 2019, and here with Louise Atkins at the Kentucky Horse Park. He likes his peppermints. Louise, how did you end up getting such a classy horse?
So I was approached by NTWO, where he was retired. They asked me if I would take him to the 2019 makeover. I agreed to take him, and then he was always going to go back to them. That was the plan.
NTWO is?
National Thoroughbred Welfare Organization. It's here in Kentucky. And they were going to use him as a promotion for the breed. Oh, I know.
Maybe we should just let him speak for himself.
And then with the makeover not happening, we decided that they were going to transfer ownership to me. So now I own him, and we're going to compete here, and then hopefully we're going to end up going up through the levels in dressage. That is our plan.
Wonderful. Well, for a horse that had raced 50 times over a span of 7 years, what was his transition like to dressage?
It was tough. In the beginning, he didn't really understand what I was asking. He didn't know how to go on the bit. But he is one of the hardest working horses I have ever met. He tries so hard, and once you've taught him something, he's got it.
I truly think a horse that has raced at that high level has that inherent try in them. So looking at him, he seems to be taking it all in. What's his temperament like?
He's cheeky. He's very cheeky. He is very much in charge of the barn. We call him the mayor. He is the mayor of our barn. Nothing gets by him. He's alert. He's aware all the time. He's wonderful. He's a wonderful horse.
What do you enjoy most about working with him?
His try. It is unbelievable. I've never met a horse that comes out to work every single day, every day. Like he's amazing.
How is he taking to dressage in terms of the movement, the carriage? Much different than what he would have been expected to on the track.
Yeah, he doesn't have the biggest movement, so he's going to struggle to compete against the warm bloods. But what he does have is consistency. Like he is super consistent when he goes. His rhythm, the way he carries himself. He has so much presence that people stop and look because they're like, wow, right? But he can do most of the movements. His lateral work is very good. We'll see how far he goes, whether he ever gets to Grand Prix or not. But as far as now, he's very sound, he's very strong, and we're excited.
Well, when he came off the trailer, he immediately caught the eye of a lot of people. Introduce yourself a little bit. What has your background been with working with off-the-track thoroughbreds?
I run Cobalt Stables in Pennsylvania, and we have a small resales business. We restart thoroughbreds and resell them. We've probably done about 50 so far. We're about 5 years now. This is our second makeover. We have 5 horses competing this year, so we're going to be very busy. And then his first ride, he went around with his head stuck in the air. And I thought, how am I going to make this a dressage horse? And then all of a sudden he was like, I got it. And now he's lovely. Absolutely lovely.
So that was Imperative, and Donna, you get to see the race horses up close. That's a good-looking horse. Besides him, who are some of the horses that you've seen up close that have just caught your eye when you're covering the horses on the track?
Well, Justify is a horse that immediately comes to mind. He was a horse who had won the Santa Anita Derby out in California and came to Churchill Downs as the most likely favorite for the Kentucky Derby. And those of us who are east of the Mississippi generally are a little bit dubious about the horses on the West Coast because
I'm from California, so be careful what you say next.
We feel like they haven't faced much yet. You know, we feel
Fair
like
enough,
okay, they've beat the 5 horses in their category out there that are because they don't have large fields out there, right? And so the first time I saw him, he walked out of Bob Baffert's barn and was headed to the racetrack at Churchill Downs. And my jaw just dropped. I thought, oh my God, this is like, he's not just a good horse, he's like a Greek god.
Jonathan and I got to see him in the paddock at Santa Anita when he won on Santa Anita Derby Day, and we saw him before, and same thing, we were in there and like, oh, Justify, you know, look at all these nice horses, and he walked in and just blows you away. If you're near that horse, it just radiates this quality and this intensity, and he cantered away and won and came back and just kind of sauntered in, and like, you know that horse is special. There's certain ones that just you get near it and you can tell.
Absolutely.
I remember watching him in the Santa Anita Derby down the backstretch, and he just looked so comfortable. And the thought that went through my head was, well, that's the Kentucky Derby winner, because then when everybody else started laboring, he was still really, really comfortable. But you're right, he was a little bit of an unknown, and that's one of the fascinating things about horse racing is that you can have a horse who hasn't raced that much, and then all of a sudden they're right in the biggest spotlight of them all. And he was kind of a flash, because as quick as we got to know him, then we didn't get to see him again.
And he was a lightly raced horse coming into the Kentucky Derby. So my fallback on that is oftentimes Curlin. You'll recall he had only run, I think, 3 times before he ran in the Derby. He couldn't win the Derby. He ended up winning the Preakness Stakes. And then he won the Breeders' Cup Classic and was Horse of the Year. And so when those young, lightly raced horses would come to the Derby, I would say, hey, if Curlin couldn't win the Derby, like, do you really think this horse is better than Curlin? And that was my line on Justify until I saw him. And then I went, yeah, it's possible this horse is better than Curlin.
And then, the Breeders' Cup coming up. Who are some horses you're looking forward to seeing? You said the Classic is going to be the race this year.
The Classic is definitely going to be the race this year. We've got 3-year-olds who typically this is the first time they face the older horses. But it's a little different this year because Medina Spirit, who did cross the wire first in the Kentucky Derby, did face older horses last time out in the Osmegan out in California, and he won by open lengths, by 5 or 6 lengths. And so that says a lot for the 3-year-old crop. But they've got some really tough older horses that they're going to have to beat. Horse Knicks Go is one of those horses. And then, of course, we've got Essential Quality coming back, and it's just going to be a really tough. But also the Distaff is going to be an amazing race. Latruska is a filly, or I think she's either a filly or a mare. She may be 5 now, but she's a horse who's been, she's won her last 5 races super impressively in graded company, and so she's going to be tough to beat.
I love Latruska when she gets out to the front. She's just a joy to watch. She seems so happy racing in front, and then when she ever gets challenged, she gets incredibly feisty as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we've got the 2-year-olds because, you know, the 2-year-olds on the West Coast, the 2-year-olds on the East Coast, they haven't seen each other yet, and so it's always fun when they first match up and we get to go, okay, California, show us what you have.
I love it. Well, you've definitely whet our appetite for the big racing that's coming up next month, but right now our attention on the retired racehorses. We're going to have a special presentation coming up in a moment for the Thoroughbred Ambassador Award, and it'll be presented by Kirsten Green, who we all know and love from Retired Racehorse Project. We're going to step away for a moment as we get set up for that. Coming up next, the very prestigious Thoroughbred Ambassador Award.
Our adoption partners are making it so easy to get into the horse world. So it's been really fun to see those connections that everyone's been making with their horses, and of course that those wonderful horses are finding their right homes too.
I believe what we have the opportunity to do at Florida Track with these off-the-track thoroughbreds is really unique.
We offer former racehorses a good home. More people need to adopt. I mean, there's so many amazing horses out there to be adopted.
This is Athenian Lady, and she's my right horse.
She is a very sweet baby, aren't you? You're a very sweet girl.
To build a great app for our thoroughbred community and give back to those who serve it.
We're not just shopping.
Where we're not just selling horses.
And we are not just shipping.
We're united!
OTTB United, in partnership with the Retired Racehorse Project, uniting the thoroughbred community under one feature-rich platform.
Everyday Kentucky is all new and every morning.
We love where we live.
And we are excited to tell the stories of everyday Kentucky.
Bringing you the bright side of the bluegrass every day.
And we're here.
Every day, showing you how you can shop local and help support Kentucky business owners. Every day, we'll see you at 9 a.m. on WKYT.
Established in 1982, Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital is a worldwide leader in equine healthcare, providing a full menu of specialties of services and treatment for all breeds and disciplines of horses, from the family companion to the high-performance athlete. Learn more today about Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital. Visit roodandriddle.com or call 888-773-4838.
Red. Ready to go for a ride, buddy? I'm gonna miss you, Red.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation provides the best equine research to treat the horses we love.
I missed you, old boy.
Suspect your horse has ulcers? I have been there. So here's a thought. Instead of jumping to spending hundreds of dollars on pharmaceutical ulcer products, why don't you give Daily Gold a try? Daily Gold helps in relieving the symptoms that cause ulcers. It's natural and it's affordable, so give it a shot.
And now we have a very special presentation, turning your attention inside the TCA Covered Arena to Kirsten Green.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kirsten Green. I'm the Managing Director of the Retired Racehorse Project, and I'm the event organizer for the Thoroughbred Makeover. We have an award that is a public vote award. Submissions are made by participants in the Thoroughbred Makeover, and from those submissions, we choose an overall winner for our Thoroughbred Makeover Ambassador Award. And nominees are people who embody the spirit of teamwork, promotion of the thoroughbred, and good horsemanship and good sportsmanship. And so it's my honor today to present this year's awards to Dr. Shannon Reed, who is a multi-year competitor previously, and from, yes, she's looked after you all this weekend in one way, shape, or form. So congratulations, Shannon. Shannon, I've had the pleasure of working with very closely over the last few years personally, and she inspires me, and I think some of the best critical emails that I've ever gotten in my life have come from Shannon Reed, and from those critical emails, some of the best developments in our level of horse welfare policies and have developed into things that Shannon has spearheaded, the arrival exam and helping us vet check and assure the health of hundreds of horses each year, and done so with the best empathy and humor and grace, and just love for the horses and love for her competitors. So congratulations, Shannon, and thank you for all that you do. But I also have John Roberts down here, who happens to be a new addition this year. Those of you who know, we're based in Maryland, and we have quite a lot of stuff that needs to come down to Maryland, and so we rent a very large box truck each year. And if we're lucky, somebody will drive that truck for us so that we're not exhausted when we get there. And so this year, John stepped up to pinch hit, and little did we know that he would just make himself so totally useful and helpful this weekend. So we're so thankful to have you with us, John, and so we wanted to give you an honorable mention for this year's Ambassador Award. So thank you so much for all the help that you've given us this week. All right. Congratulations. Another big round of applause for Shannon and John. Thank you so much for your contributions this week and over the past several years.
And now you're going to have...
Congratulations to Shannon and John, who join a long line of winners of the Thoroughbred Makeover Ambassador Award. Back in 2015, the first winner was Olivia Dixon, 2016, Michelle Craig, 2017, Kyle Rothfuss, 2018, Jen Roberto, 2019, Peg Sorensen, and Alyssa Maya. And for this year, Shannon Reed with an honorable mention to John Roberts. And while she's in the covered arena, I think every one of us that's part of the Thoroughbred Makeover should give a big recognition to Kirsten Green for all of her hard work. And the entire team that's in there, Kristen, Ryan, Jen. It takes a huge group of people, all of the volunteers, some of whom are now setting the pens for the cattle. And we'll have one more discipline coming up next, ranch work, sponsored by Mid-Atlantic Horse Rescue. The Irish rock band Thin Lizzy sang "The Boys Are Back in Town." Well, at the Thoroughbred Makeover, it'll be "The Cows Are Back in Town." The fascinating and popular mix of racehorses and cattle will be returning during the finale in the ranch work discipline at the Thoroughbred Makeover. The preliminary rounds will feature horses and riders performing AQHA Ranch Riding Pattern 1, followed by a ranch trail test made up of a variety of obstacles negotiated across all 3 gates. The top 5 riders return for the finale and a cattle sorting test. 10 cattle numbered 0 through 9. The judges pick the first cattle number for the rider to sort into the opposite side of a pen, and then they'll try to sort as many cattle as they can in numerical order in 2 minutes. You'll definitely want your cameras out for that. Here come the cattle into the arena, provided by Fawn Armstrong of Armour Ranch. Steward for ranch work sponsored by Mid-Atlantic Horse Rescue is Wendy Prevert. The ranch trail course designers, Kristen Kovach Bentley and Wendy Prevert. And the judges, Mike Bednarik, an AQHA Versatility Ranch Horse Judge, and Robin Steng, an AQHA Professional Horseman and Licensed Thoroughbred Trainer. The format will be that each rider will be given a random number, and they will start with that number. There'll be 10 cattle in the pens, and they'll have to sort out, starting with the random number they were given, going in numerical order, and they'll have 3 minutes to sort as many as they can. And we're ready now to begin the final discipline for the class of 2020 at the Retired Racehorse Project Mega Makeover. It is ranch work, sponsored by Mid-Atlantic Horse Rescue. Cows are ready, officials are ready, and if the in-gate is ready, we can send in the first horse and rider. First horse and rider to enter the pen to sort the cattle for 3 minutes as part of the test for the finale of ranch work. Rider number 1146, Poised for Action, ridden by Mike Leverett, a horse acquired from Turning for Home. Poised for Action, a horse that is for sale as part of the ASPCA Makeover Marketplace, owned and trained by Mike Leverett, an amateur rider from Forsyth, Georgia, an 8-year-old bay gelding that had 34 starts on the track with 5 wins and more than $200,000 in earnings for a horse that sold for just $5,000 as a yearling. And Mike, your first cow to sort will be number 6. The time will start as soon as you cross the pen, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Jonathan, can you see where 6 is in this mix?
6 was out in front.
Oh, yeah, just presented. I see it now.
Making sure to get them all back in order as one was looking to make an escape.
And now he's got to go for the 7, who of course has placed himself at the back of that group.
Oh,
there he is.
him out.
Now he's coming out.
Got a lot to manage here. You got to weed yours out, but not let the others go through. We're talking with the judges, and in a normal competition, if any of the other cows go through out of order, then your round is done. This one, being a bit more understanding of green horses, if you have a horse or a cow go through out of order, rider's got to go in, collect that, bring it back out, and send them through in order.
The 7 likes to ride that fence. It doesn't make him easy to get to.
1 minute remaining.
Oh, there's giving him a chance.
Well done.
Thirty seconds left.
That number 1 is kind of cheeky.
Yeah, he's been trying to escape a couple times.
Maybe the 6 or the 7 are one of his good friends.
And that is time. Horse acquired from Turning for Home, poised for action, ridden by Mike Leverett. Next in the TCA Covered Arena, we saw them earlier in competitive trail and now back for ranch work. The horse is No Mo Promises, ridden by rider number 1129, Tony Harmon. And Tony, your first cow to sort is number 4. Now, the previous horse, poised for action, had a relatively successful career given the humble beginnings of selling as a yearling for $5,000. This horse, No Mo Promises by Uncle Mo, sold as a 2-year-old in training for $250,000. Now got number 5 in, but we'll have to sort out number 1.
That one again.
So the original purpose of this discipline is in case you have to weed one of the steer out of the herd that needs some medical attention. It's not just to play a game of cat and mouse with the group of steer. Where ranch work is concerned, it has a really practical purpose, and you really need a horse that's good enough to be able to weed out that one steer without having the whole group come along.
And you see different reactions when horses come off the track when they see cows for the first time. Some of them are terrified of them. Some of them think they're their friend. Some of them think they're their enemy. 1 minute remaining.
I really like how she starts off, though. She kind of goes into the middle and waits for all of the cows to start moving and then responds from there. It's not just a rush in and drive. She sits and waits and reads what they're doing.
30 seconds. And that is time for Tony Harmon and No Mo Promises. Another great showing at the Thoroughbred Makeover by Tony. Has been in the finale each of the last 3 years and won in competitive trail in the previous Thoroughbred Makeover. Next to go, rider number 1110, Tammy Botsford aboard Love You Ryan. Tammy comes from Rockview County, Alberta, Canada. And Tammy, the first cow for you to soar is number 7. This horse was bred in Florida, raced in California. Early in her career, ran at Del Mar, the site of this year's Breeders' Cup, and then went up to Canada, retiring in 2019 at Assiniboia Downs in Manitoba.
So now her goal was to get 7 into the other ring, and the 4 followed, so she's got to get the 4 back into the other ring with the other cattle.
I feel like I'm watching a race where you're trying to pick the exacta and that horse gets in the middle. But this time it worked out there.
It's like the 8 knows
1
who's
minute.
next.
That's exactly what I was going to say. He went right into the middle of that group right there. It's like, act cool. Don't let him know.
Nothing here to see.
Oh.
There goes your 1 again.
Love You Ryan and Tammy also competed in barrel racing.
Oh.
And that is time for Tammy Botsford and Love You Ryan.
Watch, it's going to go. It's going to go. There it goes.
Let's hear it for Tammy Botsford and Love You Ryan. It's been great to have such great representation from north of the border. We're going to actually ask the next rider to hold for a moment. The judges are sorting through an issue, so we'll have a quick hold. We will introduce our next rider, though. Carrie Johnson from Mount Pleasant, North Carolina. Riding Special 16, a horse that is for sale as part of the ASPCA Makeover Marketplace, 5-year-old bay mare that was bred and raced in Indiana, and now we are ready to go. Carrie in Special 16, the cow that you've to sort first will be number 1. This pair competed in dressage as well as ranch work this weekend.
And that one's been trying to get to the other side every time there's another cow already in there. We'll see if it wants to go by itself.
Now he knows.
Of course, her time doesn't start until she enters the second ring, so she's scoping out her possibilities before she has her time start.
It's quite the stare down.
And the horse is in no hurry for the time to start.
Carrie says this horse has proven to be a competitive all-around horse, enjoying all the challenges we have given her, has shown successfully in open ranch, hunter under saddle, as well as rated dressage shows. And we've seen a few horses this finale that have been bred in the state of Indiana and raced at Indiana Grand.
Carrie's doing a great job of being very patient with this horse. He's obviously done this before. She's
1 minute
obviously
remaining.
done this before, and this isn't her first rodeo, as they say, but she doesn't seem to be very willing today, but Carrie's been very patient with this mare.
And they are being judged on how many cows they can move across, but there are also points for overall impression and how well the horse is handling the cow's responsiveness to aids and horse's demeanor. So it is not just on the number that crosses over to the other side.
Final 15. And that is time for Carrie Johnson and Special 16. Last makeover, this discipline won by the horse Silence is Awesome and Amber Jacobson. Our final horse and rider will be a pair that we saw in competitive trail earlier, number 1016, Aussie Prayer, ridden by Rachel Ramsey. This horse had an Australian-bred sire who was named All-American and bred in New York. Made $200,000 in a 40-race career. And Rachel, you and Ozzy have number 3 as your first cow to sort. That was a good start.
I feel like Ozzy used his ears to move that cow. He just put his ears back and cow said, "Yes, sir."
In the Western world, they call a good cutting horse cowy, and I agree with you. I think Aussie Prayer is showing some of that cowiness by giving the cows signals with his ears.
And by cowy, there's some horses that naturally, wow, 4 and 5. Look at that.
In the right order, too.
Yes. Well, if it wasn't, she would have had to go back and pull them out. So that was very well done.
That's called getting the photo finish.
Very well done or very lucky. One of the two.
Either one, it works.
I think there's a saying about that.
Keep an eye on that one. It's cheeky. Wants to go.
He's a runner.
Yeah. Oh, oh.
One minute remaining.
That was well handled. She ended up on the wrong side of all the cows. So if she had tried to push 6 through who might have gone, they all would have run. Great
Well
job.
done.
Next one in with 30 to go. "20 seconds.
No one's tried to move 9. He wanted his turn in the spotlight.
That horse has some really good moves.
And that's time. What a great way to finish the discipline and the competition. And if you like what you see, this is a horse that was for sale as part of the ASPCA Makeover Marketplace, Aussie Prayer, ridden by Rachel Ramsey from Nevada, Texas. That's Ranch Work, sponsored by Mid-Atlantic Horse Rescue. Thank you to our judges Mike Benerick and Robin Stang, cattle provider Fawn Armstrong, steward Wendy Freevert, who also designed the Ranch Trail course with Kristen Kovach Bentley. After this final discipline is pinned for ribbons, we'll then bring back the discipline winners across all 10 disciplines, starting with eventing this morning, and that will then be a great collection of off-the-track thoroughbreds in the TCA Covered Arena. And the judges across all the disciplines will determine their ranking of the top 10 winners, and then they will crown the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion, sponsored by Churchill Downs, the winner to receive a $10,000 prize. And then all of you will be able to vote on the People's Choice Award. There'll be a text message that you can send to a phone number that we'll put up on the screen after we finish the last ribbon ceremony, and then you'll be texting the bridal number to that phone number for your choice to win the People's Choice Award that is sponsored by Achieve Equine, that will give the winner a chance to donate $2,500 to their 501c3 of their choice. And as the cattle get sorted to leave, it's been a pleasure for this year's Makeover finale broadcast to be joined by Donna Brothers. And I think when you walked in, Donna, you were all wide-eyed about what you were going to see. Well, now you've seen it, and you said you'll be coming back tomorrow. What were your thoughts about how today went? I'm sure they were just as positive as you expected.
Yeah, maybe even more so, because you see just the professionalism with the horses and with the riders. And I expected for them to be a little bit greener. Maybe they will be a little bit greener tomorrow, because these ones have, been the ones
had that extra year. Good
right,
point.
who had the extra year. But especially what we saw in that last round with Aussie Player and Rachel Ramsey, that was a really good round from a horse that was a thoroughbred, a racing thoroughbred. And so, yeah, we've seen a lot of professionalism and athleticism today, which I expected to see, but I was really proud of the thoroughbreds and their versatility.
Oh, absolutely. And this is an event that I think we all hear about and get excited about it, but then you have to actually see it in person to truly appreciate it. And it's those moments like when Aussie Prayer sorted the cattle, like I think the freestyle moments on Nux and Megan Hems, and those moments are the ones that I think we'll all take away as being very, very special.
Yeah, and then also Lindsay Partridge and her with Thunderous Affair, her relationship with that horse. Yeah, it was just all wonderful. A lot of great memories.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for joining us, and we appreciate that you've been part of this wonderful event. Can everyone please give a round of applause for Donna Brothers for being here today and being part not only of the biggest racing moments, but being part of a really big off-the-track thoroughbred event as well.
Well, thanks for having me, and I'll be back tomorrow.
Sounds good. Have a good night.
You too.
here with impaired.
Suspect your horse has ulcers? I have been there. So here's a thought. Instead of jumping to spending hundreds of dollars on pharmaceutical ulcer products, why don't you give Daily Gold a try? Daily Gold helps in relieving the symptoms that cause ulcers. It's natural and it's affordable, so give it a shot.
So now we can announce the top 10 finishers for Ranch Work, sponsored by Mid-Atlantic Horse Rescue. Finishing in 10th place, number 1134, Oh So Ready, ridden by the Asbury University Hunter Jumper Team. In 9th place, number 1039, Chase Lane, ridden by Ashley Roman Francesi. The 8th place finisher, number 1098, Jump Street, ridden by Michelle Knobloch. Seventh place, number 1042, Cleve, ridden by Ashley Tabor. Cleve also the winner of the USPC Award in memory of E. Marilyn Searle. Sixth place, number 1022, Believe the Heat, and Katie Cruz. Fifth place, number 1178, Special 16 in the team of Southern Specialties. Special 16 and the Southern Specialties team, also the top finishing team. Finishing in fourth place, number 1129, No Mo Promises and Tony Harmon. In third place, number 1110, Love You Ryan and Tammy Botsford. Second place, number 1146, Poised for Action and Mike Leverett. And they were also the top finishing amateur pair. And the winners of Ranch Work, sponsored by Mid-Atlantic Horse Rescue, a score of 176.0, number 1016, Aussie Prayer and Rachel Ramsey, and here they come. They also win the Best Conditioned Award, sponsored by Nina Bonney. Before we go into the voting for the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion and People's Choice Award, we have a few special awards to announce. The Turning for Home Award will be a tie between Tony Harmon and No Mo Promises and Crystal Rutten and Ski Chop. The Top Pennsylvania Bred Award, a tie between Sarah Kalenda and Barwin, Tessa Elton and Mamba Number 5, and Mike Leverett and Poised for Action. The Cantor Award, a tie between Lindsay Partridge and Thunderous Affair, and Jessica Frederick and Zrena Maria. The TAA Graduate Award, a tie between Lindsay Partridge and Thunderous Affair, and Rachel Ramsey and Aussie Prayer. And the Top New York Bred Award, discipline winners, Aussie Prayer and Rachel Ramsey, and Elbow Room and Helen Pianka. So we're just about ready to welcome in all 10 discipline winners back inside the TCA Covered Arena, and we'll introduce each one of them to you. They'll also have the chance to speak and introduce themselves. They'll be competing for your recognition through a vote for the People's Choice Award. We'll give you the phone number to text in a moment, where you can text the bridal number of who you think should be presented with the People's Choice Award and have the opportunity to direct $2,500 to the charity of their choice. And then the judges will be determining who they think is the overall winner of the event from the 10 different discipline winners, and will receive the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion prize of $10,000 presented by Churchill Downs. On your screen, you can see the 10 different discipline winners and their bridal numbers. And you can see the phone number that you'll text to vote. You'll have a chance to hear from all of those riders in a moment, but when you do, you'll be choosing which bridal number to send to the phone number 507-669-5412. Ashley, as we await for the 10 discipline winners to come back into the TCA Covered Arena, let's go through what we saw today, starting this morning with eventing. The horse Legends Hope, ridden by Jasna Pravnik, a finalist in both eventing and show jumping. Ashley, you're an eventer. Thoroughbreds excel in eventing. They've done so here at the Kentucky Horse Park, and this horse really epitomized that spirit that you want to see in an off-the-track thoroughbred.
Yes, that horse, really cool horse, and you could tell that horse really loved doing everything that was asked of him. He's in the right discipline. He's happy to do it. He's had a great foundation, looks really good doing it. Really, really solid horse with a great foundation and a positive future.
Now in show jumpers, the winner was Canton Comet, ridden by Samantha Fawcett, and that was an incredibly rhythmic horse, I remember.
How'd you feel about that one?
About Canton Comet and Samantha Fawcett? Yeah, just a horse that did jump at the 2.6 height, but jumped it just rhythmically and also was able to find distances very well. I did enjoy that horse that won show jumpers. Now the show hunters, and Charles Harefield had 2 in the finale for show hunters and 1 with his horse Still Dreaming, and that was an unflappable horse in this environment.
What a great foundation that's been put on that horse. It's really steady, rhythmic, did great outside, did great in here. What you want to see in a green hunter horse, there's always little things here and there, but really, really nice, solid foundation. Looked the part, acted the part, moved the part. Great.
How about for Field Hunter winners, Zapper and Cameron Sadler?
You're going to hear me say this a lot, but it's another cool horse. Really, you want to talk about unflappable. Really looked like it had a lot more experience than it could possibly have had. Looks like it's been doing it its whole life. Like it was made to be out there, and it had been doing it for years.
Dressage was won by Elbow Room, who moved up from third to first, ridden by Helen Pianca, and this pair was also a finalist in freestyle.
Yeah, it's great to see the versatility. This is the one that did the side saddle, right, for the
and the tap
for the
thing,
freestyle, and really great dressage horse. One of just really nice, solid body, beautiful movement. You put it all together, and dressage is one of those where it takes a while to build all that muscle and really get that connection. So they looked really, really strong together, and were ones that moved up. They were not in first place coming into dressage.
Polo was won by That's My Birdie and Michael Grubert, and we had a polo winner of one of the early Thoroughbred Makeover Championships with Old Tavern and Charlie Caldwell, and That's My Birdie, the good polo prospect, that compact, feisty bay mare that you'd like to see in a polo field.
Just a game little mare ready to get in there and get into the mix, and wasn't really rattled by that environment where some might have been a little bit more tentative. She was just ready to go and get in there.
Two-time discipline winner today was Thunderous Affair and Lindsay Partridge in freestyle and competitive trail, maybe the most unflappable of all the horses.
Yep, that's the word I was going to use, unflappable. It just looks so calm and steady, and really nothing, no elevation whatsoever from that horse.
Barrel Racing produced the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion at the last makeover in 2019 with Cowboy Swagger and Fallon Taylor. This year, Barrel Racing was won by Zerena Maria and Jessica Frederick. And Ashley, I'm thinking, I don't know if I remember them that well. It's because Barrel Racing went by in a flash. And I mean, that they were the fastest.
They were significantly the fastest. Well, significantly is still within a second, but that's a lot in barrels, and they were another pair that were not first coming in and had such a great show today that they moved up and won that discipline.
Yeah, they went under 18 seconds, and that extra year of training with the Mega Makeover, you can really see the polish that they had in their barrel runs. Competitive trail, we mentioned Thunderous Affair and Lindsay Partridge again, and then ranch work, Aussie Prayer and Rachel Ramsey, just one cool horse to do what she did.
Really impressed with this pair. I loved how that horse went in, knew her job, and communicated very well. Even from this distance, you could feel what that horse was expecting those cows to do, and those cows sure felt it too, and they moved right along for her.
I liked what you said about the horse move the cattle with her ears.
Very clear what she wanted from them.
So that's our run through of the 10 discipline winners, but we'll also hear from each of them in a moment when they come back into the TCA Covered Arena. Both the stick mics? Yeah. These are both the stick mics? Yeah. Okay. And we got word that the discipline winners are ready to re-enter the TCA Covered Arena. Actually, we're going to wait a moment until the arena gets dragged a little bit, and then we'll bring them in. Once again, when you're ready to vote, you see the phone number up on the screen, 507-669-5412, 507-669-5412. So now down inside the TCA Covered Arena, and when they're ready to come back inside the ring, bring back the 10 discipline winners. And Jen Reutz, the executive director of the Retired Racehorse Project. Jen, you and I started the day, and we always start with high expectations, and they always seem to be exceeded. This was another great showcase for off-the-track thoroughbreds, but this year was unique and something I don't think we'll ever see again, but that extra year of retraining, it was fascinating to see the skill level this year.
Yeah, we talked about that this morning, about how before we saw these performances today, those older horses really set the tone during the preliminary competition for the professionalism that they brought into the warm-up arena and just traversing around the park, and like especially in the competition rings. And you know, that old saying, you vibe with your tribe. And so a lot of these younger horses, the 2021 horses that we'll see tomorrow, were really feeding off of that calmness and professionalism of the older horses. So I think it helped to elevate their level of competition, their preparedness as they stepped into the ring. And so when we saw them today performing in this big atmosphere that a lot of them hadn't seen before today, they really stepped up their game and gave us some really incredible performances.
It was amazing. It was amazing to see the variety. I mean, the speed of the barrel racers, the rhythm of the show hunters, the movement of the dressage, the field hunters just seemed totally unflappable in this environment. So it's definitely a difficult task to try to pick who the best among all of them are, but that's what we're going to ask all of you to do, and that's what we asked all our judges to do. But here they come into the ring, so let's recognize all of the great performances that we saw today. And Jen, I remember when we were together at the last Thoroughbred Makeover, this is like the coolest collection of thoroughbreds that you can get under one roof, I think.
Oh my gosh, it's, 10 national champions of different disciplines that are all parading for us right now. These horses have accomplished a lot over the last year and a half because these riders have gotten to get them in the show ring so much more. And it's really been interesting to see how well muscled and prepared and conditioned they are. We did the veterinary exams, the arrival exams, as people were coming into the competition, and I just kept hearing all the veterinarians say too, the caliber of conditioning these horses had was very, very impressive, and it shows with this group we've got here.
Well, let's go around and we'll talk to a few of them and give them a chance to talk to all of you. And again, that phone number to vote for the People's Choice Award, 507-669-5412. So, well, Jazz, we really loved your run with Legends Hope, and you did your talking in the ring. If you want to do some talking now, I'll hand you the microphone. I'm not that scary, Legends Hope. You can say whatever you want. You can say just how amazing this horse is, the highs and lows of training, what you enjoyed about today.
Well, normally I fall in love with the ones nobody likes. So this is a first for me, falling in love with the horse everybody likes. Legends Hope, affectionately known at home as Chester, is one of the classiest, most talented horses I've ever had the privilege of sitting on. He has done everything I've asked from day one. I'm pretty sure he came out of the womb knowing how to jump, because the first jump I took him over, he's like, let's keep going. And I had to stop myself from jumping a 3-6 post and rail on the first day. He was that talented. He does everything I've asked. He fox hunts, he show jumps, he events, he does his dressage, and he even plays with cows at home. So he is an example of everything a thoroughbred can be, and I would not want to sit on any other horse.
Oh, that's awesome, Jazz. He was beautiful. Let's also hear from our field hunter champion. Can you tell us a little bit about what this horse means to you and what his performance today means to you?
Right, I know, yeah. Well, it's super exciting to be here for the ending. This is my third time here, so this is a first. And as far as Zapper, he's just the coolest little dude. He does all the things pretty much the same like Jazz said. He jumps, he obviously fox hunts. He fox hunted at least 40 times between last year because we got the extra year and this season already. I have evented him, I've show jumped him, I have had him in pony club gatherings, I have moved cattle with him myself, and he's just a remarkable little horse. He's always got good manners and he's a gentleman. So I'm thrilled to be here to represent the field hunters.
And with me, I have Samantha Fawcett aboard Canton Comet, the champions for show jumpers.
So this is Canton Comet. We call her Haley at home. She's been absolutely incredible this week. This is only her third show, actually. We might have had an extra year, but we had some injuries in 2020, and there was no horse showing really in Canada in 2020 either. So this has been a big ask for her, and she's come out and delivered, and I'm just absolutely thrilled with her. Thank you.
All right, and I see our barrel racing champion right here. He has a pretty quick turn of foot. Tell us a little bit about this guy.
Well, this is Zarina Maria, and I got her. She's a 2020, and this is just a dream come true. You know, she got injured last year right before we were supposed to come to the RRP, and it was a blessing that it got postponed. And this horse has so much heart, so much try. She's my best friend, my partner, and I couldn't do anything without her.
Oh, thank you.
And now we have our dressage champion, Elbow Room with Helen Pianka. This really seems like a family horse.
He is. He's great. He teaches lessons to some of my 10 and 11-year-old students, and then he goes to recognized dressage shows and beats warm bloods every outing he's been on. He's never came in anywhere but first, and I think he's a really great example of a thoroughbred that compete side by side with purpose-bred warm bloods and outrank them. And I think he's a great ambassador for the breed, showing exactly what the show is about, what the thoroughbred can do as a sport horse.
Any horse that can compete at a high level and also be a lesson horse, I think is just truly amazing. Jen, I'm walking towards Lindsay Partridge and Thunderous Affair. Do you have someone with the mic? Oh, you have Michael with our polo champion. That's my Birdie.
So this is Birdie, and we got her as a young horse off the track, and really didn't show much talent as a racehorse. But for polo, we look for these little ones that aren't so stellar on the track, and she just actually turned out to be just a tremendous little polo horse. And those of you that are familiar with polo know that it's a very challenging sport for horses. They need to be able to do just about everything. And for them to take off and do as well as she has, I couldn't be happier.
A double discipline winner, Thunderous Affair with Lindsay Partridge. And I remember a very good looking gray mare that you had as the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion in 2015, and now a contender with another precocious gray filly.
Thank you. Yeah, we call her Alicia at home, or I call her Lissy for short. And she's been a lot of fun to bring along. She hasn't always been easy. We had to really work on her emotional confidence. So she struggled when we would go to off-site shows, and has really just been building. I've just been making it about trying to help her be relaxed off-site, because if you can believe it, she used to go off-site to shows and get so worried that she would literally be leaping in the air and was nicknamed the Dragon. So for her to come out, and you guys probably all think she looks like some old level-headed school horse, for me that's a huge win, because it just shows how much we've grown together with so much trust and so much calmness, which is what I'm all about. And she's so cool, she's so talented. She can do these super little collected canter circles and pirouettes, and she can learn all these tricks, and she's been on a TV set already. So she's doing all sorts of things, and we competed bridleless for jumpers, and when we get back to Canada next week, she's going to the provincial EXCA championships, where we'll be doing some stuff there too. So she's super fun. I'm really excited for what we have in the future.
Thank you, Lindsay, and thank you to Thunderous Affair.
And I am over here with Charles, who has the winner of the Show Hunter division, who, by the way, is also a half to Nyquist. So we've got two champions, a champion on the track and a champion off.
What's so fun about having a champion on the track and one off the track
This horse was bred to be an athlete. He's beautiful, he's got a great movement, he's got a great temperament. For the hunters, he's extremely well suited for that. He's very well mannered, has a beautiful jump. Again, just truly an athlete. And, you know, thoroughbred horses aren't seen as much in the show hunters as a lot of the warm bloods are, but this horse is proof that he can hang with absolutely any competition and really be on top.
That horse deserves an extra pat. Half to Kentucky Derby winner, and now here is a champion show hunter. I think we got everyone.
Did we? We missed this one right here, right?
Oh, that's right. We missed the coolest one of them all at the very end, Aussie Prayer. We were so impressed with how she seems feisty, and she just kind of pinned her ears back, and those cattle knew what they were supposed to do.
So Aussie Prayer was an answer to prayer. After I lost my mama, I needed a good project, and let me tell you, she was a project. But she was a good one, and she's not very brave, but she really, really trusts me, and she tries to do her best. And when I hooked her up to cows, that was her jam. She's like, finally, I got something I can boss around and move. So she really, really, that's her jam.
Thank you very much. Top three finish in two different disciplines. This is definitely a special mare. So now it's up to all of you to vote for who you think should be the People's Choice Award, sponsored by Achieve Equine, a chance to make a $2,500 donation to the charity of their choice. And it's up to the judges to pick the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion, and I never want to be in that position to have to be the one to choose among these great horses.
Oh my gosh, you can say that again. Yeah, these are such an incredible group of athletes, and to see how well they've transformed from racehorses into everything we saw today, dressage, barrel racing, field hunter, show jumping. I mean, they're all horses that are going to go places after they're here. We always talk about how this competition should never be the main goal for any of these horses, but it's a great goal for their first year of training after racing. And so it's a showcase of what that year and 2 years in this case can mean. You know, like tomorrow we'll see that 1 year transformation. Today we've gotten to see what an extra couple months can do. And I mean, it's really changing what these horses end up doing in their next career and really putting them on their map. And we're seeing some of our other graduates from previous years end up starting to really tick up the levels and become high-performance national athletes. So I'm excited to see what this group goes on to do as well.
Oh yeah, just here a month or so ago, so we had Jazz Napravnik being the eventing champion. The horse that was the previous eventing champion, Sanimo, ridden by Rosie Napravnik, made the American Eventing Championships here at prelim. I mean, 2 years after competing at the Thoroughbred Makeover to compete at prelim at the Kentucky Horse Park for AECs. So you're right, the Thoroughbred Makeover has become such a major competition and such a big event, but always to remember, like, this is a stepping stone for even bigger and bigger things. And this year also, we had the chance to host the barrel racers for the TIP Championships. That was a cool step forward for the off-the-track thoroughbreds here at this event.
Oh, that was so much fun. Yeah, Wednesday and Thursday night, we got to host that after competition during the day concluded. We had the barrel racers come in, and some of those are more seasoned horses. Some of our Thoroughbred Makeover competitors were competing as well, but that was a hootin' and hollering good time, and it was really cool to see how many people came from really far away, from out west and all over the country. They did a phenomenal job. We're excited to be partnering with TIP for that and hopefully get to do it again in the future.
That's wonderful. Well, let's keep showing some of the horses on screen, and we'll check in to see if our judges have made a decision. And also all of you, if you haven't had the chance to vote yet, once again, that phone number is 507-669-5412. And now on the screen, we have the bridle numbers for each of the 10 discipline winners. here's where I got screwed up because she had two. So I was like, you know, if you did your last one, it was like, we're even. But no, still, that went well.
Are we about ready with the...
And then we're still waiting. You want to do both at the same time? You want to do the people's choice first? Do you want to do both at the same time? Oh, okay. Yeah, she just gave me that. Do you have them? What, I don't.
Yeah, you can.
It got very quiet in here all of a sudden. I think we're all in suspense waiting for the results of the People's Choice Award and the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion. First, we'll announce the winner of the People's Choice Award, sponsored by Achieve Equine. And the winner of the People's Choice Award will have the chance to make a $2,500 donation to the charity of their choice. The People's Choice Award winner for the class of 2020 at the Mega Makeover is bridle number 1103, Legends Hope, ridden by Jazz Napravnik, the eventing champions. Congratulations to Legends Hope and Jazz, the winner of the People's Choice Award. And now to announce the winner of the Thoroughbred Makeover Champion to receive a prize of $10,000, sponsored by Churchill Downs. The class of 2020 for the Retired Racehorse Project Mega Makeover, the Thoroughbred Makeover Champions. Bridle number 1189, winners in both freestyle and competitive trail, Thunderous Affair and Lindsay Partridge. And Lindsay, Jen will present you and Thunderous Affair with the trophy. Lindsay won Thoroughbred Makeover Champion the first time that the event was held here in 2015 at the Kentucky Horse Park with Soar, and now another great gray mare. This is Thunderous Affair and Lindsay Partridge.
Sure, yeah. Oh, it's twisted, Julie. That's a lot of bling you've got on your horse. So how does this feel, Lindsay? Congratulations.
I'm going to try not to cry. I swear after having a baby, you just get way more emotional. I'm going to just try. But she's been so hard. You know, she didn't trust me in the beginning. I really had to slow down and just go to events and just not make it about competing. We would literally just go places and hang out. And just the fact that she was so calm and relaxed here and able to trust me to do everything. Gosh, I'm going to start crying, and I said I wouldn't.
That's okay. It's an emotional moment for all of us. We're all inspired by what you do with your horses. On your shirt, it says, do more with less. How does that apply to when you retrain off the track thoroughbreds?
So I love working with horses with no tools because it makes you become a better leader for your horse. Like, you really have to watch them and listen to them. So I just take my horse into an arena and we don't use a halter, we don't use a whip, we don't use anything. And I just do a lot of body work with my horse and kind of trying to develop that relationship. And we get into the bridle stuff really, really early in the liberty work. And I just find it helps to strengthen that whole relationship part first.
So you've competed here for more than a few years now.
Judged as well.
And judged as well. And so you've got quite the fan following, but you've got a lot of people here today and on the live stream who've probably watched, and you've inspired them to try possibly. So can you tell us a little bit about, if you would give someone one piece of advice if they wanted to try to do this for themselves, what would that be?
So for me, it's all about putting that relationship first. So what I always tell people is it's about that calm connection. If your horse isn't calm and connected to you, it doesn't matter what discipline you want to do. And I've done like ranch and field hunter and trail and freestyle, and I love it all, but it all comes back to that partnership first. And I'm so excited because tomorrow Allison McHattie is doing the freestyle. You guys have to watch for her. She's my student and one of our Harmony Horsemanship instructors, and she's super cool. So I'm so excited for that tomorrow.
Well, congratulations. Best of luck to her, and congratulations to you, Lindsay, our 2020 Thoroughbred Makeover Champion, sponsored by Churchill Downs, and our proud sponsors of the entire makeover, the Thoroughbred Charities of America.
And Aaron Grady from Thoroughbred Charities of America has a big check for you. It's American dollars.
You want to hold this trophy as well? There you go.
I've always wanted to hold a big check. I've been to many events, and I've never gone to have a big check before. This is so exciting.
For those of you who can't see, it says OTTB Bank, and I think when we all deposit there, we're all winners.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd try to cash this one exactly. We might get you a slightly smaller one. Congratulations, Linz.
So, Jen, usually at this point, we have to say, oh my gosh, that was a ton of fun. Let's do it again next year. We get to say today, you know what? That was a ton of fun. Let's do it again tomorrow.
Double the fun.
What do you think? Do you guys want to see it again tomorrow?
Yes, we'll be starting right back bright and early at 8 a.m. tomorrow, again with the eventing division. And so get some good rest tonight. Lindsay, I hope you celebrate. And I hope all of our champions for each division celebrate tonight. But yes, we'll be back tomorrow, and we're excited to welcome the 2021 horses into the TCA Covered Arena in the morning.
Wonderful. We'll see you all tomorrow. Good night. At this time, could we get all RRP staff to come into the TCA Covered Arena for a staff photograph? All RRP staff down into the arena. For those of you who have your car parked outside, if it isn't in a designated parking spot, please head to it very quickly, because the police here at the Kentucky Horse Park are starting to ticket any cars that are parked illegally.